Every match feels like a new beginning. But what if it is the start of a nightmare? On Daily Story, we uncover the dark side of dating apps where late night chats turn into chilling encounters and simple swipes hide unsettling truths. Stay with us, because the story you are about to hear is one you won't forget. Seizing my chance, I killed the engine of my car, fumbling for my phone to snap a photo of the license plate. The alley was dark, the only light spilling from a distant street lamp barely illuminating the old, rust-pocked sedan Alera had just slipped into. I squinted, trying to make out details, but the car was already pulling away, its exhaust sputtering a cloud of gray smoke into the night air. My heart hammered against my ribs. What was this? An old car in a desolate alley. It did not fit with the poised, elegant woman I knew. This was clandestine, and it just fueled every single one of my growing suspicions. I tried to follow, but the old sedan was surprisingly quick, disappearing around a corner before I could even get my car into gear. I cursed, slamming my fist on the steering wheel. Lost her. Again. Frustration warred with a cold, creeping dread. I drove home slowly, my mind racing. Who was in that car? What was Alera involved in? Every answer I found only led to more horrifying questions. My apartment, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now felt less like a cage and more like a trap I was already caught in. I pulled into my usual parking spot, the silence of the night pressing in on me. The thought of going back into that apartment, alone, was suddenly unbearable. But where else could I go? Mark would just roll his eyes and tell me to get some sleep. He did not get it. He could not. I unlocked my door, the click echoing too loudly in the quiet building. The familiar scent of stale air and my own lingering takeout wafted out. I stepped inside, flipped on the light, and automatically checked the locks. Double-checked them. Then I walked through the small living room, heading for the kitchen to grab a glass of water, trying to shake off the lingering unease. That is when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to the half-eaten bag of chips I would left there that morning, was a small cream-colored envelope. It was not mine. I had not ordered anything, had not received any mail that day. My blood ran cold. I had not seen it when I left earlier. It definitely was not there. My hand trembled as I picked it up. No address, no stamp, just my name, scrawled in an elegant, almost calligraphic script I recognized instantly. Alera's handwriting. My throat tightened. How had she gotten into my apartment? I would check the locks. I always check the locks. My mind flashed back to the previous week. The terrifying night clutching a baseball bat. It was all real. More real than I could have imagined. I ripped open the envelope, my fingers fumbling. Inside were not one, but several small, glossy photographs. Black and white. My breath hitched in my throat as I looked at the first one. It was me, sitting on my couch, head tilted back, eyes closed, seemingly dozing off while watching TV. The angle was from the corner of my living room, just behind the armchair. An angle I would never see myself from. An angle that could only be taken by someone inside my apartment. A wave of nausea washed over me. I dropped the photo, my hand flying to my mouth. My eyes darted around the living room, searching, desperate for some explanation. A reflection, a trick of light, anything. But there was nothing. Just a familiar, mundane object in my home. I forced myself to pick up the next photo. This one was even worse. It was me, at my kitchen table, eating breakfast. A bowl of cereal, a half-empty mug of coffee. My hair was a mess. I was wearing an old t-shirt. It was a candid, unguarded moment. And the photo was taken from the doorway of my kitchen, looking in. Again, an impossible angle for anyone outside. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it got stuck, a dry choke sound. I stumbled backward, clutching the photos like they were burning my skin. The third photo. This one made me physically recoil. It was me, asleep in my bed. My face was turned toward the window, one arm flung over the duvet. The photo was taken from the foot of my bed. Looking up, the covers were slightly disheveled, just like I left them every morning. The bedside lamp was off. The room was dark, but the flash had captured every detail. My messy hair, the slight crease on my forehead, the way my mouth hung open just a little when I was in a deep sleep. Someone had been in my bedroom. While I was asleep, the blood drained from my face, leaving me feeling lightheaded and dizzy. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning every shadow, every corner of my apartment. My home, my sanctuary. It had been violated, invaded, and not just for a moment. These photos, they represented multiple instances. Multiple times someone had been inside, watching me. I dropped the photos and ran to my bedroom, my mind a whirlwind of panic. I checked the window locked, the door locked. I tore through the room, throwing open my closet, peering under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. No one. Just the suffocating silence of my own terror. I ran back to the living room, grabbing my phone. My fingers trembled so violently I could barely unlock the screen. Mark. I had to call Mark. He would not believe me, but I had to try. He picked up on the third ring, his voice groggy. Dude, it is like 1 a.m. Everything okay? No, nothing's okay. Mark. I practically screamed into the phone. She was here. Ilara was here. She left photos. Photos of me. Inside my apartment. While I was sleeping. There was a pause. A long, exasperated sigh. Dude, calm down. Ilara, the woman you are convinced is a demon. Are you sure you are not just imagining things? Or maybe you left your door, unlocked by accident. I did not imagine anything. They are right here. I yelled, my voice cracking. Impossible angles. Me, sleeping. Eating breakfast. Mark, someone was in my apartment. Multiple times. Look, I get it. You are freaked out, he said, his voice still laced with disbelief. But let us be rational. Could be a prank. Or maybe you just misplaced some old photos, and you are connecting to Ilara because you are already stressed about her. Misplaced old photos. Mark, these are new. Of me now. In my home. You think I just take candid shots of myself sleeping. I was practically hyperventilating. She has been watching me. She has been inside. Okay. Just take a breath. Are you safe now? Is anyone there? I do not know. I do not know. I whispered, my voice thick with tears. I checked everywhere. No one. But how did she get in? How did she get these photos? All right. Look, I am not going to come over at this hour. Man, after everything with Mark, I thought I would hit rock bottom. I thought I would see the worst of it. The reflections, the growing malice, the pure, unadulterated evil staring back at me from every polished surface. It had shattered something deep inside me. I moved, changed my number, blocked him on everything. I even quit my job because the office had too many windows, too many screens, too many potential mirrors for him to show up in. I was a wreck, jumping at shadows, flinching from my own face in the bathroom mirror. Every time I had to check my appearance, it was a quick, furtive glance, a breath held, a prayer that I would not see that triumphant, predatory grin. I needed to disappear, to really, truly escape. So, I packed up what little I cared about and drove until the highway turned into a winding country road, and then that road turned into a gravel path. I ended up in a place called Juniper Creek. It was not even a town, really, more like a forgotten cluster of houses clinging to the side of a mountain, surrounded by dense, ancient forest. The kind of place Gut Goo Maps barely acknowledges. I would found a house, sitting gig through a friend of a friend, a sprawling, creaky old Victorian that belonged to some eccentric recluse who was off on a year-long spiritual journey in Tibet. Perfect. Isolated. No, neighbors close enough to see my paranoid glances at shiny objects. No city lights to cast tricky reflections. Just me, the forest, and the deafening quiet. For the first few weeks, it was exactly what I needed. The air was clean, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The silence was a balm, a stark contrast to the buzzing static of my anxiety. I started to sleep better, though I still kept a sheet draped over the large antique mirror in the hallway. My routine was simple: wake up, make coffee, read, walk the perimeter of the property. Try not to think about Mark. It was working slowly. The edge of my paranoia began to dull, replaced by a dull ache of loneliness. But even in Juniper Creek, a man needs groceries. The house had been stocked when I arrived, but eventually the milk ran out, and my supply of instant ramen looked dangerously low. The nearest real supermarket was an hour's drive away, down winding, treacherous roads. I would have been told there was a general store, Miller's Mercantile, right in the heart of Juniper Creek. It was maybe a 15-minute walk from the house, a short enough distance that I could avoid the treacherous drive, but far enough that I would not feel too exposed. The day I finally decided to brave Miller's Mercantile, the sky was a bruised, purple, threatening rain. I pulled on a worn jacket, shoved my wallet into my pocket, and headed out. The walk was peaceful. The only sounds a crunch of gravel under my boots and the distant call of a crow. The general store itself was a relic, a clapboard building with a faded red paint job and a porch that sagged slightly in the middle. A hand-painted sign, the letters chipped and faded. Read Miller's Mercantile Est. 1923. I pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a tiny bell jingled overhead, a sound that felt ancient and welcoming. The air inside was thick with the scent of dust, old wood, and something vaguely sweet, like cinnamon and dried apples. It was dimly lit, shelves crammed with everything from canned goods to fishing lures, gardening tools to threadbare blankets. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I stepped further inside, trying to get my bearings. My eyes, as always, scanned for reflections. The old wooden floor was scuffed, thankfully not polished. The glass display cases holding candy and trinkets were smudged with fingerprints, blurring any potential glimpses. I felt a tiny sigh of relief escape me. Maybe this place truly was safe. Well, I will be. A voice rasped from behind a counter piled high with bolts of fabric. I jumped, my heart giving a familiar lurch. I had not seen anyone. An elderly woman emerged, her hair a startling shock of white pulled back in a severe bun. Her face was a road map of wrinkles, but her eyes, a startling shade of pale blue, were sharp and incredibly observant. She wore a simple, faded floral dress and a plain apron. "Daniel," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut to the quiet of the store like a knife. I blinked, confused. "Excuse me." She pushed herself away from the counter, her movement slow but deliberate. A wide, trembling smile spread across her face, crinkling the corners of her eyes. "Daniel, is that truly you?" She sounded as if she had just seen a ghost, but not a terrifying one, a beloved one. Before I could even process what was happening, she was around the counter and moving towards me. My first instinct was to back away, to correct her, to tell her she had the wrong person. But there was something in her eyes, a deep, overwhelming well of emotion, that held me rooted to the spot. "Oh, my boy," she murmured, reaching out and taking my face in her surprisingly strong, gnarled hands. Her touch was warm, but it felt utterly foreign, utterly wrong. "You have finally come home." Then, before I could utter another word, she pulled me into a tight embrace. Her hug was fierce, almost suffocating, and I could feel her trembling against me. It smelled faintly of lavender and mothballs. I stood there, stiff and bewildered, my arms hanging uselessly at my sides. This was a complete stranger, hugging me like a long-lost son. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Mistaken identity, obviously. She must have me confused with someone else. Someone who looked like me. Mama, what is all the fuss? A man's voice, deep and slow, drifted from the back of the store. Another figure emerged from a curtained doorway, a man in his late 50s, early 60s, with a thick beard streaked with gray and kind, tired eyes. He wore overalls and a plaid shirt. When his gaze landed on me, his eyes widened and a slow, astonished smile spread across his face, mirroring the old woman's. "Daniel," he said, his voice thick with disbelief and something else overwhelming joy. "Good Lord, it is him." Martha, the old woman. Martha, pulled back from me, tears glistening in her eyes. "I told you. Thomas, I told you he would come back." Thomas, if that was his name, took a step forward, his hands clasped together. After all these years, we thought he trailed off, shaking his head slowly. "Well, it does not matter now. You are here." I finally found my voice, though it came out as a shaky whisper. "I think there has been a mistake. My name is not Daniel. I am just visiting Juniper Creek. I am house sitting for a friend." Martha chuckled, a soft, tearful sound. "Oh, you always were a joker. Daniel, always trying to pull one over on your old mama." She patted my cheek. "Do not you worry, son. We know you. You have grown a little, filled out some, but it is you. Those eyes, that stubborn set to your jaw, could not mistake you for anyone else." Thomas nodded in agreement. "He is right. Mama, just like the day he left." He looked at me, a searching, almost desperate look in his eyes. "You have been gone a long time. Son, where have you been all these years?" My mind was reeling. They were not just mistaken, they were adamant. And they seemed so genuinely happy, so relieved, that arguing felt cruel, almost impossible. But this was terrifying. This was a nightmare of a different kind. "I really think you have me confused with someone else." I insisted, trying to keep my voice even, trying to sound reasonable. "I have never been to Juniper Creek before today." Martha shook her head, her smile unwavering. "Nonsense. You were born right here, in the little house up the hill. Your father, bless his soul, built it with his own 2 hands." She gestured vaguely toward the back of the store. "Come on, let us get you something to eat. You look thin. Thomas, go tell Sarah that Daniel's home." Thomas, beaming, disappeared behind the curtain. I stood there, utterly bewildered, watching Martha move back towards the counter, her steps light despite her age. She was already pulling out a huge, crusty loaf of bread and a jar of homemade jam. "No, really. I just came for some milk." I tried again, my voice sounding weak even to my own ears. "Milk can wait," she said dismissively, as if my actual needs were irrelevant. "You are family. You are home. We have got years to catch up on." Before I could protest further, a young woman, probably in her late 20s or early 30s, emerged from the back, her face flushed with excitement. She had the same pale blue eyes as Martha, though hers sparkled with youthful energy. "Daniel," she gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. "Oh my goodness, it is really you." She rushed forward, hugging me with almost as much enthusiasm as Martha. "I can't believe it. After all this time. Thomas always said you would come back, and I never really believed him. I was trapped, surrounded, 3 strangers, all convinced I was their long-lost relative. Daniel." My heart hammered against my ribs, a familiar, frantic rhythm. This was worse than Mark, in a way. Mark was an external threat, a monster in the mirror. This was insidious. They were not trying to hurt me, but they were trying to erase me, to replace me with someone else. "Look, I appreciate your kindness," I said, trying to push away from Sarah, "but I am really not Daniel." My name is O. You are just being silly. Sarah giggled, squeezing my arm. You always did love a good prank. Come on. Mama is making dinner. You must be starving after your long journey. Dinner. The thought filled me with dread. I wanted to run, to bolt out of the store, and back to the safety of the isolated house. But something in their collective gaze, in their unwavering smiles, held me. It was like a gentle, silken net, pulling me deeper. Come on, son, Thomas said, reappearing from the back, holding a small wooden stool. Let us sit down. You can tell us all about your travels. They ushered me to a small, worn wooden table tucked away in a corner of the store, usually reserved for coffee drinkers. I imagine Martha brought over plates piled high with thick slices of ham, mashed potatoes, and green beans. The food smelled delicious, home-cooked, but my stomach was a knot of ice. They sat around me, Martha directly opposite, Thomas to my left, Sarah to my right. Their eyes were fixed on me, bright with expectation. So, Daniel, Martha began, her voice soft and full of warmth. Where'd you go all those years ago? Why did you leave without a word? I stared at her, my mind blank. How was I supposed to answer that? What kind of life had this Daniel lived? What were they expecting? I needed to see the world. I stammered, grasping at straws. To find myself. It was a generic, non-committal answer, something anyone might say. They nodded, accepting it readily. Always a wanderer, our Daniel. Thomas rumbled, a fond smile on his face. Even as a boy, you were always climbing the highest trees, exploring the deepest parts of the woods. Sarah chimed in. Remember that time you tried to build a raft and sail down Juniper Creek? Mama nearly had a heart attack when she found you halfway to the old mill. They laughed, a warm, genuine sound, full of shared memories. But they were not my memories. I forced a weak smile, trying to look amused, trying to blend in, to not draw attention to the fact that I was an imposter. I took a bite of ham, chewing slowly, trying to buy myself time. "In your old room," Martha said, her eyes twinkling. "It is still just as you left it. We never touched a thing, hoping you would come back and fill it again. My old room." The word sent a shiver down my spine. This was not just a mistaken identity. This was an entire life they were trying to graft onto me. "Did you ever go back to that old fishing spot, down by the bend?" Thomas asked, leaning forward, his voice earnest. "You always caught the biggest trout there." I shook my head slowly. "No, I did not." "Pity," he sighed. "It is still there, just waiting for you." I tried to subtly look for reflections. The old glass of the window behind Martha was too dirty, too opaque. The polished surface of the table was too scratched. Even the metal spoons were too dull to give a clear image. It was maddening. I needed to see them. I needed to see if they were like Mark, if their reflections were off. The conversation flowed around me, a river of Daniels past. They spoke of school friends I would never met, childhood pets I would never owned, family gatherings I would never attended. Each anecdote, each shared laugh, was like a tiny brick building a wall around me, trapping me in this false identity. They talked about the old Miller farm, about Daniel's father, who was apparently Thomas's brother, and Martha's husband, about the hard winters and the close-knit community. It was all so vivid, so real, and yet utterly alien to me. I noticed little things. Their smiles, though warm, seemed to linger a fraction of a second too long. Their eyes, though kind, held an unwavering intensity, as if they were constantly searching for something in my face, confirming something. And their movements, while natural, possessed a certain stillness. When they were not actively moving, they were perfectly still, like portraits. It was unsettling. "Remember that time," Sarah began, her voice dropping conspiratorially, "when you and Billy Henderson snuck out to fair and tried to win Mama that giant teddy bear?" I forced a laugh. A dry, hollow sound. Oh, yeah, Billy. I tried to remember if I had ever known a Billy Henderson. The name felt utterly foreign. Billy's still around. Thomas said, runs a garage down the road. He would be thrilled to see you. The thought of meeting another person who knew Daniel filled me with a cold dread. How many people in this tiny town would greet me as Daniel? How deeply entrenched was this illusion? After what felt like an eternity, Martha pushed her plate away, a contented sigh escaping her lips. It is so good to have you home. Daniel, it truly is. She looked at me, her pale blue eyes shining. We never gave up hope, you know. Not really. Then she stood up slowly and walked over to the old wooden cabinet in the corner of the store. She pulled open a drawer, rummaging inside for a moment before retrieving something small and rectangular. She returned to the table, a treasured smile on her face. Look, Daniel, she said, carefully placing an old, leather-bound photo album in front of me. Remember this. My blood ran cold. A photo album. This was it. The proof, or the ultimate trick. I reached out a trembling hand and opened the album. The first page was brittle and yellowed, holding a faded black and white photograph of a young couple, obviously Martha and her husband, smiling happily. The next page, however, made my breath catch in my throat. It was a picture of a baby, swaddled in a blanket, held by a younger Martha. And the baby looked exactly like me. Or, rather, like a baby version of me. The same distinct nose, the same shape of eyes. It was uncanny. I flipped the page, my fingers shaking. More pictures. A toddler with Martha and her husband playing in a garden. A young boy, maybe 7 or 8, grinning gap-toothed, holding a fishing rod. A teenager, awkward and gangly, posing with Thomas and Sarah, who were much younger then. Every single picture, every single face was undeniably me. Or, at least, a mirror image of me at various stages of life. The same hair color, the same facial structure, the same slightly crooked smile. It was terrifying. It was impossible. I knew, with every fiber of my being, that these were not my childhood memories. I remembered my own childhood, my own parents, my own awkward teenage years. These were not them. Yet there I was, in every photograph, growing up with the Miller family. There was Daniel at Christmas, Daniel at a birthday party, Daniel standing proudly beside a freshly caught fish. Do not you remember, son? Martha's voice was soft, but there was an undertone of something else now, a subtle insistence, a hint of something unyielding. That is you with your first puppy. Buster. She pointed to a picture of a young boy, unmistakably me, kneeling beside a fluffy golden retriever. I stared at the picture, then back at Martha, then at Thomas and Sarah, who were all watching me with expectant, unwavering smiles. Their eyes seemed to pierce through me, searching, demanding recognition. This is not, I stammered, my voice barely audible. This is not me. The smiles on their faces tightened just a fraction. The warmth in their eyes seemed to dim, replaced by something colder, something almost hurt. Now, Daniel, Thomas said, his voice losing some of its easygoing tone. There is no need for that. You have been gone a long time. We understand. But do not you pretend you do not know your own family. I am not pretending. I cried, my voice rising in desperation. My name is narrator's real name. Let us assume it is something like Alex. I am from city, and I am house sitting up the hill. I have never been here before. Martha reached out, her hand gently but firmly closing over mine, which was still resting on the photo album. Her grip was surprisingly strong. You are tired, sweet boy. It has been a long journey. Has not it? Perhaps you have forgotten some things. But we are here to help you remember. Her eyes, those pale blue eyes, seemed to bore into mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something in them that was not warmth, was not love, was not even hurt. It was something ancient, something possessive, something utterly determined. It was the same kind of look I would seen in Mark's reflection, that predatory glint. A cold dread, far deeper than anything I had felt before, settled in my chest. This was not just a misunderstanding. This was something far more sinister. They were not just mistaken, they needed me to be Daniel. They would make me Daniel. I pulled my hand away from Martha's, the photo album falling shut with a soft thud. I have to go, I said, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. I really have to go. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking my chair over. Their smiles were gone now, replaced by expressions of concern, but their eyes still held that unsettling intensity. So soon. Daniel, Sarah asked, her voice laced with disappointment. But you just got here. I have to check on the house. I mumbled, scrambling for an excuse. The pipes, I think I left the stove on. Lies, all lies. I just needed to get out. They did not try to physically stop me, but their presence was a heavy weight. As I stumbled toward the door, Martha's voice followed me, soft but clear. Do not be a stranger. Daniel, you are home now, and we will be waiting. Thomas's voice added, we will see you tomorrow. Son, for breakfast, we will make your favorite. I did not answer. I just pushed open the door and practically ran out into the bruised twilight, the little bell jingling mockingly behind me. The rain had started, a cold, steady drizzle that soaked into my jacket instantly. I did not care. I just ran, my boots splashing through puddles, the gravel crunching underfoot, my breath ragged in my chest. I did not stop until I burst through the front door of the old Victorian, slamming it shut behind me and fumbling with the deadbolt. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. Once it was locked, I leaned against the door, gasping for air, my heart still pounding a frantic drum solo against my ribs. They knew me. They thought I was Daniel. And those pictures, they were me. How? How was that possible? I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling with the screen, adrenaline coursing through me. I had to find something. Anything. I typed Juniper Creek Miller family into the search bar. The signal was spotty, but eventually, a few results popped up. Most were old, archived newspaper articles. I clicked on the first one that looked promising tragic disappearance of Daniel Miller. Beloved son, dated nearly 30 years ago. My blood ran cold. 30 years. That meant Daniel Miller, the real Daniel Miller, would be roughly my age now. I opened the article, my eyes scanning the faded text. It spoke of a young man, Daniel Miller, who had vanished without a trace from Juniper Creek. The community had searched for weeks, months, but he was never found. Presumed dead. The family was devastated. The article even included a small, grainy black and white photo. My breath hitched in my throat as I stared at the picture. It was a younger version of the face I would seen in the photo album, and it was my face. My exact face. The same eyes, the same nose, the same slight curve to the mouth. It was me, Daniel Miller. My mind reeled. This was not just a resemblance. This was an exact match. But I was not Daniel Miller. I was Alex. I had my own life, my own memories. The Mark incident flashed through my mind. The reflections, the way his face had morphed, shifted, becoming something else entirely. The way my own reflection had sometimes seemed to flicker, to waver, as if unsure of what was supposed to be. Was this connected? Was Mark just a prelude? A warning? Or had he done something to me? I stumbled into the living room, my eyes frantically searching for a mirror, a window, anything reflective. I needed to see myself. I needed to confirm I was still me. There was an old, ornate mirror above the fireplace. I had kept it covered with a sheet, a habit from my Mark-induced paranoia. My hands trembling. I tore the sheet away. I stared at my reflection. My own face stared back, pale and terrified, eyes wide with horror. It was me, Alex. A wave of relief washed over me, so intense it almost made me weak in the knees. It was still me. I was not Daniel Miller. I was not going crazy. But then, as I continued to stare, something shifted. It was subtle at first, a flicker around the edges of my vision. The light in the room seemed to dim slightly, then brighten. And in the mirror, my reflection seemed to waver, like an image on an old television screen with bad reception. My heart began to pound again, a frantic, desperate rhythm. This was not right. This was not just paranoia. I watched, frozen in terror, as my reflection began to change. Slowly, subtly, the lines of my face seemed to soften and sharpen. My jawline seemed to shift. My eyes, while still my own, took on a slightly different tilt, a deeper shade of blue. It was like watching a time-lapse video of someone else aging or morphing. And then, for a split second, it was not my face looking back. It was Daniel Miller's face. The face from the newspaper article, from the photo album. Younger, less haunted than my own, but unmistakably the face of the man who had disappeared 30 years ago. And on that face, a faint, almost imperceptible smile began to form. A smile of contentment, of belonging. A smile that was not mine. I gasped, stumbling back, my hand flying to my mouth. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head violently. No. This could not be happening. When I opened my eyes again, my own face was staring back at me, pale and terrified. But the image was subtly different now. My features seemed softer, less defined, almost as if they were still in flux. I looked around the room, frantically. The windows were too dark now, reflecting only the dim interior. The polished surface of the antique table was too blurred. I could not trust my own eyes. I could not trust reflections. What was happening to me? Was I being replaced? Was Mark's entity, whatever it was, a harbinger? Had I been marked by something that allowed this to happen? Was Juniper Creek a trap, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and the dead could simply return by inhabiting the living? I thought of Martha's unwavering gaze, Thomas's insistent joy, Sarah's innocent excitement. They were not just crazy. They were waiting for Daniel, and something was making sure Daniel returned. And that something was using me. I had to get out. I had to run. But where? The town was isolated. The Millers were everywhere. And if my own reflection was turning into Daniel Miller, then I was already being consumed. I ran to the door, fumbling with the deadbolt again, my hands slick with sweat. I had to leave, now. This was not my home. I was not Daniel. As I yanked the door open, the cold rain hit my face. I looked out into the darkness, the dense forest looming, the faint glow of the Miller's mercantile lights visible in the distance. And just for a moment, in the black glass of the storm door, I caught my reflection. It was Daniel Miller. He looked back at me, his eyes now completely blue, completely confident. And then a slow, knowing smile spread across his face, a smile of absolute, serene contentment. A smile that said, I am finally home. And it was not my smile. It was not my eyes. It was not me. It was Daniel, finally returned. And I was gone. So there I was, me, a grounded person, someone who prided herself on being practical, on not letting her imagination run wild, had actually found someone, Mark. And he was not just someone, he was, for all intents and purposes, perfect. Handsome, yes, with a kind smile that crinkled at the corners of his eyes. Intelligent, absolutely. We could talk for hours about anything and everything. And genuinely kind, the kind of person who'd hold a door open for a stranger or remember how you like your coffee. Our first few dates were like something out of a rom-com. Easy laughter, comfortable silences, and that undeniable spark. I honestly, truly believed he could be the one. I mean, I was not looking for a fairy tale, but I was definitely open to a really great story, and Mark felt like the beginning of one. We had been dating for about 2 months, and things were progressing beautifully. We would met each other's friends, talked about future plans in a casual, hopeful way. One evening, over a particularly delicious Italian dinner, he knew my favorite spot. Of course, he leaned across the table, his eyes sparkling. "You know," he said, a playful smile playing on his lips. "I have been thinking. We have been stuck in the city, and as much as I love our little dates, I think we need a change of scenery." My heart did a little flutter. A romantic getaway. This was exactly the kind of move I would hope for. "Oh," I prompted, trying to sound casual, but my excitement was probably written all over my face. "Yeah," he continued, taking a sip of his wine. "I know this place. A little town tucked away in the mountains, kind of off the grid. Super quaint, really beautiful this time of year. No tourist traps, just peace. A perfect weekend escape." He made it sound idyllic. "Sounds amazing," I said, genuinely thrilled. "Where is it? I would love to look it up." He waved a dismissive hand. No, that is part of the charm. It is one of those places you just go to. Trust me, it is exactly what we need. Just a couple of days away from everything." A tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease touched me then. I am a planner. I like to know where I am going, what to expect. But his smile was so genuine, so inviting, and the idea of a surprise adventure with Mark was just too appealing to resist. I chalked it up to my own hang-ups, my need for control. This was Mark, after all. He would not lead me anywhere bad. "Okay," I said, smiling back. "I trust you. Lead the way." That Friday, I packed a small duffel bag, feeling a familiar thrill of anticipation. Mark pulled up to my apartment in his SUV, looking as handsome as ever. He had a cooler in the back, filled with snacks and drinks, and a thermos of coffee for the road. Everything felt perfectly normal, perfectly romantic. The drive started out pleasant enough. We chatted, listened to music, sang along to some cheesy pop songs. We left the city behind, then the suburbs, and soon we were on winding state highways, surrounded by trees turning brilliant shades of red and gold. It was a beautiful fall day, crisp and clear. About 2 hours in, I noticed my phone's signal starting to flicker. "Huh," I mumbled, checking it. "Looks like we are losing service." Mark chuckled. "Told you. Off the grid. Embrace it. It is good for the soul." I tried to pull up the GPS just to see how much further we had, but the map was just a blank screen, a little gray circle telling me I was offline. I glanced at Mark's phone, which was mounted on his dash. It was not displaying any map either, just a compass. "Are you sure you know where we are going?" I asked a little more seriously this time. He gave me a quick, reassuring smile. "Positive. I have been here before. It is a bit of a trek, but totally worth it." "Okay, fine." He knew the way. No big deal. But as we continued, the roads became noticeably less maintained. The asphalt gave way to gravel in some stretches, and the trees pressed in closer, forming a tunnel of foliage that blocked out the sun in places. We had not passed another car in what felt like ages. The occasional road sign we did see was old, faded, the lettering barely legible, and none of them seemed to point to any recognizable towns or landmarks. The silence in the car grew, not the comfortable silence we had shared earlier, but a heavier, more expectant one. I found myself staring out the window, looking for any sign of civilization, anything familiar. But there was nothing, just endless forest and the road, which now felt less like a path and more like a thread unraveling into the wilderness. My stomach started to churn, a slow, insistent twisting. "Mark," I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. "How much further is this place? It feels like we are in the middle of nowhere." He glanced at me, his smile still in place, but it seemed a little fixed. "Almost there. Honey, just a few more turns. It will be worth it. I promise." He sounded calm, almost too calm. It was then that I noticed something else. His grip on the steering wheel was unusually tight, his knuckles white, and his eyes, usually so warm and expressive, were focused intently on the road ahead, almost unnervingly so. It was like he was looking for something, or at something only he could see. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of bumps and turns, the trees began to thin. Through a break in the foliage, I saw it, a valley nestled between two towering, tree-covered hills. And in the center of that valley, a cluster of buildings. "There it is," Mark said, his voice regaining some of its earlier enthusiasm, but it still sounded a little forced to me. Oakhaven, the town, if you could call it that, looked like something out of a very old photograph. The buildings were all made of dark, whether wood or stone, with steeply pitched roofs. There were no power lines visible, no satellite dishes, no modern cars parked anywhere. It was unnaturally quiet, a silence so profound it felt like a presence. As we drove down the main and only street, I noticed the details. The windows of the houses were dark, some boarded up. A few flickers of lamplight were visible through others. There was no one on the street, no children playing, no dog barking. It was like a ghost town, but not abandoned. It felt waiting. My unease escalated into full-blown anxiety. "Mark," I whispered, "this is not what I expected. It is creepy." He chuckled, a short, dry sound. "Just quaint, honey, a little rustic. You will get used to it." He pulled up in front of a building that looked like it might be the town's only inn. It was a two-story structure, even older and more imposing than the houses, with a heavy wooden door and narrow windows. A faded sign above the door read, in ornate, hand-painted letters, "The Oakhaven Respite." As soon as he cut the engine, the silence pressing again, thick and heavy. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. Mark got out, retrieved our bags, and walked toward the entrance without a backward glance. I hesitated for a moment, then forced myself to follow. What was I going to do, sit in the car alone? Inside, the inn was dimly lit by oil lamps and a crackling fireplace. The air was thick with the scent of old wood, dust, and something else, something earthy and faintly metallic, like damp soil and old iron. The furniture was heavy and antique, draped in embroidered fabrics that looked like they had not been cleaned in decades. A woman emerged from behind a counter, wiping her hands on a coarse apron. She was elderly, with a face like a road map of wrinkles, and eyes that were a startlingly pale blue. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and she wore a long, dark dress that reached her ankles. "Welcome, welcome," she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong. "Mark, good to see you again." Again. My head snapped toward Mark. He would told me he would been here before, but the innkeeper's tone suggested familiarity, not just a casual visit. "Good to be back." "Martha," Mark replied, his voice sounding strangely formal. "This is your name. She will be joining me." Martha's pale blue eyes fixed on me, and a slow, wide smile spread across her face, revealing uneven yellow teeth. It was not a welcoming smile. It was a predatory one. "Ah, yes, the outsider. We have been expecting you." My blood ran cold. Expecting me. I looked at Mark, but he was already turning to Martha, asking about our room. He did not seem to notice the chilling implication of her words, or if he did, he ignored it. We were led up a creaking staircase to a small, sparsely furnished room. The bed was covered with a thick, quilted blanket that felt heavy and old. There was a single oil lamp on a bedside table, and a small window that looked out onto the silent street. As soon as Martha left, closing the door with a soft click, I turned to Mark, my voice barely a whisper. "Mark, what was that? The outsider..." We have been expecting you. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Martha's just a bit eccentric. She means well. This town does not get many visitors, so anyone new is a big deal. He tried to put an arm around me, but I stiffened. No, Mark, this is not right. This whole place is unsettling. Where are we, exactly? And why is not on any map? He walked over to the window, peering out. It is Oakhaven, like I said, and it is just a very secluded place. Not everything needs to be on gut-goo maps, you know? Sometimes things are better left undiscovered. His tone was dismissive, almost impatient. It was not the Mark I knew. The easygoing, understanding Mark. This was different. I need to get a signal. I said, pulling out my phone. I need to tell someone where I am, just in case. There is no signal here, he said flatly, not even looking at me. Did not you notice on the drive? I tried anyway, walking to the window, holding my phone up. Nothing. Just a blank screen, a constant search for service that never connected. I tried to pull up my GPS again, to see if it would at least show me the general area. Still nothing. It was like the town was a blank spot on the digital world. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to see it for myself. I needed a physical map. Do you have a map of the area? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. A paper one. He turned from the window, a slight frown on his face. Why? We are here now. Let us just relax. I just want to see where we are. Mark, please. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Fine. There might be one downstairs in the common room, but do not expect much. It is an old map. I practically ran downstairs, my anxiety overriding any sense of politeness. The common room was empty, on a dusty bookshelf, amidst ancient-looking tomes. I found what looked like an old, folded road map. My hands trembled as I opened it, spreading it out on a heavy oak table. I searched frantically, my finger tracing the lines of roads, the names of towns. I recognized the major highways we had taken, the approximate area where we had turned off. But when I zoomed in, trying to find the small, winding roads, the dense forest, there was nothing. No Oakhaven. Not even a hint of a settlement. It was just a blank green space, labeled uncharted territory. A cold dread spread through me, chilling me to the bone. This was not just off the grid. This was a race. Or worse, it never existed in the first place, except for us. Mark appeared in the doorway, watching me. His expression was unreadable. Find what you were looking for, he asked, his voice low. I slowly turned to face him, the map still spread out before me like a shroud. Mark, I whispered, my voice trembling. This town, it is not on any map. It is not real. He walked toward me, his steps silent on the old wooden floor. He looked down at the map, then back at me, and for the first time, I saw it. The mask was slipping. The kind, charming facade was cracking, revealing something cold, something ancient, something utterly alien beneath. Oh, it is real, he said, his voice devoid of warmth. Very real. And you are here now. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old inn, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like a warning. I lay there, clutching the blanket to my chin, listening. I heard muffled voices from downstairs, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to rise and fall with the wind. It was not human chanting. It was guttural, primal, like something from a nightmare. I tried to leave the room, to find Mark, to confront him, but the door was locked from the outside. I twisted the handle, shoved against it, but it would not budge. Panic seized me. I was trapped. The next morning, the door was unlocked. Mark was gone. I stumbled out of the room, my heart pounding, and found him downstairs, in the common room, talking to Martha and another old man with eyes as pale as hers. They stopped talking as soon as they saw me. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Mark said, his voice bright, almost too bright. He was wearing different clothes, a heavy, homespun shirt and dark trousers, looking more like one of the townspeople than the sophisticated man I would met in the city. "Mark, we need to leave," I said, my voice urgent. "Now, this place as it is not safe." He smiled, a strange, knowing smile that did not reach his eyes. "Do not be silly. We just got here. Martha's making us breakfast. Come on." I looked at Martha and the old man. They were both staring at me with those unsettling, pale eyes, their smiles wide and unnerving. I felt like a fly caught in a web. Breakfast was a bizarre fare. A thick, gray porridge and some kind of dark, bitter tea. Mark ate heartily, but I could barely swallow a bite. The conversation was stilted, Mark making polite small talk with Martha, who occasionally interjected with cryptic remarks about the season and the harvest. After breakfast, I told Mark I wanted to take a walk, to explore the town. He agreed, surprisingly easily. "Just do not stray too far," he said, his eyes lingering on me for a moment too long. "The woods can be disorienting." I took his words as a warning, not a suggestion. I needed to find a way out. I walked down the deserted main street, my senses on high alert. The houses seemed to watch me, their dark windows like vacant eyes. I noticed strange symbols carved into the doorframes of some buildings, symbols that looked ancient and vaguely menacing. I tried to follow the road we had driven it on, but after a few blocks, it seemed to just dissipate. It turned into a dirt path, then a deer trail, then just dense undergrowth. It was like the town itself was actively resisting any attempt to leave. As I walked, I saw a few more townspeople. They were all old, their faces weathered and lined, their clothes plain and dark. They moved slowly, deliberately, and always, they watched me. Their eyes followed my every move, not with curiosity, but with a deep, unsettling possessiveness. I ducked into what looked like a general store, hoping to find something, anything, that could help me. The shelves were stocked with strange, unlabeled jars, dried herbs, and coarse fabrics. No cell phones, no batteries, no modern conveniences. Behind the counter, an old man with long, white beard sat carving a small, wooden doll. He did not look up as I entered. "Excuse me," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Do you have a phone I could use? Or a map?" He slowly raised his head, his eyes like Martha's, a startling pale blue. He looked at me for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately shook his head. "No need for such things here, child. You are where you need to be." His voice was raspy, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. I backed out of the store, my heart pounding. This was a nightmare. A real, tangible nightmare. I spent the rest of the day trying to piece things together. I found an old, dilapidated library, filled with dusty books. Most were religious texts, but I found a few local histories hand-bound and fragile. They spoke of Oak Haven as a place of ancient traditions, of communion with the earth, and of the cycle of renewal. They mention outsiders only in veiled terms, as gifts or offerings. My blood ran cold as I read, a terrible realization slowly dawning on me. I also noticed the dates in the books. They were all incredibly old, some centuries old, but they all seemed to refer to the same group of people, the same families. It was like the townspeople did not age or did not die. They were always just there. When I returned to the inn, Mark was waiting for me in our room. He was no longer smiling. His face was grim, his eyes hard. "You have been asking questions," he said, his voice flat. It was not a question. "Mark, what is going on?" I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. "Who are these people? What is this place? And why did you bring me here?" He walked toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. "They are my people," he said, his voice taking on a strange, resonant quality. "And this is my home. As for why I brought you here, you were chosen." My breath caught in my throat. Chosen for what? He reached out, and his hand, usually so warm and comforting, felt cold and skeletal as it cupped my cheek. For the harvest, for the renewal, every generation, an outsider is brought to Oakhaven. Someone vibrant, full of life. Someone like you. The words hit me like a physical blow. My mind reeled, trying to process the horrifying truth. This was not a quaint town. It was a trap. And Mark, my perfect Mark, was the bait. He was not just a victim. He was part of it. He was one of them. No, I whispered, shaking my head, backing away from his touch. No, you are lying. This is not you. His expression hardened. This is exactly me. The man you met in the city was an act. A necessary one. How else do you think we lure the chosen? I scrambled backward, knocking over a chair. My eyes darted around the room, desperate for an escape. The window was too high. The door he lunged, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron. Do not fight it, he said, his voice a low growl. It will be easier if you do not fight. But I did fight. I kicked. I screamed. I clawed at him. The man I thought I loved was gone, replaced by this cold, monstrous stranger. I managed to wrench my arm free, and in a surge of adrenaline, I bolted for the door. I threw it open and sprinted down the creaking staircase, my screams echoing in the silent inn. I could hear Mark's heavy footsteps behind me, gaining. I burst out onto the main street, the cold night air hitting my face. The town was eerily lit by scattered oil lamps casting long, dancing shadows. And then I saw them, the townspeople. They were standing in front of their houses, in the middle of the street, their pale eyes fixed on me. They were not moving, just watching a silent, menacing wall of figures. I did not know which way to go. Every path seemed blocked. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I could hear Mark calling my name, his voice distorted, no longer human. I ducked down an alleyway between two ancient buildings, hoping to find a hidden path, a way out. But the alley was a dead end, a wall of crumbling stone. I turned, trapped. Mark emerged from the shadows, his face no longer handsome, but contorted into a mask of ancient malice. His eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, a truly unnatural, pale blue. He was no longer just Mark. He was something else, something old and hungry. Behind him, the townspeople slowly emerged from the main street, forming a semicircle around the alley entrance. Their faces were impassive, their eyes gleaming. They moved with a disturbing, synchronized slowness, like puppets on invisible strings. I backed against a stone wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. There was no escape. Mark advanced, his gaze fixed on me. "It is time," he said, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The cycle must continue. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever horror awaited me. I could feel the cold, damp stone against my back, the heavy, oppressive silence of Oakhaven pressing in. I thought of my life, my normal, grounded life, so far away, so utterly unreachable. This was not a bad dream. This was my end. But then, a flicker, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the ground, and a sound, faint at first, then growing louder, a low rumble like distant thunder. The townspeople paused, their heads tilting, their pale eyes scanning the skies. Mark froze, his gaze darting upwards. The rumble grew into a roar, a sound that was utterly alien to the ancient silence of Oakhaven. It was the sound of an engine, a big engine. And then, a blinding flash of light pierced the darkness, cutting through the shadows. It was coming from above, from beyond the valley. The townspeople recoiled, their faces contorting in fear, their strange, ancient composure shattering. Mark let out a guttural cry, shielding his eyes. Suddenly, the roar was deafening, and a powerful downdraft blasted through the alley, whipping my hair around my face. I looked up, Squinting against a blinding light, a helicopter, a military helicopter, low and fast, was hovering directly over Oakhaven, its searchlights sweeping across the town. And then another one and another, their powerful engines shaking the very ground. A voice, amplified and distorted, boomed from one of the helicopters. This is a restricted area. Identify yourselves. You are in violation of federal airspace. The townspeople scattered, their movements no longer slow and deliberate, but panicked and frantic. They melted back into the shadows of their ancient houses, disappearing as if they were never there. Mark, too, vanished, a fleeting shadow swallowed by the overwhelming light and noise. I stumbled forward, my legs weak, my mind reeling. The helicopters were landing now, their rotors kicking up dust and debris. Men in dark uniforms, carrying weapons, were spilling out, their faces grim and determined. One of them spotted me, a lone figure standing bewildered in the alley. "Over here," he shouted. I collapsed to my knees, tears streaming down my face. Tears of terror, of relief, of pure, unadulterated shock. They were here. Someone had found me. I do not remember much after that. I was scooped up, questioned, examined. They told me I was found in a classified exclusion zone, an area that was under strict surveillance due to unexplained energy signatures. They asked me about the town, about the people, about Mark. I told them everything, my voice raw and broken, my story sounding insane even to my own ears. They did not dismiss me. They listened, their faces grave. They said they had been monitoring the area for decades, detecting strange anomalies, but had never been able to pinpoint the source until now. My sudden appearance, they implied, was a breakthrough. They could not find Oakhaven on any map, either. Not their advanced satellite maps, not their historical archives. It was like the town only appeared when it wanted to be seen, or when it chose to manifest for its purpose. When they went back with ground teams, the valley was empty, just dense forest, no sign of any buildings, no trace of human habitation. Nothing. I was debriefed for weeks, then months. They tried to make sense of my account, to find scientific explanations for the impossible. I never saw Mark again. I never saw Oakhaven again. I am back in my city apartment now, trying to piece my life back together. But the grounded, practical person I once was is gone. She died in Oakhaven, in that terrifying alley, facing a monster who wore the face of the man she loved. I still check maps, compulsively. My phone's GPS is always on. I avoid secluded roads, quiet places, every stranger I meet. I scrutinize, searching for that telltale pale blue flicker in their eyes, that fixed, predatory smile. I know they are out there. The town may be gone, but the cycle, the harvest, it has to continue. And sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. The low, guttural chanting, rising and falling with the wind. And I know, deep in my bones, that Oakhaven or something like it is still out there waiting. And Mark, or whatever he truly is still looking for his next chosen. And sometimes, I wonder, was I truly rescued, or was I just released? A seed, perhaps, planted in the wider world, to one day grow and lead others back to Forgotten Valley, back to Oakhaven. I can't shake the feeling that I am still connected, still part of their chilling, ancient plan. And that, more than anything else, you know that feeling when a piece of your past, a vital part of your very being, just goes missing. Not like a lost wallet or a forgotten key, but a living, breathing person who was supposed to be there always. That is how it has been for me, Alex, for the last 5 years. 5 years since my younger sister, Emily, vanished without a trace. Emily, she was just the best. Full of life, always laughing, a little mischievous, but with a heart bigger than anyone I knew. She had this bright red hair that she swore was a family curse, but it suited her, made her stand out. And she had this habit, when she was nervous or thinking really hard, of humming a specific, Slightly off-key tune a little snippet from an old cartoon theme song that only she and I knew. She would always call me Big Bro, even when we were both well into our 20s. And she had this particular way of clearing her throat before she was about to deliver a sarcastic punchline. Little things, you know? Things that stick with you, even when the person is not there anymore. The day she disappeared was just a regular Tuesday. She was supposed to meet a friend for coffee, a friend she would only recently made through an online book club. She left the house, waved goodbye, and that was it. Gone. No struggle, no note, no witnesses. The police investigation went nowhere. They searched, they questioned, they put up posters, but it was like she would simply evaporate into thin air. Every lead turned into a dead end. Every phone call from an unknown number made my heart leap, only to crash back down when it was just another telemarketer. The hope, initially a roaring inferno, slowly dwindled to a flickering ember, then to cold ash. Her disappearance tore our family apart. My parents became shells of themselves, and I just existed. The world felt muted, joyless. I stopped trusting people, stopped opening up. How could I, when someone could just vanish from your life like that? Every new person felt like a potential loss, another source of pain. I carried that grief, that gaping wound, everywhere I went. It was a constant ache, a phantom limb that throbbed with every beat of my heart. But life, as they say, goes on. Or at least, it drags you along with it. My friends, bless their persistent hearts, kept pushing me to try new things, to meet new people. They told me Emily would not want me to live like a hermit. Eventually, I caved. I dipped my toes into the murky waters of online dating, mostly out of obligation, partly out of desperate, almost forgotten need for connection. It was a weird experience, swiping through endless faces, trying to find a flicker of genuine humanity in a sea of carefully curated profiles. Most of it was just bland, forgettable. Then I matched with Clara. Her profile picture was striking dark, intelligent eyes, a mischievous smile, a cascade of wavy brown hair. She was a librarian, she wrote, and she seemed to have a dry wit that appealed to my own cynical sense of humor. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed so easily, so naturally, that it actually surprised me. I had not felt that kind of ease with anyone in years. Our first date was at a small coffee shop downtown. She was even more captivating in person. Her eyes, I remember, held a depth that was both alluring and a little mysterious. We talked for hours about books, movies, our shared love for obscure indie bands. I found myself laughing, truly laughing, for the first time in what felt like an eternity. I even found myself hesitantly mentioning Emily, not in detail, just that I had a sister who was no longer with us. Clara listened with genuine empathy, her gaze soft, understanding. She did not press for details, which I appreciated. She just offered a quiet, "I am so sorry." Alex, it felt real. One date led to another, then another. We went to art galleries, tried new restaurants, spent an entire Saturday morning debating the merits of various historical documentaries. With Clara, I started to feel a flicker of something I had not thought possible hope. She was smart, funny kind, and she made me feel seen. She seemed to understand the quiet sadness that still clung to me, but she did not dwell on it. She encouraged me to look forward, to enjoy the present. I started to think, maybe, just maybe this was it. Maybe I could actually rebuild something. Maybe I could find happiness again. It was our 5th or 6th date when she invited me over to her place for dinner. "I will cook for you," she would said, "a proper home-cooked meal, none of that restaurant fuss." I was excited. It felt like a big step, a sign that things were serious. Her house was an older place, a charming 2-story Victorian nestled on a tree-lined street. It was not huge or ostentatious, but it had character. Inside it was cozy, a little cluttered with books and interesting artifacts, antique maps, quirky ceramic figurines, a collection of old typewriters. The air, though, had a peculiar scent. Not unpleasant, but earthy, like damp soil mixed with something metallic, something vaguely clinical. I chalked it up to an old house, maybe a bit of a musty smell from the basement. I did not think much of it at the time. Dinner was fantastic. Clara was an amazing cook. We sat at her kitchen table, a bottle of red wine open between us, and talked for hours. We laughed about our first awkward attempts at online dating, shared childhood stories, and even tentatively discussed future plans, a weekend trip we might take, a concert coming up. For the first time in so long, I felt completely at ease, completely happy. The phantom ache in my chest had almost faded into the background. At one point, Clara paused, a thoughtful look on her face. "Oh, you know it would go perfectly with this cheesecake," she said, her eyes lighting up. "My aunt made this incredible artisanal raspberry jam last summer. It is in the basement. I think I put it down there with the other preserves." She stood up, walked over to a door tucked away in a corner of the kitchen, a heavy, old-fashioned wooden door that looked like it led to a pantry. She pulled out a small, ornate brass key from a hook on the wall next to it. The sound of the key turning in the lock was surprisingly loud, a heavy clunk that echoed in the quiet house. Then, the creak of the old door as she pulled it open. A gust of cool, damp air wafted out, and with it, that peculiar earthy metallic scent, stronger now. "I won't be a minute," she said, giving me a quick, warm smile before descending the narrow, unlit stairs. I stayed in the kitchen, swirling the last of my wine in the glass, a contented smile on my face. I could hear her footsteps on the wooden steps, then the soft thud as she reached the bottom. I heard a slight rustle, as if she was moving things around. Then I heard it. It was faint at first, just a little sound, a sort of half giggle, half whimper. My brain, trying to rationalize, immediately thought, "Pipes? Oh, how settling." But then it came again, clearer this time. A distinct phrase, muffled but unmistakable. "Alex, you always steal my cookies." My blood ran cold. The wine glass almost slipped from my fingers. My heart, which had been so light just moments before, began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. No, it could not be. It was impossible. That was Emily. That was her voice. The exact inflection. The slight lilt at the end of the sentence. And that phrase, "Alex, you always steal my cookies." It was an inside joke from when we were kids. She would say it every time I snagged a cookie from the jar before she got to it, even though she always had plenty. It was a silly, specific memory, one I had not thought about in years, but it was burned into my mind. I stared at the open basement door, a dark rectangular void at the edge of the kitchen. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not move. My rational mind was screaming, "No, it is just your imagination. You are projecting. You miss her so much." But my gut, a primal, cold knot in my stomach, was screaming something else entirely. "Clara," I called out, my voice coming out as a strained whisper. "Everything okay down there?" Her voice floated up from the darkness, cheerful, maybe a little too quick. "Yep, just grabbing it." "Found it." A moment later, her footsteps ascended the stairs. She reappeared in the doorway, a small, elegant jar of raspberry jam in her hand, her smile bright and easy. She closed the basement door behind her, and with another heavy clunk, locked again, placing the key back on its hook. I must have looked like I would seen a ghost, because her smile faltered slightly. "What is it?" "Alex, you look like you've seen a ghost." She chuckled, but the sound felt hollow to me. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely steady. My hands were trembling, and I gripped the edge of the table. She tilted her head, a picture of innocent confusion. "Hear what?" "The pipes. Old houses, they make all sorts of noises. Or maybe the wind." She gestured vaguely towards the window. It picked up a bit. "No, Clara," I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I heard a voice, my sister's voice. Her brow furrowed, a hint of concern in her eyes, but it felt manufactured. Alex, your sister, she's been gone for years. Has not she? I remember you mentioned it. Maybe you're just tired, or the wine you've had a long week. Have not you? She reached across the table, her hand resting gently on mine. Her touch, which had felt so comforting moments ago, now felt cold, almost predatory. It is natural to miss her, to hear things. Grief does strange things to the mind. She tried to change the subject, to distract me. She started talking about the jam, about her aunt's farm, about a new documentary she would watched. She even put on some soft jazz music, the kind she knew I liked. But I could not focus. All I could think about was that voice, that specific phrase, that unmistakable sound. It was not grief. It was real. My eyes kept darting to the basement door. It was locked, solid, innocent. But behind it I excused myself, claiming I needed to use the bathroom, instead of going upstairs. I walked down the short hallway that led past the kitchen, my heart hammering against my ribs. I paused just out of Clara's line of sight, listening. The soft jazz music drifted from the kitchen. I strained my ears, trying to hear anything over the music, over the frantic pulse in my own head. And then, I heard it again. Fainter this time, but undeniably there. A choked sob, a whispered plea. Let me go, please. I am cold this time. There was no mistaking it. It was Emily. Not just her voice, but the tremor in it, the specific way she would sound when she was truly distressed. My mind reeled. Emily alive, after all these years, and in Clara's basement. The thought was so outlandish, so horrific, that it almost made me laugh hysterically. But the terror was too real. I rushed back to the kitchen. Clara was humming along to the music, calmly pouring herself another glass of wine. She looked up, her expression pleasant, but her eyes held a new, unsettling glint. Everything all right? Alex, she asked, her voice smooth as silk. Who is down there? Clara, I demanded, my voice raw, a desperate tremor running through it. I pointed a trembling finger at the basement door. What have you done? Her smile vanished. Her eyes, those dark, intelligent eyes, narrowed into slits. The charming facade she would maintain for weeks, months shattered, revealing something hard, cold, and utterly devoid of warmth. Her lips thinned into a cruel line. Alex, she said, her voice dropped into a low, dangerous growl. You are imagining things. You are upset. You are unhinged. You need help. She took a step towards me, her posture suddenly rigid, menacing. Perhaps it is time for you to go home. But I could not. Not now. Not when Emily was just on the other side of that door. No. I shouted, the word torn from my throat. I heard her. Emily. She is down there, is not she? Let her go. Clara, what are you doing? She moved with surprising speed, stepping in front of the basement door, her arms crossed, her body a barrier. You will leave now. Alex, she hissed, her voice laced with venom. Or I will call the police. You call them. I retorted, my fear giving way to a surge of adrenaline-fueled rage. Tell them what? That I heard my missing sister's voice in your basement. They will be very interested in that. Clara, her eyes blazed. You do not know what you are talking about. I scanned the kitchen frantically. The key. It was still on the hook. My gaze darted to it, then back to Clara. She saw where I was looking. Do not even think about it, she warned, taking another step toward me, her hand reaching for something on the counter, a heavy, ornate ceramic vase. I did not think. I lunged. I pushed past her, my shoulder slamming into her, sending her stumbling. She cried out. The vase clattered to the floor, but I did not stop. My fingers snatched the key from the hook, fumbling with it in my shaking hand. I jammed it into the lock, turning it with a frantic click. Clara was on me instantly, grabbing my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Her nails dug into my skin. "You fool," she screamed, her voice a guttural snarl I barely recognized. "You will ruin everything." I twisted, pulling my arm free, the pain a dull ache compared to the terror that coursed through me. I yanked the basement door open. A wave of frigid, stagnant air hit me, carrying with it that cloying, metallic, earthy smell, now overwhelming. It was a smell of decay, of damp earth, of something else, something sickeningly sweet and coppery. The basement was a black pit. Claire was right behind me, grappling for the door. "Do not you dare," she shrieked. I ignored her, fumbling along the wall for a light switch. My hand found it, a cold metal toggle. I flipped it. The single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered, then sputtered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow over the scene below. And what I saw will haunt me until my dying breath. It was not just a basement. It was a dungeon. The space was large, much larger than I would imagined, extending far back on the house. The walls were rough, unfinished concrete, stained with what looked like years of grime and something else, something reddish-brown. There were shelves piled high with jars, not of jam, but preserved organs of strange, unidentifiable specimens floating in murky liquid. Tools lay neatly arranged on a workbench, scalpels, clamps, saws, all glinting wickedly under the dim light. And then I saw them. Against the far wall, there were cages. Not animal cages, but human-sized, crude constructions of rebar and wire mesh. Inside them, curled on straw-covered floors, were figures. Emaciated, pale, their eyes wide with terror and despair. Some were whimpering. Others just stared blankly, their spirits long since broken. And in the very first cage, closest to the stairs, huddled in a corner, was Emily. She was a ghost. Her vibrant red hair was dull, matted, streaked with gray. Her skin was translucent, stretched taut over sharp bones. Her clothes, what little remained of them, were tattered rags. Her eyes, once so full of life, were sunken, vacant, staring into the middle distance. She looked like she had not seen the sun in years. But it was her. I knew it was her. The faint scar above her left eyebrow from a childhood bike accident. The slightly crooked pinky finger, it was Emily. And as I stood there, frozen in horror, she slowly turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the scene, then finally landing on me. A flicker of something recognition passed through her vacant eyes. And then a sound, a low, guttural moan, a broken, barely human noise that tore through my heart. "Big bro," she whispered, her voice a raspy, cracked imitation of the one I remembered, but still undeniably hers. "You came back for me." The horror of it all crashed down on me. Clara had not just taken Emily. She had kept her for years. She had been torturing her, starving her, breaking her. And Emily had been used to lure me here. Clara was a monster. I felt a sharp pain in my back as Clara shoved me, hard. I stumbled down the first few steps, almost falling. She was right behind me, her face contorted into a mask of pure fury, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying madness. She lunged, her hands reaching for my throat. "You were not supposed to see," she shrieked, her voice echoing in the dreadful space. "You were supposed to be the new centerpiece. You were supposed to be perfect." I reeled back, narrowly avoiding her grasp. The smell, the sights. Emily's broken face had all fueled a raw, animalistic terror. I was not just fighting for my life, I was fighting for Emily, for all of them. I scrambled back up the steps, Clara hot on my heels. She was surprisingly strong, fueled by a deranged intensity. I could feel her breath on my neck, her hands clawing at my shirt. I burst out of the basement door, Clara right behind me, pushing me into the kitchen. "You are not leaving," she snarled, her eyes fixed on me with murderous intent. She grabbed a heavy cast iron pan from the stove, her grip tight. I dodged her swing, the pan whistling past my ear. My adrenaline was surging, my mind racing. I had to get out, had to get help. I glanced at the front door, a heavy oak barrier. Help! I screamed, a desperate, guttural sound. Someone help me. She has people in her basement. Clara let out a frustrated growl, swinging the pan again. This time, it clipped my shoulder, sending a searing pain through me. I stumbled, but kept moving. I threw a chair at her, buy myself a precious second. She roared in anger, the chair clattering against the wall. I reached the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the knob. Clara was closing in, the pan raised high. In a desperate surge of strength, I kicked the door open, splintering the frame. I burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the street, my heart pounding, the screams of the captives. Emily's broken voice, Clara's snarling face, all flashing through my mind. I did not stop until I saw the faint glow of a streetlight down the block and a car passing by. I waved my arms wildly, screaming for help. The car slowed, the driver looking at me with alarm. I pulled out my phone, I lunged for the basement key, my hand closing around the cold metal just as Clara's shriek ripped through the air. It was not human. It was something primal, a sound that scraped against the inside of my skull and vibrated through my bones. Her charming librarian facade had completely disintegrated, replaced by a snarling, monstrous visage, her eyes burning with a predatory hunger that made my stomach churn with icy dread. She was faster than I expected, a blur of motion. Her hand, surprisingly strong, clamped around my wrist, digging in with sharp, almost claw-like nails. The key, still warm from my touch, slipped from my grasp, clattering to the hardwood floor. But I had already twisted the knob, and the heavy oak door creaked open, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the hallway. The smell hit me first, a sickening cocktail of damp earth, stagnant air, and something metallic and sickly sweet, like old blood. It was the same scent I would noticed upstairs, but amplified, suffocating. My eyes, still adjusting to gloom, struggled to make sense of the horror within. Then I heard it, a whimper, a soft, almost silent plea that could only belong to one person. Emily. My voice was a choked whisper, barely audible over the frantic beating of my own heart. Clara, still grappling with me, let out a guttural growl. "Do not you dare," she hissed, her breath hot and foul against my ear. "She is mine. They all are." I twisted, throwing my weight into her. Adrenaline surged through me, replacing the paralyzing fear with a desperate, animalistic need to get to my sister. Clara stumbled back, her grip loosening just enough for me to tear free. I did not hesitate. I plunged into the darkness, my eyes scanning frantically. The basement was not just a basement. It was a dungeon, a nightmare made real. The air was heavy, cold, and thick with the stench of despair. Shadows danced in the dim light filtering from the open doorway, distorting the terrible shapes within. My gaze fell upon a row of cages, crude constructions of rusted wire and splintered wood, lining the damp stone walls. And in the first one, closest to me, hunched in a pathetic ball, was Emily, a ghost of her former self. Her vibrant red hair, once a fiery halo, was dull and matted, plastered a skull that seemed too large for her emaciated frame. Her clothes, once bright and cheerful, were torn, filthy rags. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over sharp bones. But it was her eyes that truly broke me. They were wide, vacant, staring into nothingness, reflecting a terror so profound it stole the breath from my lungs. Emily. I scrambled toward the cage, my hands reaching through the bars, desperate to touch her, to confirm she was real, that she was alive. Oh God! Emily, it is Alex. I am here. Her head slowly, painfully turned. Her eyes, clouded with pain and confusion, eventually found mine. A flicker of recognition, faint as a dying ember, sparked within them. A tear, a single, solitary tear, traced a path through the grime on her cheek. Alex. Her voice was a fragile whisper, barely a breath. See, cold my heart shattered into a million pieces. 5 years. 5 years of searching, of hoping, of grieving. And all this time, she had been here, suffering, just a few miles from our shattered home. The rage that boiled within me was a volcanic eruption, scalding hot and all-consuming. Behind me, Clara moved. I heard the soft click of a lock, then a heavy thud. I spun around, my blood running cold. She had kicked the basement door shut. The sliver of light vanished, plunging us into near total darkness. Only the faintest glow from some unseen source, perhaps a small, high window, offered any visibility, casting long, grotesque shadows. You really should not have done that. Alex. Clara's voice was calm now, chillingly so. The snarl was gone, replaced by an eerie, almost maternal tone. You have upset the girls. And you have made yourself quite the nuisance. I could barely see her, but I could feel her presence, a suffocating weight in the darkness. My eyes darted around, trying to find a weapon, anything. The cages, the other cages. As my eyes adjusted, I saw them. More figures, hunched, skeletal, barely human. Men, women, all reduced to the same pathetic state. Some were whimpering, others completely silent, lost in their own private hells. This was not just about Emily. This was a monster's lair, a place where hope came to die. Let them go. Clara, I snarled, my voice raw with fury and fear. Let them all go. A soft, mocking laugh echoed through the cavernous space. Oh, Alex, you are so naive. They can't go. They are part of my collection. My beautiful, beautiful collection. I heard a metallic scrape, then a faint click. She was moving, getting closer. And you, my dear Alex, her voice was right behind me now, sending shivers down my spine. You are going to be the new centerpiece. I spun, throwing a wild punch into the darkness. My fist connected with something soft, then hard, and I heard a sharp gasp. Clara grunted, but she did not fall. She was stronger than she looked, fueled by a terrifying, unnatural power. Her hands grabbed my arms, her fingers like iron bands, squeezing with incredible force. You are feisty, she purred, her breath tickling my ear. I like that. Makes the process more invigorating. I struggled, kicking and twisting, but her grip was unbreakable. She was pulling me away from Emily's cage, dragging me deeper into the dungeon. The putrid smell intensified, and I could hear the faint, desperate sound of the other captives, a chorus of misery that fueled my terror. Emily, I screamed a desperate plea. Hold on. I am coming back for you. Do not worry. Alex, Clara whispered, her voice laced with chilling amusement. You will be right next to her. For eternity. She slammed me against a cold, damp wall, knocking the wind out of me. My head hit the stone with a sickening thud, and for a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes. My vision blurred and I slumped. Clara's grip, the only thing keeping me upright. This was it. This was how it ended. Kidnapped, caged, left to rot in a monster's basement, just like my sister. My resolve, for a fleeting second, faltered. But then I heard Emily's faint cough, a fragile sound from the darkness. No, I would not give up. Not now. Not when I had found her. I forced my eyes open, trying to focus. Clara was fumbling with something at her belt. A key ring. I realized, remembering the sound of her going for the jam. She had a whole set of keys. For the cages. For the house. As she momentarily shifted her weight. I saw a faint glow emanating from her pocket. Her phone, it was glowing. A desperate idea sparked in my mind. If I could get her phone, maybe I could call for help, or at least distract her. With a surge of adrenaline, I headbutt her. It was clumsy but effective. Her grip loosened, and she cried out, stumbling back a step. I seized the opportunity, twisting free and scrambling away, my hands flailing in the darkness. My fingers brushed against something hard and smooth on the floor. The key, the basement key. I snatched it up, my fingers closing around its cold metal. Claire recovered quickly, a growl rumbling in her chest. "Naughty boy," she snarled. "You will pay for that." She lunged, but I was already moving, blindly fumbling for the basement door, key in hand. I could hear her heavy footsteps done behind me, closing in. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. "Emily!" I yelled again, hoping to give her strength, or perhaps just to remind myself why I was fighting. I reached the door, my fingers scraping against the rough wood. The keyhole. Where was the keyhole? My hands trembled, making it impossible to insert the key. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. Claire was upon me, a shadow of pure malevolence. Her arm snaked around my neck, pulling me back, cutting off my air. I struggled, clawing at her arm, gasping for breath. The key slipped from my grasp again, clattering to the stone floor. As I fought, my hand hit something else in her pocket. Her phone. It was still glowing. My fingers closed around it, and with a desperate tug, I ripped it free. Clara shrieked, a sound of pure fury. "My phone. Give it back, you insolent pest." The distraction worked. Her grip on my neck loosened for a fraction of a second. I broke free, stumbling away, gasping for air, the phone clutched in my hand. The faint light from the screen illuminated her face for a moment, twisted in a mask of rage, eyes burning with an unholy fire. She was truly terrifying. I backed away, putting some distance between us. My eyes, now accustomed to the gloom, made out the faint outlines of the dungeon. Cages, dark and silent, stretched along the walls. And in the corner, a small, grimy window, high up, barely a foot square, but offered a sliver of moonlight, a beacon of hope. I looked down at the phone in my hand. It was an older model, but still functional. The screen was the wallpaper, and what I saw there froze the blood in my veins. It was not a scenic landscape. It was not a pet. It was not even a picture of Clara herself. It was a picture of me. Me, sleeping. My head was turned to the side, my mouth slightly agape, a pillow crumpled beneath my cheek. The blankets were pulled up to my chin. It was unmistakably a photo taken last night, in the guest bedroom where Clara had so graciously offered me a place to stay. The lighting, the angle, the rumpled sheets, it was all perfectly clear. A cold, sickening wave washed over me, far worse than any physical blow. This was not just a monster I was fighting. This was a meticulous, calculating predator. She had not just lured me here, she had been watching me, observing me, violating my privacy even before I knew the true danger. The charming librarian act, the genuine empathy, the easy laughter had all been a carefully constructed lie to lull me into a false sense of security. She had taken this picture while I was vulnerable, asleep, dreaming of a future that would never come. The realization was a punch to the gut, leaving me breathless. My date's phone wallpaper was me sleeping last night. The sheer audacity, the cold-bloodedness of it, was almost incomprehensible. She had literally been documenting her prey. "Give me my phone." "Alex." Clara's voice was a low growl, echoing in a confined space. She was advancing, slowly, deliberately, a hunter stalking its wounded quarry. "You have seen enough. You took this." My voice was a choked whisper, laced with disgust. "You sick freak." "Of course. I did," she replied, her tone almost bored, as if discussing the weather. You were so peaceful, so trusting. It was beautiful, a perfect addition to my collection of memories. She paused and a slow, unsettling smile spread across her face, visible even in the dim light. I have others, of course, of Emily when she first arrived, of the others, all so beautiful in their innocence before the transformation. The casualness of her admission was more terrifying than any threat. She was utterly devoid of empathy, a true psychopath. I looked at the phone again, then at the dungeon, then at the small, high window. The phone. It had to be my way out, or at least a way to fight back. Clara lunged again, a sudden burst of speed. I reacted instinctively, throwing the phone at her. It hit her squarely in the face with a dull thud. She yelped, stumbling back, clutching her nose. "You will pay for that," she screamed, her voice distorted by pain and rage. The momentary distraction was all I needed. I scrambled towards Emily's cage, my fingers flying over the rusted lock. It was a simple padlock, old and corroded. If I could just find a way to break it. "Emily, listen to me," I whispered, pressing my face against the bars. "I am going to get you out. Do you hear me?" Her eyes, though still clouded, seemed to focus on me with a little more clarity. She gave a weak nod. Clara was recovering, wiping a streak of blood from her nose. "You think you can escape," she scoffed, her voice regaining its chilling composure. "This house is my fortress, my sanctuary. No one ever leaves." I looked around, frantically. There was nothing. No tools, no weapons. Just cages and despair. My eyes landed on a heavy, loose stone in the wall near Emily's cage. It looked like it had been part of a crumbling foundation. "Alex, look out." Emily's voice, a little stronger now, a desperate gasp, cut through the air. I turned just as Clara lunged, a heavy, rusted pipe now clutched in her hand. Where had she gotten that? She swung it with surprising force, aiming for my head. I ducked, the pipe whistling inches above me, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crack. Dust and small fragments of rock rained down. I scrambled back, my heart pounding. She was trying to kill me. She was going to kill us all. My hand closed around the loose stone. It was heavy, rough, and jagged. Not ideal, but it was something. "You are not taking her." I growled, my voice raw with a newfound ferocity. "Not her, not anyone else." Clara laughed, a chilling, mirthless sound. "Oh, Alex, you are so brave, so foolish. It is almost endearing." She raised the pipe again, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. "But all good things must come to an end." She swung. I dodged, the pipe grazing my shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through me. I did not hesitate. I swung the stone, putting all my fear and rage into it, aiming for her head. It connected with a sickening thud. Clara gasped, a choked sound, and stumbled back, dropping the pipe. She swayed for a moment, her eyes wide with shock, before collapsing to the damp stone floor with a groan. She lay still, a dark stain slowly spreading on the side of her head. I stood there, gasping, the heavy stone still clutched in my hand, my knuckles white. My entire body trembled, my muscles screaming in protest. I had done it. I had actually hit her. But was she out? Was she dead? I did not know, and I did not dare check. The priority was Emily. I dropped the stone and rushed back to Emily's cage. The padlock. I needed something to break it. My eyes darted around, searching. The pipe. The rusted pipe Clara had been using. I grabbed the pipe, its cold metal heavy in my hands. It was old but sturdy. I inserted the end of it into the loop of the padlock and twisted, grunting with effort. The metal groaned, protesting. I twisted again, harder, my muscles straining. With a final desperate heave, there was a sharp metallic snap. The padlock broke, its rusted shackles springing open. Emily. I yanked the cage door open. It creaked loudly, a sound of liberation. Come on, sweetie. Let us go. Emily, slow and stiff, tried to move. Her limbs were weak, her movements jerky. I reached in, gently pulling her out, supporting her frail body. She felt impossibly light, like a bundle of bones. Her skin was ice cold. See, cold. She whispered again, shivering uncontrollably. I wrapped my arm around her, tried to impart some warmth, some strength. We are going to get you somewhere warm. Emily, we are going home. But we were not out yet. Clara still lay motionless, but I could not risk her waking up. And the other captives, my gaze swept across the other cages. Emaciated figures, some stirring now, their eyes, dulled by starvation and terror, watching us with a flicker of desperate hope. Could I just leave them? My conscience screamed no. But how could I free them all? There were at least a dozen cages. And I had no idea how many more Clara might have hidden away in other parts of the house. Alex, Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. The light. She pointed a trembling finger toward the high, small window. The sliver of moonlight. It was our only hope. I looked at the window, then at Emily. She was too weak to climb. I was strong, but getting her up there, then myself would be difficult. And what if Clara woke up? I had to act fast. I could not free everyone. Not now. But I could try to call for help. Clara's phone. Where was it? My eyes scanned the floor. There was, near Clara's outstretched hand, still faintly glowing. I darted over, snatching it up. The screen still showed my sleeping face, a chilling reminder of the horror. I quickly navigated the dialer, my fingers fumbling. 911. My hands were shaking so badly it took me several tries to hit the numbers correctly. The phone rang. Once. Twice. Then a voice, calm and professional, answered. 911. What is your emergency? My name is Alex. I blurted out, my voice hoarse, desperate. I am at Clara Jensen's house. Her Victorian home on Elm Street. She is a kidnapper. A monster. She has people caged in her basement. My sister, Emily, she is here. She is alive. Oh God, please send help. She is hurt. The dispatcher's voice was calm, trying to get details. Sir, please slow down. Can you confirm the address? Are you in immediate danger? Yes. Yes. I am in immediate danger. She is here. She is unconscious right now. But she will wake up. Please, hurry. I tried to give a more precise address, but my mind was racing. Suddenly, a low groan emanated from Clara. My blood ran cold. She was stirring. I have to go. I yelled into the phone. Just send help. Elm Street. Her basement. People in cages. I disconnected the call, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Emily, we have to go now, I said, pulling her closer. She was barely able to stand. I knew I could not carry her and climb. I had to get her out through the main door, or find another way. But the door was locked, and the key was God knows where. My eyes fell on the pipe again. Maybe I could break the door. Or maybe Clara groaned again, louder this time. Her hand twitched. Her eyes fluttered open. Alex, you little rat, she mumbled. Her voice slurred. Panic seized me. She was waking up. I had seconds. I looked at Emily, then at the other cages. Their silent, pleading eyes. I could not leave them, but I could not save them all right now. I am so sorry. I whispered to the other captives, a promise forming in my mind. I will be back. I promise. I grabbed Emily, slinging her arm over my shoulder, trying to support her weight. She was a dead weight, barely able to move her legs. I started dragging her towards the basement door, hoping to find another way out, Something, anything. Clara was pushing herself up, slowly, painfully. Her eyes, now fully open, fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. The rage was back, burning even brighter than before. "You are not leaving," she snarled, her voice gaining strength. "You are mine." I reached the basement door. It was solid oak, thick and heavy. I kicked it, then slammed my shoulder into it, but it did not budge. It was locked from the outside. My gaze frantically searched the walls. There had to be a way. A window, a hidden passage, anything. Then I saw it. A small wooden door, almost camouflaged against the stone, tucked away in a corner I had not noticed before. It looked like a storage cupboard, but it was too big for that, and it had a small, rusted latch. Hope, fragile but persistent, flickered within me. "Emily, just a little further." I urged, pulling her towards it. Claire was on her feet now, swaying slightly, but moving. She picked up the pipe again, her eyes fixed on us. "You think you can escape my home, my sanctuary? Never." I reached the small door, fumbling with the latch. It was stiff, rusted shut. I pulled, twisted, grunted with effort. It would not open. Clara was closing in, the pipe raised. "This is where your story ends. Alex, a new centerpiece for my collection. And Emily, well, she has already found her place." My heart pounded. I was out of options. The police were coming. I hoped, but they would not arrive in time. I looked at Emily, her eyes wide with terror, her body trembling. I could not let Clara get her again. With a desperate cry, I slammed my shoulder into the small wooden door, putting every ounce of my remaining strength into it. The old wood groaned, splintered. I hit it again and again, the sound echoing through the dungeon. With a final desperate shove, the door burst open, revealing not another room, but a narrow dirt tunnel. A hidden passage. "Emily, go." I pushed her through the opening. "Go. Crawl. I will be right behind you." She hesitated for a moment, then, with a renewed surge of fear-fueled energy, she dropped to her hands and knees and began to crawl into the darkness of the tunnel. I turned to face Clara, who stood just feet away, her face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The pipe was raised high. "You won't escape. Alex," she shrieked, her voice echoing in confined space. "You are mine." I did not argue. I did not fight. I just bought Emily time. As the pipe came whistling down, I dove into the narrow tunnel, scrambling after my sister, the sound of the pipe slamming into the doorframe just inches from my head. Clara screamed, a furious, frustrated roar that reverberated through the tunnel. I heard her trying to force her way into the narrow opening, but it was too small for her. Her angry shouts and the sounds of her struggling to get through the passage filled the air, driving us forward. "Keep going. Emily," I yelled, pushing her from behind. "Do not stop." The tunnel was dark, damp, and smelled of earth and mildew. It was barely wide enough for me to crawl through, and the ceiling was low, scraping against my back. I could feel Emily's small, emaciated body ahead of me, her movements slow and painful, but she was moving. We crawled for what felt like an eternity, the sound of Clara's rage fading behind us, replaced by the thumping of my own heart in my ears and Emily's ragged breathing. My hands and knees were scraped raw, my muscles screamed, but I did not care. We were moving. We were escaping. Finally, after what felt like miles, a faint light appeared ahead. Not the moon, but a dull, gray light. An exit. Almost there. I whispered, my voice hoarse. Almost there. We pushed through a tangle of overgrown bushes and emerged into a cold, damp night. We were in a dense forest, far from a house. The air was crisp, clean, and free of the putrid stench of the dungeon. Above us, the stars twinkled, indifferent to the horrors we had just escaped. I pulled Emily out of the bushes, collapsing onto the forest floor beside her. We lay there, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling, our minds reeling. We did it, Em. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. We did it. Emily just lay there, shivering, her eyes wide and vacant. She was safe, but the trauma, it would be a long, painful road to recovery. In the distance, I heard the faint wail of sirens. They were coming. They had believed me. I looked back at the darkness of the forest, imagining Clara's house, a silent, monstrous shadow hidden amongst the trees. She was still in there, and the others, I had to make sure they were rescued. As the sirens grew louder, I pulled Emily closer, wrapping my arms around her fragile body, trying to shield her from the cold, from the memories, from the monster we had left behind. We had escaped. But the image of my sleeping face on Clara's phone, a trophy of her twisted desires, will be forever burned into my mind. A chilling reminder that some monsters do not hide under bed, they invite you to dinner, and they watch you while you sleep. I had always considered myself a pretty grounded person, not prone to dramatics, certainly not the type to believe in ghosts or monsters under the bed. My biggest fear, honestly, was probably ending up alone with nothing but a dozen cats for company, which, in hindsight, feels almost quaint, because what I experienced, what I saw, twisted that fear into something far more primal, something that still claws at the edges of my sanity every single night. It started, as so many modern stories do, with a dating app. I would have been on and off them for years, a depressing cycle of lukewarm coffee dates and polite goodbyes. My friends, bless their optimistic hearts, kept telling me to put myself out there, that my person was just a swipe away. So, one particularly lonely Tuesday evening, armed with a glass of cheap wine and a renewed sense of cynical determination, I swiped right on Mark. He was, by all accounts, perfect. His profile picture showed a handsome man with kind eyes and a charming, slightly crooked smile. He was a software engineer, loved hiking, volunteered at an animal shelter. Basically, every box on the nice guy checklist was ticked. Our initial conversations were easy, flowing naturally from shared interests to funny anecdotes. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. It was a refreshing change from the usual superficial banter. Our first date was great. We met at a cozy little Italian place, and the conversation never lulled. He listened intently, remembered small details I would mention, and had a way of making me feel completely at ease. He was not overly intense or pushy, just genuinely pleasant. Second date, even better. We went to a jazz club, and he surprised me by knowing a lot about the musicians. He even held my hand on the walk back to my car, a simple gesture that sent a surprising little thrill through me. By the third date, I was starting to think, could this be it? Could Mark actually be the one? He was different. He did not have that underlying desperation, or the thinly veiled manipulation that seemed to plague so many other guys. He felt genuine, solid, safe. That is when he invited me to dinner with his friends. It is a small gathering, he would said, his eyes sparkling with a warmth that made my stomach flutter. Just a few close friends. They are a bit eccentric, but you will love them. It is at my family's old estate, a bit out of the way, but worth the drive for the atmosphere. A small part of me, the part that had been burned by online dating before, felt a tiny prick of apprehension. Eccentric could mean anything from plays DD in full costume to cult members who sacrifice goats. But the bigger part, the part that was tired of being alone and genuinely liked Mark, pushed that thought away. This was a good sign, right? Meeting his friends was a step forward, a sign of commitment. I accepted, my heart buzzing with a mixture of nerves and excitement. The day of the dinner. I spent far too long picking out an outfit. I wanted to look elegant but approachable. I settled on a deep emerald green dress, something that felt sophisticated without being too flashy. Mark arrived precisely on time, looking incredibly handsome in a dark suit. He complimented my dress, his smile warm and reassuring, and for a moment, all my anxieties melted away. The drive was longer than I expected. We left the familiar city streets behind, transitioning to winding country roads, and eventually a narrow, tree-lined lane that looked like it had not seen a fresh coat of asphalt in decades. The sun had begun to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and orange, and the shadows in the dense woods flanking the lane grew long and distorted. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Almost there, Mark said, sensing my quiet, "It is pretty secluded. My family likes their privacy." I nodded, tried to appear nonchalant, but a shiver traced its way down my spine. The trees seemed to pressing on us, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the car. There was no self-service out here. I would check my phone a few minutes ago. Just as I started to feel a genuine pang of unease, the trees parted, revealing a sprawling, imposing structure. It was not a house so much as a small castle, or at least an estate built in that grand, old-world style. Dark stone, towering gables, mullioned windows that seemed to stare out like vacant eyes. It looked like something out of a Gothic novel, ancient and weathered, with ivy clinging to its walls like a second skin. A faint, almost imperceptible smell hung in the air, something metallic, mingled with the scent of old wood and dust. Or maybe that was just my imagination, triggered by the setting. Mark pulled up to a heavy, wrought iron gate that swung open silently as we approached, as if by an unseen hand. We drove up a long gravel driveway that crunched loudly under the tires, the sound echoing in the twilight stillness. The house itself was dimly lit, only a few windows casting a soft, yellow glow into the deepening gloom. He parked, and before I could even open my door, he was there, offering a hand. His touch was warm, but I noticed a faint tremor in his fingers. Or maybe it was just my own nerves. "Welcome," he said, his voice a little lower now, a little more formal. "I hope you like it." We walked up a wide, stone staircase to a massive oak door, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to writhe in the dim light. Mark did not knock. He simply turned a heavy brass knob, and the door opened inward with a low groan, revealing a cavernous entry hall. It was even grander inside. High ceilings, dark wood paneling, a sweeping staircase that disappeared into the shadows above. The air here was noticeably cooler, almost damp, despite the apparent opulence. A single, enormous chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, flickering light that made the shadows dance. "Anyone home?" Mark called out, his voice echoing eerily. A figure emerged from the shadows at the base of the staircase. It was a man, dressed in a pristine black suit, almost like a butler, but his face was obscured by the dim light and a certain stiffness in his posture. He did not speak, just inclined his head slightly. "Ah, Jenkins," Mark said, a smile I had not seen before playing on his lips. It was a little too wide, a little too fixed. "This is Sarah." "Sarah." Jenkins takes care of the house. Jenkins did not offer a hand, did not make eye contact. He just stood there, utterly still, and I felt a prickle of unease. He felt less like a person and more like a very lifelike mannequin. "The others are in the dining room," Mark announced, taking my arm, his grip surprisingly firm. "Come on. I am sure they are eager to meet you." He led me down a long, dimly lit corridor, the walls adorned with dark, heavy tapestries that seemed to absorb all sound. My heels clicked loudly on the polished floor, the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. The faint, metallic smell I would notice outside was stronger here, almost coppery, like old blood. I tried to dismiss it as the scent of antique metals or something, but my stomach gave a nervous lurch. We reached a pair of massive, ornate doors. Mark pushed them open, and a wave of warm, slightly cloying air washed over me, carrying the scent of rich food and something else, something I could not quite place sweet, yet somehow sickly. The dining room was magnificent. A long, polished mahogany table dominated the center, laden with an array of silver platters and crystal glasses that gleamed in the flickering candlelight. A grand fireplace crackled merrily at one end of the room, casting dancing shadows. And then I saw them. Around the table, seated in high-backed chairs, were Mark's friends. 6 of them, 3 on each side. And every single one of them was wearing a mask. Identical masks. They were stark white, featureless, devoid of any expression. Smooth, porcelain-like surfaces with only 2 narrow slits for eyes and a small, almost imperceptible opening for a mouth. They were not elaborate, like Venetian carnival masks. They were disturbingly simple, blank canvases that erased all individuality. They were all dressed in formal attire, dark suits for the men, long, dark dresses for the women, but I could not tell their gender for certain beneath the masks and clothes. They sat perfectly still, their hands resting on the table, their heads turned slightly towards a door, towards me. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, a nervous laugh catching in my throat. "Oh," I managed, my voice a little shaky. "Is this a costume party?" Mark chuckled, a light, almost airy sound that did not quite reach his eyes. "Something like that. A little family tradition, you could say. They are just being themselves." He squeezed my arm, urging me forward. "Do not be shy. Everyone, this is Sarah." The masked figures remained utterly silent. They did not move, did not nod, did not offer a greeting. Their blank, white gazes felt like physical pressure, pinning me in place. It was like walking into a room full of mannequins. Only these mannequins were breathing. I could see the faint rise and fall of their chests. "They are a little quiet tonight," Mark said, his voice still too cheerful, too bright. "But they are very excited to meet you." He led me to a chair directly opposite him, leaving me facing the row of masks. I sat down, feeling incredibly exposed. The chair felt cold beneath me, despite the warmth from the fireplace. So, I began, trying to sound normal, try to break the suffocating silence. "It is a tradition for dinner parties." Mark poured me a glass of deep red wine. "Something like that. It is about shedding the mundane, embracing the true self. You will get used to it." He smiled at me, but his eyes kept darting to the masked figures, as if seeking their approval. Dinner began. It was an elaborate affair. Jenkins, or another silent, similarly stiff figure, served us. The dishes were opulent but strange. There was a roasted bird that looked vaguely like a pheasant, but its skin was an unnaturally deep crimson. A viscous, dark broth in a silver tureen. Plates of what looked like raw, thinly sliced meat, glistening under the candlelight, alongside ornate salads with dark, unfamiliar leaves. I picked at my food, trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy. The bird tasted gamey, almost metallic, and the broth had a cloying sweetness that made me feel faintly nauseous. The raw meat, I could not bring myself to touch it. Mark, however, ate with gusto, occasionally glancing up at me with that fixed, unsettling smile. The masked figures ate in perfect, synchronized silence. They lifted their forks to the small mouth slits in their masks, their movements precise and unervingly uniform. There was no clinking of cutlery, no chewing sounds, just the soft rustle of their clothes as they moved. Their eyes, visible through the narrow slits, were dark and unreadable. They never blinked, or at least, I never saw them blink. They simply stared, occasionally shifting their blank gazes from Mark to me and back again. So, I tried again, desperate to fill the void. "Mark told me you are all friends. How long have you known each other?" Silence. Only the crackle of the fire and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of Mark chewing. "They are very old friends." Mark finally said, after what felt like an eternity. He took a sip of his wine, his gaze lingering on one of the masked figures. "We have known each other for a very long time. Since forever, really." His answer was vague, unsettling. I tried to laugh it off. Must be some history there, then. Still, No response from the masked figures. They just stared. It was not hostile, not overtly. It was something deeper, more profound. A predatory stillness. Like a pack of wolves watching a deer, waiting for the right moment. My initial apprehension had curdled into genuine fear. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. This was not eccentric. This was not a tradition. This was wrong. The air in the room felt heavy, thick with unspoken menace. The metallic smell was stronger now, and I realized it was not just old metal. It was blood. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a performance art piece. Maybe they were just really into their role-playing. But the masks, those blank, expressionless faces, felt less like a costume and more like a second skin, an impenetrable barrier. And the way they watched me was not curiosity. It was scrutiny, evaluation. I needed to use the restroom. It was the only excuse I could think of to get away from the table, to get a moment alone. Excuse me. I mumbled, pushing my chair back. I just need to find the facilities. Mark's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. Of course. Jenkins, show Sarah the way. The silent butler materialized in the shadows near the door, a phantom in black. He did not speak, just gestured with a stiff hand down the corridor we had come from. As I walked away from the table, I felt the 6 pairs of masked eyes follow my every step. The silence behind me was absolute, chilling. I could feel their presence, a collective weight pressing on my back. Jenkins led me down the long corridor, past the heavy tapestries, and then down another, narrower hallway I had not noticed before. The air grew colder here, and the silence was even more profound. He stopped at a plain, unassuming door, almost hidden in the dark with paneling. He opened it, revealing a small, surprisingly modern bathroom, then stepped back, resuming his perfectly still posture in the hallway. I hurried inside, my heart pounding. I locked the door with a desperate click and leaned against it, taking deep, shaky breaths. The bathroom was spotless, sterile, a stark contrast to the ancient, unsettling grandeur of the rest of the house. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, to convince myself I was overreacting. But the feeling would not go away. The coppery smell was still in my nostrils. The image of those blank, white masks was burned into my mind. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I tried to text my friend Sarah. Just a quick "I am okay, but this is weird," but the message would not send. My stomach clenched. I was completely cut off. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. I could hear nothing from the dining room, but from somewhere deeper in the house. I thought I heard a faint, rhythmic thumping, a low, resonant hum, like a distant, vibrating machine. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. This was not just a strange dinner party. This was something else, entirely. I had to get out. I unlocked the bathroom door and peered out. Jenkins was still standing there, unmoving, his back to me. He was facing the main corridor, seemingly guarding the path back to the dining room. I looked the other way, down the narrow hallway. It seemed to stretch into deeper darkness. There had to be another exit, another way out of this labyrinthine house. I could not go back to that table, not with those masks staring at me, not with that metallic smell. Taking a deep breath, I made my decision. I would try to find another way out. I crept silently down the dark hallway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The floorboards creaked faintly under my weight, and I winced, expecting Jenkins to turn to call out. But he remained still, a statue in the shadows. The hallway opened into another, larger space of dimly lit library. Shelves filled with ancient, leather-bound books. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through tall, arched windows. My eyes darted around, searching for a door, an exit, anything. I saw a heavy wooden door at the far end of the library. It looked like an exterior door. Hope surged through me. I moved as quickly and quietly as possible, weaving between towering bookshelves. As I approached the door, I heard it. Voices, faint at first, then clearer as I got closer. Not English, a guttural, whispering language, punctuated by strange clicks and hisses. And one of the voices, it was Mark's, but it was not his usual charming tone. It was deeper, rougher, laced with an unnerving undertone that made my blood run cold. He was talking to someone, or something. I pressed myself against the wall, straining to hear. The voices were coming from behind the door. This was not an exit. This was another room. A sliver of light showed beneath the door. I knelt down, my heart in my throat, and peered through the keyhole. What I saw made a scream catch in my throat, a scream I had to swallow down with all my might until my jaw ached. The room was circular, lit by flickering torches and sconces along the walls. In the center, a gray stone altar, and around it, standing in a semicircle, were the masked figures from the dining room. But they were not just standing. They were swaying gently, almost imperceptibly, in unison, a low, resonant hum emanating from them, the same hum I would heard from the bathroom. And Mark, he was standing in front of the altar, facing the masked figures. He was no longer wearing his charming smile. His face was contorted into an expression of intense, almost ecstatic reverence. His eyes in the torchlight seemed to glow with an unnatural fervor. He was speaking, still in that guttural, clicking language. And as he spoke, one of the masked figures stepped forward. It reached up with a pale, slender hand and slowly, deliberately removed its mask. My breath hitched. It was not a human face. What was revealed was a smooth, bone-white skull, but it was not quite right. It was elongated, almost canine, with empty, black eye sockets that seemed to drink in the light. Where a nose should have been, there was only a flat indentation. In its mouth, a series of small, needle-sharp teeth, like a shark's, were set in a jaw that was too wide, too strong. The skin, or what looked like skin, was stretched taut over the bone, like parchment, and it shimmered faintly in the torchlight. It was ancient, alien, horrifying. The creature's head turned slowly, those abyssal eye sockets seeming to scan the room. And then it spoke, its voice a low, dry rasp, like leaves skittering across dry pavement. It was not the guttural language Mark had been speaking. It was English. "She is ripe," the creature hissed, its voice echoing slightly in the chamber. "The offering is ready." My blood ran cold. "She is ripe. The offering is ready." "They were talking about me," Mark responded, his voice filled with an almost desperate eagerness. "Yes, Mother, she is perfect, young, untainted, full of life. The ritual will be strong. Tonight, Mother," this was his family, his eccentric friends. I scrambled backward, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, choking back a sob. The sheer, unfathomable horror of it threatened to overwhelm me. This was not a date. This was not a party. I was livestock. I was prey. I had to get out. Now, I turned and fled back down the hallway, not caring about silence anymore. My feet pounded on the floorboards, each step a desperate prayer. I heard a faint, distant shout from the ritual room. Mark's voice, distorted by anger and a terrible, chilling hunger. I burst back into the main corridor, my eyes darting frantically. Jenkins was still there, but he was no longer a statue. He had turned, his masked face now facing me, his head cocked slightly to the side. He started to move, slowly at first, then with an unnerving, gliding speed. Panic gave me strength. I did not go back towards the dining room. I ran in the opposite direction, deeper into the house, hoping to find a service exit, a back door, anything. I stumbled through a dimly lit drawing room, filled with draped furniture, then into a dusty conservatory, its glass ceiling dark against the night sky. Behind me, I heard the soft, shuffling sounds of pursuit. Not just Jenkins. More of them, the masked figures. They move with disturbing grace, their footsteps almost silent. I burst through a set of French doors at the end of the conservatory, slamming them shut behind me. I was outside in a neglected garden, overgrown with thorny bushes and wild, skeletal trees. The night air hit me, cold and sharp, a welcome shock after the cloying warmth inside. I ran, my dress snagging on branches, my lungs burning. The gravel path gave way to damp earth. I could hear them behind me, the rustle of their clothes, the faint, dry hiss of their breathing. And then, Mark's voice, closer now, no longer charming, but laced with chilling fury. "Sarah, do not be foolish. You can't escape us." I glanced back. Through the gloom, I could see the Mark, his face a mass of rage, and behind him, several of the masked figures, their white faces stark against the darkness, moving with an unnatural speed, their arms outstretched. They were not running like humans. They seemed to glide, almost float, across the uneven ground. My leg caught on a gnarled root, and I tumbled to the ground, scraping my knee painfully. A gasp escaped my lips. I scrambled to my feet, but they were closing in, just as Mark reached for me, his hand outstretched. I saw something glinting in the moonlight, a gardening tool, a heavy, rusted trowel, left half buried in the soil near a stone bench. Without thinking, driven purely by primal terror, I snatched it up. It was heavy, cold, and surprisingly sharp. Mark lunged. I swung the trowel with all my might, a desperate, wild blow. It connected with a sickening thud against his arm. He cried out, not a human cry, but a guttural, enraged shriek that was too loud, too raw, too ancient. He staggered back, clutching his arm, his eyes wide with shock and pain. For a split second, his face seemed to contort, his skin shimmering, his features elongating, just like the creature I would seen through the keyhole. It was a fleeting glimpse, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. He was not human. None of them were. That moment of shock, that flicker of their true forms, was all I needed. I did not wait. I turned and ran again, blindly, through the dense undergrowth, ignoring the pain in my leg, the scratches on my arms. The garden ended abruptly at a high stone wall. No gate, no way over. Despair threatened to engulf me. I was trapped, but then I saw it, a gap in the wall, partially hidden by a thick curtain of ivy. A small, dark opening, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. It looked like a drainage culvert or a small, forgotten passage. I did not hesitate. I threw myself at the opening, tearing at the ivy, squeezing my body through the narrow gap. The stone was cold and rough against my skin, scraping my arms and shoulders. I could hear their footsteps behind me, louder now, and Mark's enraged shouts. I emerged on the other side, gasping for air into a narrow, muddy ditch. Beyond it, a dirt track, and in the distance, a faint, glimmering line of light, the main road. I scrambled out of the ditch, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I ran down the dirt track, not looking back, not daring to. I could still hear their distant cries, their strange, guttural language, growing fainter as I put more distance between us. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, sobbing on the side of the main road. My dress was torn, my body covered in scratches and mud, my hair disheveled. My entire being was shaking uncontrollably. It felt like an eternity before I saw headlights in the distance. A car, a lifeline. I stumbled to my feet, waving I have always been a pretty pragmatic person. Never really believed in ghosts or monsters on the bed, not even as a kid. My fears were always more grounded in financial ruin, public speaking, the existential dread of being alone forever. But then again, I never thought I would be the subject of a story like this one. Funny how life throws you curveballs, is not it? Or maybe more accurately, how it throws you straight into the deep end of a nightmare you did not even know existed. My dating life, up until that point, had been a pretty consistent string of unremarkable experiences. A few duds, some nice but not for me types, and a couple guys who were just plain weird but harmless. I was in my late 20s, working a decent but demanding job, and like a lot of people my age, I would turn to dating apps. Swiping left, swiping right, hoping to find someone who was not a total waste of an evening. I was not looking for a fairy tale, just a normal connection, maybe someone to share a laugh and a pizza with on a Friday night. That is where Arthur came in. His profile picture was a little blurry, a close-up that did not show much, but his bio was witty, intelligent, and a little bit quirky. He listed his profession as researcher, which I found intriguing. Not a typical finance bro, or tech guy. We matched, and our initial messages were great. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He did not send any immediate red flags, no creepy pickup lines, or overly aggressive attempts to meet up right away. He was patient, engaging, and seemed normal. Well, normal enough. Our first date was at a cozy little bistro downtown. He arrived on time, dressed smartly, and even more charming in person. He had kind eyes, a warm smile, and a laugh that was infectious. We talked for hours, covering everything from our favorite books to our travel aspirations. He told me he was a medical researcher, which explained the researcher tag on his profile. He worked with a private lab. He said, on some cutting-edge stuff he could not really elaborate on, but it sounded impressive. I found myself genuinely enjoying his company. He was attentive, made eye contact, and seemed to hang on my every word. It felt easy, comfortable, promising. The second date was even better. We went to an art gallery, and he had surprisingly insightful things to say about the pieces. Even the ones I thought were just abstract splatters. He was not pretentious about it, just genuinely appreciative. We ended up getting coffee afterward, and I remember thinking, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe I actually found a good one. He was a little eccentric, sure, with a slightly darker sense of humor, and a tendency to get very intense when talking about his work, but I chalked that up to him being passionate and intelligent. I found it endearing, actually, a refreshing change from the blandness of previous dates. By the third date, I was feeling pretty good about Arthur. We went to a concert, and he even managed to make me laugh when a particularly terrible cover band came on. He was not overly touchy-feely, which I appreciated. He was a gentleman, opening doors, pulling out chairs, making sure I was comfortable. He seemed almost old-fashioned in his courtesy, which was a nice contrast to the casual, sometimes disrespectful, dating culture I would grown used to. Then came the invitation. I would love to cook for you sometime. If you are free, he said, his eyes twinkling over his coffee cup. I make him mean oh so buco. My heart did a little flutter. Cooking for me. That felt like a significant step. It implied a certain level of comfort, a desire to share his personal space. It was domestic, intimate, and frankly, a little exciting. I readily agreed. He lived a bit outside the city, in an older neighborhood with large, tree-lined streets and houses that looked like they had stories to tell. His house, in particular, stood out. It was a grand, Victorian-era home, a little overgrown with ivy, but with a certain stately charm. As I pulled up his driveway, the setting sun cast long shadows across the porch, making it look a bit mysterious, but not overtly creepy. Just old and large. He greeted me at the door, a wide, welcoming smile on his face. He looked relaxed, wearing a casual button-down shirt and dark jeans. Come in, he said, usher me inside. Make yourself at home. The interior of the house was just as intriguing as the exterior. It was a maze of high ceilings, dark wood, and cluttered shelves. Not cluttered in a messy way, but in a collector's way. There were antique books, strange scientific instruments I did not recognize, framed botanical prints that looked centuries old, and even a few pieces of taxidermy, a stoic-looking owl perched on a high shelf, a surprisingly lifelike fox curled up on a side table. It was eclectic, to say the least. Wow. I said, genuinely impressed. Your house is amazing. It is like a museum. He chuckled. It is a work in progress. I tend to collect things. Keepsakes, curiosities. My little personal cabinet of wonders. He gestured toward the comfortable-looking sofa. Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you a drink? Wine. Something stronger. I opted for a glass of white wine, and he poured it for me with practiced ease. He was a gracious host, attentive and charming. We chatted for a while in the living room, surrounded by his unusual treasures. He talked about his work, vaguely, hinting at the complexities of cellular regeneration and tissue engineering. It all sounded very advanced and a little over my head, but I nodded along, fascinated by his passion. After about half an hour, he announced, "Dinner is almost ready, but I could use an extra pair of hands in the kitchen, if you are up for it. Or you can just relax and let me spoil you. I would love to help." I said, eager to contribute and get a closer look at the heart of the home. I followed him through a long, dimly lit hallway that smelled faintly of old wood and something vaguely medicinal, which I again attributed to his researcher profession. The kitchen was large and surprisingly modern, a stark contrast to the old-world charm of the rest of the house. Stainless steel appliances gleamed under recessed lighting. There was a large island in the center, prepped with various ingredients for the osso buco. The aroma of simmering meat and herbs was already making my stomach rumble. "All right, my culinary assistant," he said with a grin. "Could you grab the fresh rosemary from the fridge? It is on the top shelf, in a small container." "No problem," I replied, feeling completely at ease. I walked over to the large, double-door stainless steel refrigerator. It looked like a high-end model, sleek and imposing. I pulled open the right-hand door, expecting to see a neatly organized array of groceries. Maybe some fresh produce, milk, eggs, the usual. What I saw instead made me freeze. My breath hitched in my throat. The interior of the fridge was not filled with food. Not in the way I understood it. Anyway, it was packed, shelf after shelf, with glass jars, different sizes, some clear, some amber, all filled with yellowish, viscous liquid. And floating within that liquid, suspended in a grotesque, silent tableau were organs. My mind, for a split second, refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It tried to rationalize it. No, it can't be. Those are models. Props for his research. A very elaborate, very disturbing prank. But the sheer, undeniable reality of it hit me like a physical blow. There was a human heart, unmistakably. It was dark, a deep, bruised purple with arteries and veins still attached, perfectly preserved. It looked almost too real, too fresh. It rested in a large, squat jar on the middle shelf, its surface glinting under the fridge light. Next to it, in a slightly taller jar, was what looked like a pair of lungs, mottled in grayish pink, like deflated sponges. They floated eerily, gently swaying with the slight movement of the door. My eyes darted to the other shelves. Kidneys, 2 of them, nestled together in a jar like strange, dark beans. A liver, large and formidable, taking up an entire shelf. And then the smaller, more unsettling jars. Fingers, not just 1 or 2, but a collection of them, curled and pale like ancient roots. An eye, staring out from its cloudy liquid, its iris a faded blue, utterly devoid of life. And worst of all, a brain. A human brain, convoluted and gray, suspended in a jar on the top shelf, almost like a morbid centerpiece. It looked perfect, intact. Each jar had a small, neat label taped to its side, handwritten in elegant cursive. I could not make out all the words from where I stood, but I saw snippet specimen 7B. Donor K. M. Date 101220XX. Donor. The word echoed in my mind, cold and clinical. A wave of nausea washed over me. The smell, I had not noticed it before, but now it was overpowering. A faint, sweet, formaldehyde-like scent mixed with something metallic, something organic. It was subtle, but now that I would seen the source, it was everywhere. I slammed the fridge door shut, the sound echoing loudly in the sudden, horrifying silence of the kitchen. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were shaking so violently I had to clench them into fists. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. Arthur, who had been stirring something on the stove, turned around, a mild, questioning look on his face. "Everything all right? Sarah, did you find the rosemary?" His voice, so calm and normal, was a stark contrast to the chaos erupting inside my head. I stared at him, my mind racing, tried to find an explanation, any explanation, that did not involve me being in a horror movie. He was still smiling, but now the smile seemed to stretch a little too wide, a little too fixed. His eyes, which I had once found kind, now seemed to hold a strange, unreadable depth. "Arthur," I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. "What was that?" He tilted his head slightly, his smile not wavering. "What was what?" "Dear, in the fridge." I blurted out, my voice rising. "Those jars. The organs." He chuckled, a low, easy sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, those. My collection." He walked over to the fridge, his movements unhurried, almost casual. He opened the door again, revealing the horrifying display once more. "Do not tell me you are squeamish. Sarah, I thought you were more adventurous than that." He reached in and, with an almost tender gesture, picked up the jar containing the heart. He held it up, turning it gently in his hands, admiring it as if it were a rare jewel. The heart, suspended in its amber fluid, seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. "Is not magnificent," he murmured, his voice soft, almost reverent. "The human body is truly a marvel of engineering. So intricate, so perfectly designed." He looked at me, his eyes alight with an unsettling fascination. I study them, their resilience, their fragility. I have always been drawn to the inner workings of life. My blood ran cold. This was not a joke. This was not a prank. This was real. And Arthur, the charming, intelligent Arthur, was holding a human heart in a jar, discussing it with the same casualness someone might discuss a rare stamp collection. "But why?" I choked out, my voice trembling. "Why do you have these? In your fridge? Are they real?" He let out a sigh, a sound of mild exasperation. "Of course they are real. Sarah, what would be the point of collecting fakes? As I told you, I am a researcher, a medical researcher. My work often involves procurement. And sometimes, when a specimen is particularly unique, particularly well preserved, I feel compelled to keep it, to study it more closely, to admire it." He paused, looking at the heart again. "They tell a story, you know, every single one of them. A story of life, of existence." He placed the heart back on the shelf, then reached for the jar with the brain. "This one," he said, holding it up, "was a brilliant mind, a philosopher. I believe, died of natural causes, of course, but the clarity of the neural pathways, even in death, it is breathtaking." My mind was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" But my feet felt rooted to the spot. Panic was a cold, constricting band around my chest. My rational brain, the one that had always scoffed at horror stories, was now desperately trying to find an escape route, while another part of me was just frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. He had not said anything overtly threatening, but the underlying implications, the casual disregard for the sanctity of human remains, the glee in his eyes, it was all too much. "Arthur," I forced myself to speak, try and keep my voice steady, to project an air of calm I absolutely did not feel. "I think I need to sit down. I am feeling a little faint. All this talk of anatomy, it is a bit much for me." I tried to offer a weak, apologetic smile, hoping it looked convincing. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher passing through his eyes. Annoyance. Disappointment. Oh dear, I apologize. I sometimes forget that not everyone shares my enthusiasm for the intricacies of the human form. He closed the fridge door, and for a moment, the kitchen seemed a little less horrifying. Perhaps a glass of water. Or should we just get dinner on the table? Water, please, I said quickly. And maybe I think I just need some fresh air. Could I step out onto the porch for a moment? I was trying to sound apologetic, not demanding. I needed to get out of that kitchen, out of that house. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on me, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The charming host persona seemed to slip, just a fraction, revealing something colder underneath. The porch. It is getting a bit chilly out there. Sarah, and dinner is almost ready. Would not you prefer to stay warm? No, really. I think the fresh air would help. I insisted, trying to keep my voice light, even as my heart hammered. Just for a minute. I will be right back. He sighed again, a sound that was less mild exasperation now, and more calculated. Very well, he said, his smile returning, but it felt like a mask. But do not wander off. The garden can be a bit disorienting in the dark. He went to the sink to get me a glass of water. This was my chance. I turned and walked, as calmly as I could, out of the kitchen, back down the long, dim hallway. Every step felt like walking through quicksand. I could feel his eyes on my back, even though I did not dare turn around. The medicinal smell seemed stronger now, clinging to my clothes, to my hair. I reached the living room, past the taxidermy owl whose glass eyes seemed to follow me. I could see the front door just ahead. It was a heavy, dark wood door with an ornate brass handle. My hand reached for it, my fingers fumbling with the latch. It was stiff, old, leaving so soon. His voice, calm and even, came from directly behind me. I gasped, spinning around. He was standing there, in the archway between the living room and the hallway, holding a glass of water. He had not made a sound. He must have followed me. His smile was gone. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were cold, like the glass eyes of his taxidermy collection. Arthur, I exclaimed, trying to feign surprise, though terror was gripping me. You startled me. I thought I would get that fresh air. It is a bit stuffy in here. I told you it is getting cold, he said, his voice flat. He took a step closer. And dinner is ready. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Would not it? Especially after all the effort I put in. I know, and I am so sorry. I stammered, backing away slowly, my hand still fumbling with the door handle behind me. But I really do not feel well. I think I need to go home. I am so sorry. Arthur, I have had a lovely time, but I really have to get going. He took another step, then another. He was moving slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. The glass of water was still in his hand, but it looked like a prop, a meaningless accessory. You know, Sarah, he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling murmur. I had such high hopes for you. You seemed different, more perceptive, more understanding of the beauty in the macabre. My fingers finally found the latch, twisting it. It clicked. I pushed against a heavy door, but it did not budge. My heart sank. It was locked. He must have locked it when I came in. Arthur, please. I pleaded, my voice cracking. Let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone about your collection. I just want to go home. He stopped a few feet from me, his eyes fixed on mine. Tell anyone. Why would you do that? It is not illegal to have a hobby. And besides, he said, his lips curving into a slow, terrifying smile, who would believe you? A few jars of specimens. It sounds like the ramblings of someone who has had too much wine. He raised a glass of water slightly. Perhaps you would feel better if you had this. It is a special blend. very calming. My blood ran cold. Special blend. The thought of what might be in that water, given what I would just seen, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I shook my head violently. No, I do not want it. I just want to leave. I lunged for the door handle again, twisting it frantically, pulling and pushing with all my might. The door remained stubbornly shut. I glanced around the room, desperately searching for another exit, a window, anything. But the windows were tall, old, and likely painted shut or locked. Arthur was still standing there, watching me, his smile widening. You are making this difficult. Sarah, I truly did not want to resort to less pleasant methods. But sometimes, people need a little convincing to appreciate the finer things in life. He started to advance again, slowly, methodically. I could smell the faint medicinal scent on him now. Stronger, more cloying. It was a smell of death, of preservation. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the room. My gaze fell on the taxidermy fox on the side table. Next to it, a heavy, ornate brass letter opener, glinting in the dim light. It was my only chance. As he took another step, I made my move. I spun around, grabbing the letter opener. It was heavier than I expected, cool and solid in my trembling hand. I did not even think, I just reacted. I swung it wildly, not aiming to hurt him, just to create distance, to buy myself a second. He recoiled, surprised, stepping back quickly. The glass of water slipped from his fingers, shattering on the polished floor, sending shards of glass and a clear liquid spreading across the planks. Now. Sarah, he said, his voice losing its calm entirely, a hint of genuine anger creeping in. That was not very polite. He moved faster now, closing the distance between us. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed in the silent house. I swung the letter opener again, connecting with his arm. He grunted, a flash of pain crossing his face, but he did not stop. He grabbed my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, crushing. The letter opener clattered to the floor. You're going to regret that, he hissed, his face contorted into something I barely recognized. The charming Arthur was gone, replaced by a cold, furious stranger. You could have been a willing participant, a valued guest. But now you are just another specimen. He dragged me, pulling me away from the front door, towards the hallway. I kicked and struggled, screaming at the top of my lungs. I clawed at his arm, trying to break free, but his grip was like iron. He was incredibly strong, stronger than he looked. My mind raced, trying to remember anything, any detail, any advice from all those true crime documentaries I would watched. He pulled me down the hallway, past the kitchen, toward the back of the house. I could see a door at the very end, a heavy, metal-plated door, unlike any other in the house. A cold dread settled over me. That was where his research truly happened. That was where the donors came from. As we reached the metal door, I saw a faint light coming from underneath it and heard a low, humming sound. A laboratory, his private dissection room. The thought made me redouble my efforts. I could not go in there. I absolutely could not. With a surge of adrenaline, I brought my knee up, connecting hard with his groin. He gasped a sharp choke sound, and his grip momentarily loosened. It was just enough. I twisted, pulling my arm free, and shoved him with all my might. He stumbled back, momentarily disoriented. I did not waste a second. I turned and ran, not back toward the front door, which I knew was locked, but towards the kitchen. It was my only hope. I remembered seeing a back door there, near the pantry. I burst into the kitchen, my heart hammering like a drum solo. I could hear Arthur behind me, swearing, regaining his balance, and starting to pursue. The back door was there, a simple wooden door, with a deadbolt. I fumbled with it, my fingers numb with terror. The deadbolt was stiff. You won't get far. Sarah, he yelled, his voice echoing in the kitchen. No one ever does. I yanked at the deadbolt with all my strength, and with a screech of old metal, it finally gave way. I threw the door open, not caring about the noise, and stumbled out into the cool night air. The backyard was dark, overgrown, a tangled mess of shrubs and tall grass. I could hear Arthur's footsteps pounding behind me, closer now. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to run. I sprinted across the lawn, my lungs burning, my legs aching. The ground was uneven, and I nearly tripped several times. I could hear him gaining on me. "Stop. You can't escape," he bellowed, his voice filled with a terrifying blend of anger and something else as strange, almost playful menace. I saw a gap in the fence, a broken section partly covered by thick bushes. It was narrow, but I was smaller than him. I squeezed through, tearing my dress and scraping my skin on thorns, but I did not care. I was out. I was in someone else's backyard now, a slightly better maintained one. I could see the faint glow of streetlights in the distance. I ran toward them, scrambling over another low fence, and finally, I was on a paved street. I did not stop. I ran down the street, not looking back, not daring to. My breath was ragged, my body screaming in protest, but the image of that fridge, of those jars, of Arthur's cold, dead eyes propelled me forward. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed, gasping for air in front of a brightly lit house. I pounded on the door, sobbing, screaming for help. A kind, elderly couple answered, their faces a mixture of confusion and concern as they took in my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, my wild eyes. He had organs. I stammered between gasps, incoherent and hysterical. In his fridge. He is a monster. They called the police. I tried to explain everything, tried to make sense of the nightmare I had just lived. The officers were patient, but I could tell they were skeptical. "Organs in jars, madam. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Perhaps he is a medical student or a collector of anatomical models." No, they were real, human, and he tried to keep me. I insisted, my voice raw. They took my statement, took me to the hospital for a checkup, and eventually a patrol car was dispatched to Arthur's house. I waited, shaking, trying to calm down, clutching a blanket the kindly old woman had given me. After what felt like an eternity, the officers returned. Their faces were grim, but also perplexed. "Madam," one of them said, "we searched the premises thoroughly. We found no evidence of any unusual collections. The fridge contained only normal groceries. No jars, no organs. The house was clean, well maintained. Mr. Peterson, Arthur Peterson, was there. He confirmed you were a date, said you got a little overwhelmed by his intellectual conversations and left abruptly. He seemed quite apologetic about the misunderstanding." My blood ran cold again, but this time it was with a different kind of horror. "No, that is impossible." He showed them to me. He held up a heart. "We found no such items, madam," the officer repeated, his voice firm but sympathetic. "Mr. Peterson is a respected medical researcher with no prior record. We even checked his lab affiliation. It is legitimate. It seems there has been some kind of misunderstanding, perhaps fueled by an overactive imagination." An overactive imagination. The words stung, but they also terrified me. Had I imagined it? Was it some elaborate hallucination brought on by stress, by too much wine, by the strangeness of his house? But the smell, the coldness of the jar, the look in his eyes, it had been so real. I tried to argue, to plead, but it was clear they did not believe me. They suggested I go home, get some rest, maybe talk to a therapist. They could not find any evidence, and Arthur Peterson was just a charming, intelligent researcher. They drove me home. I could not sleep that night. Every shadow, every creak of the floorboards sent shivers down my spine. The image of that fridge, filled with its silent, grotesque inhabitants, was burned into my mind. The smell of that faint, metallic, medicinal scent seemed to linger in my nostrils, no matter how many times I scrubbed my skin. I never saw Arthur again. I deleted all my dating apps, canceled my online profiles. I stopped going out much, too wary, too paranoid. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that I would see his unsettling smile in a crowd, his cold, unreadable eyes. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the city sounds are muffled, I still think about it. I think about those jars, those labels, the date written on them. And I wonder, if the police found nothing, if Arthur was so clean, so respectable, where did those organs go? Did he simply hide them? Or was it something more, sinister? What really chills me in my core, though, is not just a memory of the fridge or the chase. It is the memory of his words, his calm, clinical explanation. They tell a story, every single one of them. A story of life, of existence. And then that final, terrifying sentence, uttered when he thought, "He had me, you are just another specimen." I got away. But I still wonder, sometimes, if the story of my life, of my existence, was just a hair's breadth away from being collected, preserved, and admired in one of Arthur Peterson's jars. And the thought, the cold, lingering possibility, is a horror I will never truly escape. I used to think I had a pretty good handle on life. I was practical, grounded. If you told me a year ago I would be sitting here, staring at the blank wall of my apartment, feeling every single memory like a phantom limb, I would have laughed. I would have told you I am too sensible for that kind of dramatic nonsense. But then, Elias came along. And believe me, nothing about Elias was sensible. It all started, as these things often do, with a dating app. Swiping through a sea of questionable selfies and bios that read like bad poetry, his profile stood out. He had this warm, intelligent smile, eyes that seemed to hold a quiet understanding, and a bio that was witty without being try-hard. He was a writer, he said, which, I admit, usually makes me roll my eyes, but with him, it just fit. We matched, we chatted, and his messages were just as captivating as his profile. Thoughtful, engaging, never pushy. After a week of delightful digital banter, he asked me out for coffee. I remember that first date like it was yesterday. Every detail burned into my mind. We met at this cozy little independent coffee shop downtown, the kind with mismatched furniture and the smell of roasted beans clinging to everything. I got there a few minutes early, because that is just how I am, punctual, prepared. He walked in right on time, exactly as charming in person as he was online. Taller than I expected, with dark, slightly wavy hair and those eyes, even more captivating up close. He was wearing a simple, well-fitting sweater and dark jeans, looking effortlessly put together. We talked for hours. It was easy, like we would known each other forever. We covered everything from our favorite obscure movies to our childhood dreams, our pet peeves, our hopes for the future. He listened intently, really listened, not just waiting for his turn to speak. And when he spoke, he had this way of making everything sound fascinating, even mundane topics. I found myself laughing more genuinely than I had in years. It felt right, too right, almost, throughout our conversation. I noticed he had a small, leather-bound journal with him. It was not a fancy, ornate thing, just a plain, dark brown cover, maybe a little worn at the edges. He kept it on the table beside his coffee cup, sometimes resting his hand on it, almost protectively. I did not think anything of it at the time. A writer carrying a journal made perfect sense. Maybe he jotted down ideas, observations, bits of dialogue. I even found it a little endearing, a glimpse into his creative process. The date ended with a lingering hug and a promise for a second one. I walked home feeling lighter than air, a goofy smile plastered on my face. My cynical, practical self was gone, replaced by someone who felt like she was floating on a cloud. I told my best friend, Sarah, all about him, gushing like a teenager. She just laughed and said, "Sounds like you finally found a good one." Jess, our second date was a walk in the park, followed by dinner. Elias suggested it, saying he knew a beautiful route by the river and then a fantastic little Italian place nearby. I, of course, agreed. I was still riding high on the first date's glow. We were strolling through the park, the afternoon sun dappling through the leaves, talking about our favorite books. I was telling him about this obscure sci-fi novel I loved, and he was listening, nodding when he suddenly stopped. "Oh, damn," he said, reaching into his pocket. "I think I left my pen at the cafe. I wanted to jot down that book title before I forgot." He pulled out his journal. He flipped through a few pages, looking for a blank one. As he did, for just a fleeting second, my eyes caught a line of his neat, elegant handwriting. It was not on a blank page. It was about a third of the way down a page already filled. It read, "Walk through the park. Discuss favorite books. She will mention The Silent Planet by C. S. Lewis." My breath hitched. I would just finish telling him about The Silent Planet. Not 5 seconds before. I blinked, tried to process what I would seen. It had to be a coincidence, right? Maybe he would written it down after I mentioned it, even though he was looking for a blank page. Or maybe he would written it down before our date, anticipating what we might talk about. He was a writer, after all. Maybe he brainstormed conversation topics. It was a little odd, a little specific, but not impossible. He found a blank page, scribbled something down, and then closed the journal, tucking it back into his jacket pocket with a reassuring smile. "Got it," he said. Now, about that Italian place, I tried to shake it off. It was nothing, just my imagination or a trick of the light, or a perfectly innocent explanation. But a tiny seed of unease had been planted. It was so small, I barely registered it. Not enough to deter me from the delicious pasta and even more delightful conversation we had later that evening. Not enough to stop me from feeling that familiar rush of excitement when he kissed me goodnight, soft and sweet, on my doorstep. Over the next few weeks, our dates became more frequent, more intimate. We fell into a comfortable rhythm. He was everything I would ever want: attentive, funny, kind, intelligent. He remembered little details I would casually mention, brought me my favorite coffee when I was stressed, and always seemed to know exactly what I needed. It felt like destiny. But that little seed of unease, it did not die. It started to sprout. It happened again, in subtle ways. He would suggest we go to this quirky little antique shop I would always wanted to visit, but never mentioned to him. Later, when he was reaching for his wallet, his journal slipped out of his pocket and fell open on the table. My eyes, almost involuntarily, darted to it. Visit the antique shop on Elm Street. She will find that vintage brooch she has been looking for. And sure enough, less than an hour earlier, I had found a beautiful Art Deco brooch, exactly the style I loved, tucked away in a dusty display case. I had not been looking for it in any active sense, but it was exactly what I would have wanted. Another time, we were planning a weekend trip. I was trying to decide between a cabin in the woods or a beach house. I was leaning towards a beach, but had not made up my mind. He called me later that evening. "Hey, I just booked us a cabin upstate for next month. I know how much you love the quiet of the mountains." And then, a few days later, I saw his journal again. He would left it on my coffee table while he would gone to the bathroom. I should not have looked. I know, but the curiosity was a burning itch I could not ignore. I picked it up, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I flipped it open, my fingers trembling slightly. There was, in that elegant script, convinced Sarah to choose a cabin. She will initially hesitate, thinking of the beach, but the allure of quiet solitude will win her over. "Sarah, my name is Jessica, not Sarah. But the context was unmistakably me. The cabin, the beach, the hesitation. It was my decision. And then I remembered. My best friend's name is Sarah. I must have misread it. Or he made a typo. It had to be a typo. I closed the journal quickly, my hands clammy. He came out of the bathroom a moment later, smiling. "Everything okay, babe?" he asked. "Yeah, fine." I mumbled, trying to sound nonchalant. "Just admiring your handwriting." The incidents started piling up, each one a tiny drop of ice water trickling down my spine. He would mention something I was thinking, almost word for word, before I even voiced it. He would plan a surprise that was exactly what I secretly wished for, but never told anyone. It was charming at first, proof of how well he knew me, how attuned he was to my desires. But slowly, it began to feel less like intuition and more like control. My practical mind tried to find explanations. Maybe he was just incredibly perceptive. Maybe I was, unconsciously giving off signals. Maybe I was so smitten. I was just looking for patterns where none existed. I tried to rationalize away, to push the growing unease into a dark corner of my mind. But the corner was getting smaller, and the unease was growing larger. One evening, after a particularly lovely dinner, he dropped me off at my apartment. He forgot his journal. Or, at least, I thought he forgot it. It was sitting on my passenger seat, a silent, dark rectangle. "Oh, your journal," I said, picking it up. "You left it." He smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Keep it for me, sweetie," he said. "I will pick it up tomorrow. You can read some of my work, if you like." My blood ran cold. He knew. He knew I would have been curious. He was inviting me to look. It felt like a test, or worse, a trap. But the lure was too strong. This was my chance. My chance to prove myself wrong, to put my anxieties to rest, or to confirm my worst fears. As soon as he drove away, I locked my door, drew the blinds, and sat down at my kitchen table, the journal clutched in my hands. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. I took a deep, shaky breath and opened it. The first few pages were what I expected: beautiful prose, snippets of stories, character sketches. He really was a talented writer. I felt a momentary wave of relief. See, nothing to worry about, just a writer's notebook. Then I turned a page, and another, and then I saw it. My name, not Sarah. Jessica. The entries were not stories. They were bullet points, dates, activities, conversations, and they were all about me. October 14th, first date with Jessica. Coffee at the Daily Grind. She will wear the blue sweater with the little pearl buttons. We will discuss her love for classic rock and her slightly unhealthy obsession with true crime podcasts. My blood froze. The blue sweater, the pearl buttons, the classic rock, and true crime podcasts. Every single detail was accurate, even the date. I flipped to the next page, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the book. October 17th, second date. Walk through the park, discuss favorite books. She will mention The Silent Planet by C. S. Lewis. Dinner at the Gilded Spoon. She will order the salmon, despite briefly considering the pasta. I gasped. The salmon? The pasta. I had definitely considered the pasta. I had almost ordered it. But then, something, an impulse, had made me choose the salmon. I started flipping through the pages faster, a growing sense of dread suffocating me. November 1st, she will confide in me about her mother's ongoing illness, the one she keeps hidden from everyone else. My mother was ill. I had not told anyone but my sister. November 15th, she will finally let me stay the night. Her apartment smells of lavender and old books, just as I imagined. He had not been in my apartment yet, not past the doorway. December 5th, she will get a promotion at work. We will celebrate at that fancy rooftop bar she always talks about. I was waiting for a promotion, but it had not happened yet. How could he know? December 24th, Christmas Eve. She will wear the emerald green dress I secretly bought for her. I will tell her I love her, and she will say it back, her eyes shining with tears. I did not even own an emerald green dress, and he had not told me he loved me yet. Not even close. My entire body was trembling. This was not a journal. This was a blueprint, a script. My life laid out, detailed, right down to my thoughts, my emotions, my future. And it was not just written in advance, it was being followed. Every single entry, everything that had already happened, had happened exactly as written. I kept flipping, the pages blurring, each entry a fresh stab of terror. My future, my entire future. Weddings, anniversaries, children, career milestones. All meticulously documented. All decided. And then I saw the entry for tonight. November 28, Jessica will find the journal. She will be terrified, but her curiosity will override her fear. She will read through the night, unable to stop. She will call Sarah her best friend in a panic, but will struggle to explain. She will then try to call me, but will hang up before I answer, too scared to confront me. My blood ran cold. I was reading it. I was terrified, and my hand was already reaching for my phone. My thumb hovered over Sarah's contact. Then, just as the journal predicted, I hesitated. How could I explain this to Sarah? It sounded insane. My boyfriend has a journal that tells my future, and it is all true. She would think I was having a breakdown. Then, almost compelled, my finger moved to Elias's contact. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to confront him. I had to know. But just as the call was about to connect, my thumb, almost its own volition, pressed a red end call button. It was happening. Everything was happening exactly as written. I was not in control. My choices were not my own. They were just lines in his book. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair over. I had to get out. I had to run. But where? What was the point? If everything was already written, what could I do? I grabbed my keys, my purse, anything I could lay my hands on. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. I had to defy it. I had to do something that was not in his damn book. I looked down at the open journal again. The next entry after tonight's prediction, November 29th, Jessica will attempt to flee. She will pack a small bag, intending to drive to her sister's cabin upstate, convinced she can escape my influence. She will feel a surge of defiant hope, a final flicker of her independent will. My sister's cabin. That was exactly where I was going to go. It was the only place I felt truly safe, truly myself. A place I had not mentioned to Elias, not once. My safe haven. But it was in the book. My defiance, my hope, my desperate plan, all of it was already documented. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. This was not just prediction. This was creation. He was not seeing my future. He was writing it. And I was merely an actor in his twisted play. I stumbled out of my apartment, down the stairs and out into the cold night air. The streetlights seemed to cast long, sinister shadows. Every car that passed felt like it was watching me. I got into my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely put the key in the ignition. I started the engine, the roar of it momentarily drowning out the frantic whispers in my mind. I drove, not toward the highway that led to my sister's cabin, but in the opposite direction. I would not follow his script. I would not. I would go to a hotel, anywhere, just not the cabin. I would prove him wrong. I would prove myself wrong. As I drove, my phone buzzed. A text from Elias. Sweet dreams, my love. Do not worry about the journal. I know you will keep it safe. A shiver ran down my spine. He knew I had it. He knew I was reading it. He knew everything. I kept driving, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, convinced I was being followed. The roads were dark, unfamiliar. I was trying to get lost, to disappear, to break free from the narrative he had so carefully crafted for me. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from behind me. A loud, screeching sound. I slammed on the brakes, my car skidding wildly. Tires screeched, metal crunched. My head snapped forward, hitting the steering wheel with a sickening thud. The world spun. When my vision cleared, I realized I had been in an accident. My car was crumpled against a guardrail, steam hissing from the hood. The other car, an old pickup truck, was overturned a few yards away. My head throbbed, a dull ache spreading through my skull. My body was sore, bruised, but miraculously, I felt mostly okay. I stumbled out of my car, dazed. The driver of the pickup truck was crawling out of his vehicle, groaning. He looked okay, too, just shaken. "Are you okay?" I managed to ask, my voice hoarse. "Yeah, I think so," he said, rubbing his head. "What the hell happened?" "I swear, your car just swerved right into my lane." My car had not swerved. I was driving straight. But then I remembered the blinding flash, the screeching. It felt like something had pushed my car, like an invisible hand. A horrifying thought pierced through my daze. Was this in the journal? I staggered back to my car, my legs weak. The journal. It was still on the passenger seat, miraculously untouched. I picked it up, my hands trembling. I had to know. I flipped to the next entry after my defiant hope line. November 29th, 2:17 a.m. Jessica will attempt to deviate from the planned escape route. A controlled vehicular incident will redirect her. Minor injuries, but her path will be corrected. She will then, feeling helpless, finally drive to the cabin. My blood ran cold. The accident, the exact time, the controlled vehicular incident. My path will be corrected. I was trapped. Every attempt to break free, every act of rebellion, was already accounted for, already written. He was not just documenting my life, he was orchestrating it. He was a puppet master, and I was his puppet. A profound sense of hopelessness washed over me. What was the point? What was the use of fighting? Every move I made, every thought I had, every desperate attempt at freedom was just another line in his book, another step in his predetermined narrative. I got back into my mangled car, ignoring the pain in my head, the throbbing in my ribs. I started the engine, which, to my surprise, still worked. With a heavy heart, I turned the car around. I drove towards the highway, towards my sister's cabin. The drive was a blur of tears and silent screams. I was a ghost in my own body, watching myself follow the script. I arrived at the cabin as dawn was breaking, painting the sky in pale, in different hues. The cabin was dark, silent. My sister was not there. She was away on a business trip, as I knew she would be. Another detail Elias probably knew. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and dropped the journal onto the rustic wooden table. I sank onto the couch, staring blankly at the fireplace. My mind was numb, my spirit broken. A few hours later, I heard a car pull up outside. My heart leaped into my throat. It was too soon for my sister. The door opened. Elias stood there, a soft, sympathetic smile on his face. He looked perfectly rested, perfectly calm, as if he had not just orchestrated a car crash and shattered a woman's free will. "Jessica," he said, his voice gentle. "I knew you would come here. It is safe here, is not it?" Just like I wrote. He walked over to the table, picked up the journal, and closed it. He looked at me, his eyes no longer warm and understanding, but cold, calculating, and utterly possessive. "You read it, did not you?" he asked, though it was not really a question. "You understand now, do not you?" I could not speak. I could only stare at him, a silent scream trapped in my throat. It is a gift. Jessica, he continued, his voice taking on a strangely academic tone. This journal, it allows me to craft perfect lives, to ensure every moment is exactly as it should be. No mistakes, no regrets, just perfect harmony. And you, my dear, you are my masterpiece. He sat down opposite me, still smiling. You see, most people just live their lives, making choices, thinking they have free will. But what if those choices are just suggestions? What if the universe itself is just following a grand design? I merely help it along. I write the design. And then it unfolds. He opened the journal again, flipping to a new, pristine page. And now, he said, looking at me, we begin the next chapter. A beautiful, peaceful life together here at the cabin. You will learn to love it. You will learn to love me in a way you never thought possible. Your old self, the one who fought and questioned, will fade. And a new you, a perfect you, will emerge. He paused, then began to write, his pen scratching softly against the paper. I watched, helpless, as he penned my future, my very existence, into being. I could feel it, almost physically, the words on the page shaping me, molding me, extinguishing the last embers of the person I used to be. The horror was not the car crash, or the realization that he was a monster. The true horror was the knowledge that I was no longer me. I was a character in a story, my every thought, every feeling, every action, dictated by the elegant script in that damn leather-bound journal. And as I sit here now, months later, in this cabin that feels less like a home and more like a gilded cage, I understand. I understand that the person who is writing these words, this desperate attempt to tell my story, to reclaim some small piece of my agency, is also a part of his narrative. This confession, this final act of defiance, was likely written in the journal before I even thought it. A final, tragic flourish from a character who believes she is still fighting, even as her fate has long been sealed. Because Elias, he is a very thorough writer. He leaves nothing to chance. And I am just one of his many, many stories. And he is just getting started. All right, so you know how it is these days. Everyone's on dating apps. Swiping left, swiping right, hoping to find something real in a sea of filtered selfies and vague bios. I would been through my fair share of duds. Believe me, guys who look nothing like their pictures, guys who only want to talk about crypto, guys who thought a first date at a fast food joint was acceptable. I was tired, honestly. My friends kept telling me to take a break, but I was stubbornly optimistic, or maybe just a little bit desperate for a genuine connection. That is when I matched with Mark. His profile picture was striking, a genuine, easy smile, kind eyes, and not a single filter in sight. His bio was witty, intelligent, and actually gave me a sense of who he was: a software engineer, loved hiking, volunteered at an animal shelter, and had a surprisingly deep knowledge of obscure indie films. He seemed perfect, almost too perfect. You know that feeling, right? When something seems too good to be true, your alarm bells start to jingle, but you push them down because, hey, maybe this time it is real. We started chatting, and it was effortless. Our conversations flowed, jumping from silly memes to serious discussions about life and dreams. He remembered little details I would mention, asked thoughtful follow-up questions, and made me laugh, really laugh, for the first time in a while. We talked for days, then weeks, and with every message. I found myself getting more and more excited. I started picturing our first date, wondering what he would be like in person. Would he be as charming, as kind, as funny? Finally, we set a date. A cozy little Italian place downtown, known for its dim lighting and delicious pasta. I spent way too long picking out an outfit, doing my hair, and applying makeup. I was nervous, but it was a good kind of nervous, the kind that makes your stomach flutter with anticipation. When I walked into the restaurant, Mark was already there, sitting at a table near the back. And let me tell you, he was even better looking than his pictures. Taller, with a strong jawline and eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, which he did the moment he saw me. He stood up, pulled out my chair, and gave me a genuinely warm greeting. Everything felt right. The conversation flowed just as easily as it had over text, and he had this way of making me feel like I was the only person in the room. He was attentive, made eye contact, and his laugh was deep and infectious. We were halfway through our appetizers when it happened. The restaurant had these large, ornate mirrors on the wall, strategically placed to make the space feel bigger. Our table was positioned so that one of these mirrors was directly behind Mark, reflecting the entire restaurant, including us. I was listening to him tell a story about a particularly adventurous hiking trip, completely captivated by his animated expressions, when my gaze drifted slightly past his shoulder to his reflection in the mirror. And for a split second, it was not him. It was just a flicker, a momentary distortion, like a glitch in a video game. His reflection seemed older, sharper. The smile was there, but was thinner, more predatory, and his eyes in the mirror were fixed on me with an intensity that made my breath catch. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the familiar, kind reflection of the Mark sitting across from me. I blinked, shook my head slightly, and focused back on the real Mark, who was still mid-sentence, completely oblivious. My heart was doing a little drum solo against my ribs. What was that? The lighting. A trick of the eye. I dismissed it, telling myself I was just tired, or maybe the dim restaurant lights were playing tricks on me. I mean, it was our first date. I did not want to freak myself out over something so silly. The rest of the date went perfectly. He walked me to my car. We exchanged a lingering hug, and he texted me as soon as I got home, saying he had a wonderful time and could not wait to see me again. I went to bed feeling giddy, chalking up the mirror incident to my overactive imagination. But the image, that fleeting, unsettling reflection, stuck with me. Our second date was a week later. Mark suggested a casual evening at a local art gallery, followed by drinks. It sounded perfect. I was still riding high from our first date, and I felt a genuine connection forming. At the gallery, we wandered through rooms filled with modern art, discussing our interpretations, laughing at some of the more abstract pieces. Mark was just as charming and engaging as before. We moved into a room filled with large, polished metal sculptures that gleamed under spotlights, creating distorted reflections everywhere. As we stood in front of one particularly shiny piece, admiring its unique shape, I caught Mark's reflection again. This time, it lingered a little longer. He was standing beside me, his arm brushing mine, talking about the artist's technique. But in the polished surface of the sculpture, his reflection was different. It was not just old or was wrong. The eyes were cold, devoid of the warmth I saw in the real Mark's. The mouth was curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible sneer, even as the real Mark's lips were moving in an easy smile. And what truly chilled me was that the reflection's head was slightly turned, its eyes not on the sculpture, but directly on me, a calculating, assessing gaze that made my skin crawl. I quickly looked away, my heart hammering. When I glanced back at the sculpture, the reflection was perfectly mirroring Mark's posture and expression. It was gone. Just another trick of the light. I told myself, trying to calm the growing unease in my stomach. But the feeling of being watched, of being judged by something hidden, persisted. I started to feel a strange compulsion to look for his reflection whenever we were together. It was like a morbid curiosity. A part of me wanted to prove I was wrong, but another part dreading what I might see. We went to a coffee shop with large plate glass windows, and I found myself subtly trying to catch his reflection in the glass as he ordered. Nothing. Just Mark, looking normal. We had dinner at a restaurant with a mirrored bar, and again, I tried to sneak glances. Still nothing. He seemed completely normal, completely charming. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Was I just projecting my own insecurities onto him? Maybe I was so used to things going wrong that I was actively looking for problems where there were none. I almost convinced myself to let it go, to just enjoy this wonderful man who seemed to have fallen into my life. Then came the third date. He invited me over to his apartment for a home-cooked meal. He lived in a loft apartment downtown, very modern, with high ceilings and huge windows overlooking the city. When I walked in, I was immediately struck by how neat and stylish it was. Exposed brick, minimalist furniture, and a surprising number of plants. He had a large floor-to-ceiling mirror in his living room, strategically placed to reflect the city skyline. It was beautiful, but my stomach clenched a little when I saw it. He put on some music, poured us some wine, and started cooking. I sat on his couch, trying to relax, trying to ignore the mirror, but my eyes kept darting to it, almost against my will. Mark moved around the kitchen, chopping vegetables, humming along to music. His reflection moved perfectly in sync, a normal man in a normal apartment. I chastised myself. See, nothing. You are being ridiculous. He brought out a cheese board and we chatted, the city lights twinkling behind him. I was laughing at one of his anecdotes when I happened to glance at the mirror again. This time, it was not a flicker. It was not a distortion. It was undeniably clear. The mark in the mirror was not smiling. His face was devoid of expression, almost blank. His eyes, however, were wide open, staring at me with an unsettling intensity. And then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection of Mark lifted a hand. Not the hand of the real Mark, who was still gesturing playfully as he spoke, but the hand of the reflection. It brought a finger to its lips, a silent, chilling gesture of Essie. My blood ran cold. I froze, my laughter dying in my throat. The real Mark paused, looking at me with concern. "Sarah, are you okay? You just went completely pale." I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Yeah, I am fine. Just feeling a little lightheaded. Maybe. Long day. I forced a smile, but my eyes were still fixed on the mirror. The reflection was back to perfectly mimicking the real Mark, smiling, concerned. But I knew what I had seen. I knew. The rest of the evening was a blur of forced smiles and desperate attempts to act normal. Every time Mark turned his back or walked past the mirror, I would steal a glance. And every single time, for a fraction of a second, I would see it. The other Mark. The reflection that was not him. Sometimes it would just be a different expression, a chillingly empty stare. Other times, its body language would be subtly different, a hand clenched when the real Mark's was relaxed, a head tilted in a way that felt menacing. Once, I swear, I saw its lips move, forming a silent word that sent shivers down my spine, though I could not make it out. I could not eat. I could not relax. I made an excuse about needing to get home early and practically ran out of his apartment. The image of that reflection's finger on its lips burned into my mind. I did not sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every interaction, every glance at a reflective surface. Was I hallucinating? Was I having a breakdown? Or was something truly horrifying happening? The logical part of my brain screamed for an explanation, but the primal fear deep within me knew there was no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I decided I needed to test it. I needed to know if I was crazy or if Mark was actually something else. The next day, I called him and apologized for my abrupt departure, blaming it on a sudden migraine. He was understanding, of course, and suggested we meet for coffee. I agreed, but I had a plan. I wore a small, discreet pin on my jacket, a tiny silver bird. At the coffee shop, I made sure we sat at a table near a large window, where the glass would offer a clear reflection. We chatted, and I tried to steer the conversation towards things that might make a move or gesture in certain ways. I watched his reflection in the window, my heart pounding. Nothing. He was perfectly normal. The reflection mirrored him perfectly. I started to feel a wave of relief, followed by a flush of embarrassment. I was being paranoid. I was letting my imagination get the best of me. Then, I casually reached up and adjusted my hair, making sure my hand went near the silver bird pin. I caught his reflection in the window, and there it was. The reflection of Mark was not looking at me. It was not looking at the coffee shop around us. Its eyes were fixed with an unnerving intensity on the small silver bird pin on my jacket. It was a subtle difference, but to me, it was monumental. The real Mark was smiling at me, completely engaged in our conversation. The reflection was studying my pin as if it held some profound secret. And as I watched, the reflection's lips, ever so slightly, curve into a slow, knowing smile. A smile that never reaches eyes. I pulled my hand away sharply, pretending to scratch my neck. So, about that new project you were telling me about, I stammered, trying to regain my composure. The reflection was back to normal, smiling at me just like the real Mark. I knew then. I was not crazy. Something was profoundly wrong with Mark. Or rather, with his reflection. I started doing some research. Late at night, when the house was quiet and my fear was at its peak, I scoured forums, paranormal websites, anything I could find about reflections, doppelgangers, entities that manifested in mirrors. Most of it was sensationalized nonsense, but few stories, ancient folklore, whisper about beings that could only be seen in reflective surfaces, creatures that mimic humans but lacked a true physical form, existing only as inversions of reality. Some stories spoke of reflections that were the true souls of individuals, while the physical body was merely a puppet. The more I read, the more terrified I became. I thought about the reflection's hand on its lips, the silent ache. Was it warning me, or was it telling me to keep it secret? I started avoiding Mark's calls and texts. I made excuses, citing a sudden family emergency, then a heavy workload. He was persistent, but always polite, always understanding. His messages were charming, concerned, and completely normal. But I could not bring myself to see him again. The thought of sitting across from him, knowing that the man I was talking to was just a facade, while the real, sinister entity watched me from every reflective surface, was unbearable. But he did not give up. He started leaving flowers at my door, sending thoughtful little gifts. He even showed up at my work one day, just to check on me, he said, his smile radiating genuine concern. I was caught completely off guard. He looked so kind, so harmless. My colleagues thought he was the sweetest, most devoted boyfriend. That day, as he stood in my office, talking to me, I caught his reflection in my computer screen. And it was staring at me. Its eyes narrowed, a look of pure, unadulterated malice on its face. It was almost a snarl. It was daring me. It knew I knew. I felt a cold dread settle deep in my bones. This was not just a glitch anymore. This was a conscious, malevolent entity, and it was playing a game with me. I realized I could not just ghost him. That would only make it worse. I needed to confront him, or at least confront the situation. I needed to understand what was happening. I agreed to meet him for coffee again, at a place I knew had very few reflective surfaces. I dressed carefully, trying to look calm and collected, but my hands were shaking as I drove there. He was already there, as usual, looking impeccable. He smiled warmly as I approached, his eyes full of that familiar warmth. But this time, I saw through it. I saw the lie. Mark. I began, my voice trembling slightly. We need to talk. Of course. Sarah, he said, his voice gentle. You have been distant lately. Is everything all right? I am worried about you. I looked directly into his eyes, trying to find some flicker of the monster I saw in reflections. But there was nothing, only genuine concern. This was the most terrifying part, the complete disconnect between the man in front of me and the thing in the mirror. Mark, I said again, my voice gaining a little strength. I have been seeing things. He tilted his head, a patient, understanding expression on his face. Oh, like what? Your reflection. I blurted out, unable to hold it back any longer. It is not you. It is someone else. It moves differently. It looks at me differently. It is terrifying. The smile on his face did not falter. Not even a twitch. His eyes remained kind. He simply looked at me, patiently, as if I were a child telling him about a scary dream. My reflection, he repeated, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Sarah, are you feeling all right? Perhaps you are stressed. Or maybe you are just not used to dating someone who looks as good in person as they do in their profile picture, he added with a self-deprecating grin. I stared at him, my heart sinking. He was not going to admit it. He was going to deny it, gaslight me, make me feel crazy. No, Mark. I insisted, my voice rising slightly. It is not that. It is real. I have seen it. It has been staring at me. It has been making gestures. It is not you. He reached across the table, his hand gently covering mine. His touch was warm, reassuring. Sarah, I think you are letting your imagination run wild. I promise you, I am just Mark. There is nothing unusual about me. Maybe you should get some rest, or talk to someone. His calm, soothing tone was like a poison. It was so convincing, so utterly normal, that for a split second, I almost believed him. Almost. Then, I saw it, behind him, in the polished surface of a distant espresso machine, was a tiny, distorted reflection. It was Mark, but not Mark. Its eyes, even in that tiny, warped image, were burning with a triumphant, malevolent glee, and its mouth, in that minuscule reflection, was stretched into a wide, impossibly wide, silent grin. It was a grin that promised pain, suffering, and a slow, agonizing end. The reflection's eyes met mine across the room, and in that moment, I knew this was not just a reflection of his true self. This was his true self. The man sitting across from me, holding my hand, was nothing more than a puppet, a beautiful, charming shell for the monster that lurked beneath. And it was finally showing me its true colors, knowing I was trapped, knowing I had nowhere to go, no one to believe me. I pulled my hand away from his, as if he had burned me. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back. I have to go. I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah, what is wrong? He asked, his voice still gentle, but I could hear a subtle edge of something else in it now. A hint of irritation, of something darker stirring beneath the surface. I did not answer. I just backed away, my eyes darting from his seemingly concerned face to the tiny, terrifying grin in the espresso machine's reflection. The reflection was now looking directly at the real Mark, a silent message passing between them. I turned and ran. I ran out of the coffee shop, down the street, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from him, away from that reflection, away from the horrifying truth that had finally revealed itself. I never saw Mark again. I blocked his number, his social media. I moved apartments, changed my routine, and tried to erase every trace of him from my life. It was not easy. For weeks, I was a paranoid wreck. Every reflective surface became a source of terror. Windows, shop mirrors, even my own phone screen, I could not look at them without a jolt of fear, convinced I would see him there, staring back at me, that silent, malevolent grin a permanent fixture. I still do not know what Mark was. A demon, a spirit, some kind of interdimensional being that preyed on lonely women through dating apps. I will never know. And honestly, I do not want to. The thought alone is enough to send shivers down my spine. I am still single, by the way, and I have not been on a dating app since. The idea of meeting someone new, of letting my guard down, of finding myself in a situation where I might catch a glimpse of their reflection and see something utterly monstrous, it is a fear that has never truly left me. Sometimes, late at night, when I am alone in my apartment, I catch my own reflection in the darkened window, and for a fleeting, horrifying second, I wonder if the experience changed me. If something of that thing latched onto me, I stare at my own eyes, searching for any sign, any flicker, any hint that what I saw in Mark's reflection might now be lurking in mine. So far, nothing. But the fear remains, a cold, persistent whisper in the back of my mind. Because if it could happen to Mark, if a beautiful, charming facade could hide such a monstrous truth, then what about the rest of us? What horrors might be staring back at us from reflections, just waiting for us to notice? You know, after everything with Alara, after finding those pictures, my apartment felt less like a home and more like a mausoleum. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. I checked the locks a dozen times a day, slept with a heavy book beside my bed, and jumped at the slightest noise. Mark, bless his heart, tried to be supportive, but I could tell he thought I was unraveling. Maybe I was. Maybe I still am. A few weeks later, my friend Sarah, bless her heart, decided I needed a distraction. She had been trying to set me up with someone for months, but I would always found an excuse. Now, though, the idea of getting out, of being around other people, sounded, if not appealing, then at least less terrifying than being alone in my apartment. So, I reluctantly agreed to a blind date. His name was Julian. Sarah swore he was a great guy, charming, funny, a real catch. I just wanted to feel normal again, even for a few hours. We agreed to meet at a relatively popular Italian place downtown. It was not too fancy, not too casual, just the kind of place where you could blend in. I got there a few minutes early, nursing a glass of water, trying and calm the frantic flutter in my chest. It was not just date jitters, it was the lingering residue of fear, the constant hum of anxiety that had become my unwelcome companion. Every face that walked through the door, every pair of eyes that met mine, felt like a potential threat. I was a walking nerve ending. Then he walked in. Sarah had shown me a picture, but photos never really do anyone justice. Julian was taller than I expected, with dark, neatly combed hair and eyes that were a startling shade of blue. He spotted me immediately, and that is when I saw it for the first time. The smile. It was broad, almost dazzling, the kind of smile that reaches eyes and made them crinkle at the corners. He walked over, extending a hand, and introduced himself. His voice was smooth, a low baritone that was easy on the ears. "It is great to finally meet you," he said, and his smile did not waver. Not even a little. I smiled back, a genuine, if slightly strained, smile. We made small talk as we waited for our table. He asked about my day. I asked about his. He seemed genuinely interested, nodding along as I spoke. And all the while, that smile remained fixed on his face. It was not uncomfortable, yet not really. I just figured he was one of those naturally cheerful people, maybe a little nervous, trying to make a good impression. I would met people like that before. People who just seemed to radiate positivity. And Lord knows, I could use some positivity. In my life, we got seated at a cozy booth by the window. The restaurant was bustling, a comforting murmur of conversation and clinking silverware. It was a good distraction. We ordered drinks, and the conversation flowed easily. Julian was surprisingly witty, telling anecdotes about his job in marketing that had me genuinely laughing. He asked insightful questions about my work, my hobbies, even my thoughts on current events. He was attentive, made eye contact, and seemed to hang on my every word. He was, in short, everything Sarah had promised. But that smile, it was still there. Even when he was listening to me describe a particularly frustrating client at work, a topic that usually elicits a sympathetic frown or a knowing sigh, Julian's smile remained. It was a perfectly pleasant expression, but it did not shift. It did not soften, did not tighten, did not morph into a thoughtful purse of the lips. It was just there, like it had been painted on. I tried to ignore it. I told myself I was being overly analytical, that Alara's creepy games had made me paranoid. Maybe he just had really good teeth and was proud of them. Maybe it was a nervous habit. Maybe he just had a naturally upward curve to his mouth. I tried to rationalize it away, focusing on his words, on the warmth in his blue eyes. But the more I tried to ignore it, the more I became fixated on it. We ordered our food. I got the lasagna. He got a chicken parmesan. As the waiter took our order, Julian looked at him, gave a polite nod, and that smile was still there. The waiter, a young guy, did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. Or, if he did, he certainly did not show it. Maybe I was the one who was off. So, Julian said, turning back to me, the smile still in place, "What kind of movies are you into?" I told him I liked a bit of everything, but leaned towards psychological thrillers. He chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound, and the smile somehow did not move. It was like his mouth was stuck in that position, but his vocal cords were free. Interesting, he mused. I am more of a comedy guy myself. Something light, you know? The world's heavy enough as it is. He said it with a lightness that contrasted sharply with the fixed nature of his expression. It was like watching an actor deliver lines flawlessly, but with a mask on. The words were there, the tone was right, but the visual cue was missing. We talked for another hour, the food arrived, and we ate. Julian ate gracefully, cutting his chicken, taking sips of his wine, all while maintaining that unwavering grin. I found myself subtly watching his mouth, waiting for it to change, for the corners to drop, for a moment of seriousness or contemplation. But it never did. Not when he chewed, not when he swallowed, not when he paused to think of an answer. It was a constant, almost serene smile. My own appetite started to wane. The delicious lasagna suddenly tasted bland, and my wine felt heavy in my stomach. The initial relief I would feel at having a distraction was slowly being replaced by a creeping sense of unease. This was not normal. People's faces moved. Their expressions shifted to reflect their thoughts, their emotions. His did not. I decided to test it. Subtly, of course. You know, I began, try to inject a note of seriousness into my voice. I have had a really rough few weeks. Some personal stuff. I paused, letting the implication hang in the air. I half expected him to soften his expression, to show some concern, maybe a touch of sympathy. Julian looked at me, his blue eyes still warm and attentive, and that smile remained. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that," he said, his voice still smooth and pleasant. "Is everything all right now?" His words were appropriate. His tone was kind, but the smile had just made it feel hollow, like he was reading from a script and the director had forgotten to tell him to change his facial expression. It was like he was saying, "I am sorry," while simultaneously broadcasting, "I am perfectly happy." The dissonance was jarring. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. This was not just a quirk anymore. This was unsettling. It was like looking at a mannequin that could talk. The human element was missing. "Well," I said, trying to force a casual tone, "it has been a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. Someone broke into my apartment. It was really violating. I watched him, really watched him. His smile did not falter. Not a millimeter. Goodness, that is awful," he said, his eyes still holding that pleasant, crinkled expression. "Are you safe now? Did they catch who did it?" His words were all the right words, but his face was a lie. It was a mask, and the more I stared at it, the more I felt a prickle of fear start to crawl up my spine. This was not a person who was merely cheerful. This was a person whose face was incapable of expressing anything other than that one fixed emotion. And that, I realized with Joel, was terrifying. I started to feel a desperate need to escape. The cozy booth suddenly felt like a cage. The comforting murmur of the restaurant began to sound like a distant, muffled roar. My heart started to beat a little faster. I tried another tactic. "You know," I said, attempting a joke, "my last date was with a guy who talked exclusively about his cat. For 3 hours. I think I know more about feline digestive issues than my own. I force a laugh, waiting for him to join in, for a smile to broaden into a genuine laugh or even a sympathetic wince. Julian chuckled, that same pleasant, unmoving sound, and the smile stayed. It was like he was programmed to respond with a pleasant chuckle and a fixed grin, regardless of the stimulus. Oh, that is rough, he said, still smiling. Well, I promise not to bore you with my pet's gastrointestinal woes. He said it lightly, but the underlying horror for me was that he could not change his expression. It was not a choice. It was a state of being, and it was deeply, profoundly wrong. I started to feel lightheaded. My palms were sweating. I needed to get out of there. My mind, already on edge from the Lara incident, was now screaming at me. This was not just a weird guy. This was something else. Something unnatural. Julian, I said, try and keep my voice steady. This has been lovely. But I actually just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. A big presentation. I really should get going. His smile, of course, remained. Oh, that is a shame, he said, his voice still smooth. I was really enjoying myself. But I understand. Work calls, right? He reached for the check, still smiling. He paid for both our meals, despite my protests. It was all very polite, very charming, very normal, except for the face. As we stood up, he looked at me, his head tilted slightly. I would love to see you again, he said. Maybe we could catch a movie next week. My blood ran cold. The thought of spending another moment with him, of seeing that unchanging smile across a darkened movie theater, filled me with a primal dread. My brain was screaming. No, absolutely not. But I could not just blurt that out. He had not actually done anything wrong. He was polite, attentive, paid for dinner. To him, this was a perfectly normal date. To me, it was a slow-motion nightmare. I will have to check my schedule. I stammered, trying to keep a polite smile on my own face, a smile that felt flimsy and fake compared to his permanent one. It has been a crazy week. He nodded, still smiling. Of course. Well, let me walk you out. The walk to the front door of the restaurant felt like an eternity. Every step was heavy. Every breath felt shallow. I could feel his presence beside me, that fixed, pleasant expression just out of my peripheral vision. I wanted to run, to sprint out into the night, but I forced myself to walk calmly, to maintain the illusion of a normal evening. When we reached the curb, he stopped. It was a real pleasure. Your name, he said. He reached out and gently took my hand. His skin was warm, his grip firm, but the touch felt alien, disconnected from the smiling mask above it. I will text you. My heart hammered against my ribs. I pulled my hand back as quickly and subtly as I could. Okay. I managed, my voice thin. Good night. Julian. I turned and practically fled, not bothering to look back. I hailed the first cab I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. Just drive. I gasped to the driver. Anywhere, just drive. He looked at me in his rear-view mirror, a little startled, but obliged. As the cab pulled away from the curb, I could not resist. I glanced back at the restaurant entrance. Julian was still standing there, exactly where I would left him. Under the soft glow of the restaurant's awning, in the dim light of the street, he stood perfectly still, watching the cab drive away. And his smile had not faded. It was still there, broad and unwavering, even from that distance. It was like a beacon of unnatural cheer in the dark city night. I did not sleep a wink that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile. It was in my dreams, a silent, grinning presence. It was on the ceiling when I stared up into the dark. It was on the back of my eyelids. The next morning, my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. I knew instantly who it was. Had a wonderful time last night. Hope your presentation goes well. And then, a few minutes later, another text. I meant what I said. I would really like to see you again. I think we have a lot in common. I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. A lot in common. The only thing we had in common was that we were both human, and even that felt questionable in his case. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers would not obey. For the next few days, the texts kept coming. They started off polite, cheerful, always with that smiling emoji. Thinking of you. Hope your week is going great. Just saw a movie trailer I think you would like. Maybe we could check it out this weekend. Then they started to get a little persistent. It has been a few days. Everything okay? I am worried. I know you are busy, but a quick hello would be nice. The smile emoji was always there. Always. I blocked his number. I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. A few days after I blocked him, I started getting calls from unknown numbers. I did not answer them. Then, one evening, as I was walking home from work, I saw it, a car, parked across the street from my apartment building. It was a dark sedan, unremarkable in every way. But as I approached, I saw a figure in the driver's seat. The window was slightly down, and even from that distance, even the fading light, I could make out the unmistakable outline of his face. He was looking directly at my apartment building, and even though I could not see the details, I knew he was smiling. I ducked into a nearby convenience store, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I pretended to browse the aisles, my eyes darting nervously toward the window. When I finally dared to look again, the car was gone. I did not go straight home. I called Mark, my voice shaking. This time, he listened. This time, he did not dismiss it. He knew about Alara. He knew I was not just imagining things anymore. He told me to go to his place, or to Sarah's, anywhere but my apartment. I ended up staying with Sarah for a few nights. I told her everything about the date, about the smile, about the text, about the car. She was horrified. That is not just weird, she said, her voice low. That is terrifying. She was right. It was terrifying because it was not just a bad date. It was something that had burrowed its way into my mind, a new kind of fear. The fear of something that looked human, spoke human, but was fundamentally off. Something that wore a pleasant mask, but underneath, I could not even begin to imagine what lay hidden. I eventually went back to my apartment. I had to, but things were different now. The Alara incident had made me wary, had made me check my locks. The Julian incident, it had made me question what was behind the smiles of strangers. I never saw Julian, again in person, not that I know of. But every now and then, I will be walking down the street, and I will catch a glimpse of someone in a passing car or across a crowded room, and for a split second, my blood will run cold. Because I will think I see it. That fixed, unchanging, pleasant smile. A smile that reaches the eyes, but never truly moves. A smile that promises nothing but an eternal, unsettling cheer. And in those moments, I am reminded that some horrors do not jump out at you from the dark. Some horrors walk among us, perfectly polite, perfectly normal, their faces frozen in a pleasant, unchanging lie. And you might not even realize how truly terrifying they are until you are staring into those smiling eyes and realizing that they will never, ever truly reflect a single human emotion. They will just smile forever. The white light was blinding, a pure, searing burst that ripped through the encroaching darkness. It was not just light, it was sound, a silent scream of power that vibrated in my bones, pushing back against the chilling tendrils of the malevolent Arthur. His shadowy hand, just inches from my face, recoiled with an audible hiss that was not really sound at all, but a feeling of intense, agonizing pain. His voice, which had been a booming echo in my skull, shrieked, a sound like tearing metal and crumbling stone, then abruptly vanished. The locket, clutched tight in my hand, pulsed with an internal sun. It was scalding hot, yet somehow comforting. The true Arthur's voice, clear and strong, resonated not in my ears, but deep within my very core. Remember us. Remember our past. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the light receded, the heat faded, and the world spun. The ground beneath me seemed to liquefy. The air turned thick and syrupy, and a crushing weight pressed down on my chest. My vision tunneled, the edges blurring into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors. I felt myself falling, not down but through something, as if reality itself had ripped open, and I was tumbling into the void beyond. My last conscious thought was a desperate plea for Sarah, for safety, for anything that made sense. When I came to, it was not a jarring awakening, but a slow, hazy drift back to consciousness. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of rain and damp earth. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes, and my body felt heavy, as if I had been sleeping for a week straight. I was lying on something soft, a couch perhaps, and a gentle hum filled the air. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus. I was in a living room, a perfectly normal living room, bathed in the soft, diffused light of late afternoon. There was a fireplace, unlit, a plush rug, and a bookshelf packed with what looked like actual books. On a coffee table in front of me, a steaming mug sat beside a plate of cookies. And then I saw him. He was sitting in an armchair opposite me, a kind smile on his face. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way, dark hair, warm brown eyes, a hint of stubble. He looked familiar, but not in the way the true Arthur was familiar, or even the terrifying familiarity of the echo. This was the kind of familiarity you feel for someone you have met before, but can't quite place. "Hey," he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "You are awake. You kind of dozed off there." I blinked, trying to clear the fog from my brain. Dozed off? Where am I? My voice was raspy, dry. He chuckled softly. "My place. We were on our second date. Remember, we were watching that documentary you mentioned, and you just conked out. I did not want to wake you. You looked so peaceful." He gestured to the TV, which was indeed playing a nature documentary about deep-sea creatures. A date. My mind reeled. The cabin. Sarah, the malevolent Arthur. The locket, it was all a jumbled mess. Had I dreamed it? Was I hallucinating? The last thing I remembered was that blinding light. A date. I repeated, my voice still weak. I tried to sit up, my muscles protesting. He was instantly beside me, a gentle hand on my arm. "Easy there. You hit your head pretty hard when you fell asleep and slipped off the cushion. Nothing serious, just a bump. I got you some water." He handed me the mug. It was lukewarm water, and I gulped it down gratefully. As I drank, I glanced around the room again. It really did look normal. Too normal, perhaps. There was a framed photo on a side table of him, laughing with a golden retriever. Another one of him hiking. Everything screamed regular, well-adjusted guy. I am sorry. I stammered, trying to piece together the fragments of my memory. I do not remember." His smile faltered slightly, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Do not remember what, sweetie?" "Our date." "Sweetie." That word felt like a tiny, jarring discord in the symphony of normalcy he was trying to create. I instinctively reached for my neck, for the familiar weight of the locket. It was there, nestled against my collarbone, cool against my skin. Its presence was a silent anchor, pulling me back to reality I knew, the nightmare reality. "Everything," I said, my voice gaining a little strength. "The cabin. Sarah. Arthur, the other Arthur." His brow furrowed. "Arthur? Who is Arthur? And Sarah? We talk about your friend Sarah, but you said she was away on a trip." He paused, then his eyes widened slightly. "Oh, wait. Did you mean Mark? That guy you mentioned who stood you up once?" "Mark. The Tinder guy." the one whose shadow detached from him. This new guy, he was not Mark, but he had the same vibe of being too good to be true. No, I said, shaking my head. Not Mark. This is different. I was at a cabin. There was a monster. He was trying to take me. My voice was rising now, a desperate edge creeping in. He looked genuinely distressed. Hey, calm down. It sounds like you had a really vivid dream. Maybe the bump on your head, I should probably get you to a doctor. He reached for his phone, but as he moved, something shifted in the light. Just for a fraction of a second, the comforting warmth of the room seemed to flicker, and I saw it. Not his shadow, not this time, but the windows. There were two of them in the living room, facing out onto what looked like a pleasant, tree-lined street. But they were not just closed. They were boarded up, not from the outside, but from the inside. Thick, rough-hewn planks of wood, stained dark, were nailed securely over every pane of glass. The nails were old, rusty, driven deep into the window frames. There was not a single crack or gap for light to penetrate or for me to see out. The light in the room, I realized with sudden jolt of horror, was not coming from outside at all. It was coming from recessed lighting in the ceiling, perfectly designed to mimic natural daylight. My breath hitched. The windows, I whispered, pointing with a trembling finger. He followed my gaze, then gave a sheepish laugh. Oh, those... Yeah, sorry about that. It is a bit of an oddity. I know. I bought this place from an old hermit. He was eccentric. Apparently, he was convinced the world was ending or that someone was watching him. Nailed them all shut before he sold the place. I just have not gotten around to taking them down yet. It is a big job, you know? Plus, it is actually pretty cozy once you get used to it. Keeps the noise out. Cozy. It felt like a tomb. A meticulously crafted, perfectly normal-looking tomb. The air suddenly felt heavy, suffocating. The scent of rain and damp earth I would noticed earlier now seemed to cling to me, an artificial freshness. All of them. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded, still smiling, but his eyes were a little too bright, a little too fixed. Every single one. Do not worry, it is perfectly safe. More than safe, actually. Nobody can get in, and nobody can bother us. Nobody can get in, and nobody can bother us. The words echoed in my mind, a sinister promise. He had not said nobody can get out, but the implication was chillingly clear. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was not a dream. This was not a concussion. This was a malevolent Arthur, playing a new game. I needed to get out. I needed to escape this perfectly normal, perfectly sealed house. I think I should go, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, to sound apologetic, not terrified. I am feeling a little overwhelmed. Maybe I should just call a cab. His smile did not waver, but something in his gaze hardened, became possessive. Nonsense. You are not well. You just woke up from a bump on the head. You need to rest. I will make you some dinner. How about that pasta dish you love? The one with the pesto. Pesto pasta. He knew I loved pesto pasta. How could he know that? This was not a second date. I did not even know this man. He was a construct, another illusion. I really need to go, I insisted, pushing myself off the couch. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. My hand instinctively went to the locket again, clutching it tightly. It felt warm now, a faint, reassuring heat. He moved faster than I expected, blocking my path to the door. Where would you go? It is getting dark out, and you are disoriented. You are safer here. With me. His voice was still soft, but there was an underlying current of steel, a possessive edge that sent a shiver down my spine. Let me go, I said, my voice trembling. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. Why? Do not you like me? Do not you remember how much fun we had? The laughter, the way we just clicked. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. You belong here with me. You have always belonged with me. That last sentence. It was not him speaking. It was his voice, the malevolent Arthur. The echo. This man, this house, this entire scenario, it was all a trap. No, I whispered, shaking my head. You are not real. This is not real. His face twisted then, the handsome features dissolving for a split second, revealing a glimpse of something dark and ancient underneath, a swirling vortex of shadow and malice. It was like seeing a crack in a perfect porcelain doll, and catching a glimpse of the monstrous emptiness within. Oh, but it is my dear. The voice echoed directly in my mind now, no longer disguised. It was deep, resonating, filling the space between my ears. This is our reality, the one I have built for you. A safe space, a sanctuary, just for us. No outside interference, no distractions, no memories of a life that is not ours. He gestured around the room, and the artificial light in the ceiling flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. The framed photos on the side table seemed to warp, the faces in them stretching and contorting. The books on the shelf began to shimmer, their titles blurring into indecipherable script. Panic seized me. I spun around, looking for an exit. The front door was directly behind him. To my left, a hallway led deeper into the house. To my right, another door, presumably to the kitchen. Everywhere felt like a dead end. You can't keep me here. I cried, my voice raw with fear. He laughed, a sound that grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. Oh, but I can. And I will. This house, it is a reflection of your mind, my dear. Or what I want your mind to be. Sealed off, protected, empty of all but me. He took another step toward me, and I instinctively stumbled backward, my hand still clutching the locket. The locket, my shield, my beacon. It was still warm, throbbing faintly against my palm. You think that trinket can protect you? He sneered, his eyes, which had been warm brown, now glinting with a cold, predatory light. It is a nuisance, nothing more. A whisper from a dying echo. It delays the inevitable, that is all. Once your memories fade, once you accept this new reality, it will be powerless, and you will accept it. He lunged, not with a shadowy hand from before, but with the physical body of the date. His hands reached for me, intending to grab me, to pull me into his embrace. I shrieked, recoiling, and shoved the locket forward, a desperate, instinctual movement. The locket flared again, not with a blinding light from before, but with a focus beam, like a laser, striking him directly in the chest. He roared, a sound of agony and rage, stumbling backward. The illusion around him wavered violently. His handsome face rippled, dissolving into a maelstrom of shadow and light, then reforming, but now with a faint, transparent quality, as if he were a ghost barely clinging to form. You stubborn, foolish girl, his voice boomed, no longer masked. Why do you cling to a past that never was? To a phantom who cannot save you? He is real. I screamed, tears stinging my eyes. He is more real than you, and he will save me. I closed my eyes for a second, focusing on the true Arthur, on his kind eyes, his gentle smile, the feeling of his hand in mine from the photos in the locket. Remember us. Remember our past. His words echoed, a lifeline in the storm. When I opened my eyes, the living room was still there, but it was twisting, groaning. The walls seemed to breathe, the ceiling to undulate. The recessed lights flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows that danced like mocking spirits. And the nailed windows, they looked even more sinister now. The planks would appear to be pulsing, almost breathing like living things. This is my domain, he shrieked, regaining some composure, though his form still shimmered. You are trapped here. There is no escape. He lunged again, This time a purely shadowy form, a vortex of darkness with blazing red eyes. I did not think. I just ran. I bolted for the hallway, hoping it led somewhere, anywhere, away from him. My heart hammered, a drumbeat of pure terror. Behind me, I heard his enraged roar and the sound of furniture being violently thrown aside. The hallway was long and narrow, dimly lit by a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It felt colder here, the air thick with metallic tang. On either side, doors were spaced evenly, all closed. I tried the first one I came to. Locked. The second. Locked. The third. Locked. Every single one. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. This was not just a house, it was a cage. A meticulously constructed mental prison. The nailed windows, the locked doors, the false date, all of it designed to isolate me, to make me believe there was no outside, no escape, no true Arthur. You cannot hide from me. His voice thundered from behind me, echoing down the hall. I am everywhere in this place. I am this place. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was at the end of the hallway, a towering amorphous shadow, his red eyes burning like coals. He was moving slowly, deliberately, savoring my fear. I kept running, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I reached the end of the hallway, where it opened into what looked like a kitchen. It was dark, the only light coming from a flickering bulb in the hallway. I fumbled for a light switch, my fingers brushing against cold tile. Click. Fluorescent lights hummed to life, revealing a sterile stainless steel kitchen. It was devoid of any personal touches, no magnets on the fridge, no plants on the windowsill, just gleaming surfaces and sharp angles. And then I saw them. More windows. And they, too, were nailed shut. Not just planks, but thick steel plates bolted over the glass, making it impossible to see through, impossible to break. My breath hitched. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any weapon, any way out. A knife block sat on the counter, filled with gleaming blades. I grabbed the largest one, a chef's knife, my hand shaking so hard I almost dropped it. It felt heavy, cold, and utterly useless against a cosmic entity. But it was something. A knife. His voice sneered, now directly behind me, his form filling the kitchen doorway. The shadows stretched and twisted around him, making the room feel impossibly vast and impossibly small at the same time. Do you truly believe a mortal blade can harm me? I am beyond such petty things. He advanced, his shadowy form seeming to absorb the light from the fluorescent tubes. The steel plates on the windows began to groan, the bolts visibly straining, as if the house itself was trying to contain his power, or perhaps to succumb to it. You want to erase me? I cried, brandishing the knife, my voice cracking. You want to steal my memories, my love. You can't. He is a part of me, and I remember him. I gripped the locket, holding it up like a shield. I remember our past, our connection. You will never have me. As I spoke, the locket pulsed a faint rhythmic throb. And with each throb, a memory flashed into my mind, not just a picture, but a feeling, a scent, a taste. A feeling of ancient starlight, of whispers in a language I did not understand but somehow knew, of a hand gently tracing constellations on my skin. These were not the photos from the locket. These were my memories, reawakening, fighting back against his attempt to erase them. He roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. The kitchen lights shattered, plunging the room into near darkness, illuminated only by the faint, pulsing glow of the locket and the infernal red of his eyes. You cling to a dream, he shrieked, his voice vibrating through the very floor. A lie. I am your truth. I am your destiny. You are mine. He lunged again, faster this time, his shadowy form expanding to fill the entire kitchen. The air grew frigid, biting at my skin. I could feel his cold, malevolent presence enveloping me, trying to snuff out my will, to extinguish the fragile flame of my memories. But the locket, it was glowing brighter now, a steady, defiant light. And the true Arthur's voice, though faint, was there again, a whisper of encouragement, a spark of hope. Fight. Remember, you are stronger than you know. I closed my eyes, not in surrender, but in focus. I focused on the locket, on the warmth it emanated, on the memories it was stirring. I was not just holding a piece of jewelry, I was holding a piece of us, a piece of my true past, my true love. No, I screamed, a primal roar that tore from my throat. I am not yours. I belong to Arthur, the true Arthur, and you will never take that from me. As I yelled, the locket erupted. This time it was not a blinding flash, but a steady, expanding aura of pure white light. It did not just push him back, it burned him. The shadow writhed, shrieking in pain, its form shrinking, recoiling from the radiant energy. The kitchen, which had been a suffocating prison, now felt like a crucible purifying itself. The light grew, filling the entire kitchen, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. It pressed against the bolted windows, and I heard a metallic groan, a screech of tortured steel. The air crackled with energy, and the scent of ozone filled my nostrils. The malevolent Arthur was screaming, a sound of pure agony and impotent rage. His shadowy form was being torn apart, shredded by the light. He tried to reform, to lash out, but the locket's power was too great. It was consuming him, or at least consuming his manifestation in this space. With a final, ear-splitting shriek that seemed to tear the very fabric of the house, his shadow dissipated, dissolving into nothingness. The light from the locket pulsed once more, then slowly, gradually, began to recede. The kitchen was still. The air, though still smelling of ozone, was no longer frigid. The shattered fluorescent lights hung precariously from the ceiling. The knife was still clutched in my hand, but it felt heavy and meaningless now. I stood there, panting, trembling, my body aching from the sheer terror of it all. The locket was warm against my skin. Its glow faded to a soft, reassuring pulse. I looked at the steel-plated windows. They were still there, still bolted shut. But something was different. The edges of the steel plates, where they met the window frames, were glowing faintly, a soft, ethereal light. It was not the harsh, artificial light from before. It was natural, like moonlight or distant starlight. I walked closer, my legs still shaking. I pressed my hand against one of the plates. It was cold, hard steel, but through the faint glow around the edges, I could make out a sliver of what lay beyond. Not a tree-lined street, not a neighborhood, but a swirling, starry expanse, a nebula of colors. The vast, terrifying, beautiful cosmos. This house was not just a physical prison. It was a pocket dimension, a construct designed to sever me from reality. And the nailed windows were not just keeping me, and they were keeping him out. The true Arthur, the true reality. He was still out there, fighting, waiting, and I was still in here. A profound sense of exhaustion washed over me. I sank to the floor, leaning against the cold, steel-plated window, the locket still clutched in my hand. He was gone, for now, but he would be back. He would try again. This was just one battle in a war for my very soul, for my memories, for my connection to the true Arthur. I looked at the sliver of swirling stars visible through the glowing crack. I was not safe. Not really. But I had fought him off. I had remembered. And I had a beacon. A tiny, glowing piece of hope in the vast, cosmic nightmare my life had become. I closed my eyes. The image of the true Arthur's kind face burned into my mind. I would find a way out of this house. I would find Sarah. And I would find him. I had to, because if I did not, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the next date would be the last. I have always been a pretty pragmatic guy. Skeptical, even. Ghost stories and urban legends were fun campfire tales, but I never gave them much credence. The world, I figured, was explainable Even if sometimes the explanations were complicated or ugly, that belief system served me well, right up until the point it did not. Right up until I found myself in a place where the only thing more terrifying than what I saw was a horrifying realization that I might be seeing it at all. It all started, as these things often do, with desperation. My life had hit a rough patch, a series of bad investments, a job loss, and then a cascade of bills that seemed to multiply faster than I could earn. I was behind on rent, my car was on its last legs, and my savings account was a barren wasteland. I was scrolling through the darkest corners of the internet, past the usual job boards, when I stumbled upon an ad that, even at the time, made a little alarm bell go off in the back of my head. It was vague, almost laughably so, but the pay was astronomical for what it claimed to be. Research assistant needed. Remote location. Short-term contract, 3-5 days. Generous compensation. Discretion required. That last part, discretion required, should have been a screaming red flag. But the image of my rapidly dwindling bank balance drowned out any sensible internal warnings. I clicked on the link. It led to a minimalist page with an email address and AP. Oh, box. No company name, no details. Just a brief form asking for availability and a short statement of why I was interested. I filled it out, exaggerating my research experience and making myself sound like a highly adaptable, discreet individual. I pressed send, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. To my surprise, I got a reply within hours. It was from an address simply listed as Project X. The email was brief, formal, and to the point. It outlined a meeting location, a coffee shop an hour outside the city, in a part of town I rarely visited. It also specified a time and a description of the person, who would meet me, a man in a dark suit, holding a copy of a specific, obscure literary magazine. The pay, it confirmed, was indeed as high as I would hoped. Enough to clear my debts and then some. I hesitated for a moment, then, with a deep breath, confirmed my attendance. What did I have to lose? The coffee shop was bustling, but I spotted him immediately. He was exactly as described, sitting alone at a small table, sipping black coffee and holding the specified magazine. He was a gaunt man, probably in his late 50s, with sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to take in everything without betraying any emotion. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his thin lips were set in a perpetual, humorless line. He introduced himself simply as Silas. No last name. Our conversation was brief. He did not ask about my qualifications beyond a cursory glance at my resume, which I would brought as requested. Instead, he focused on my understanding of discretion and solitude. He explained that the research involved observation of environmental stimuli in isolated conditions, and that I would be required to stay in a cabin for 3 to 5 days, completely cut off from the outside world. No phone, no internet, no contact. My role, he said, was simply be present and to fill out daily questionnaires about my experiences. He emphasized that the location was extremely remote and that I would be transported there and back. When I asked for more details about the stimuli or the purpose of the research, his eyes, dark and unblinking, met mine. The nature of the research is proprietary. Alex, your role is simple: observe, record, and maintain objectivity. Any deviation from these instructions will result in immediate termination of the contract and forfeiture of payment. His tone was flat, devoid of threat, yet chillingly absolute. I swallowed, the coffee suddenly tasting bitter. It felt like I was signing up for some kind of sensory deprivation experiment, or maybe something even stranger. But the money was too good to pass up. I signed the contract he presented, a thick document filled with legalese I barely skimmed, mostly focusing on the payment terms and the non-disclosure agreement. It felt like signing my life away, but I rationalized it as a temporary inconvenience for a significant reward. Silas told me to pack a small bag with comfortable clothes and toiletries. He would pick me up the following morning at dawn. "Be ready," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "We won't wait." The next morning, I was ready, bag packed, heart thumping a nervous rhythm against my ribs. A nondescript black SUV, tinted windows, pulled up precisely on time. Silas was behind the wheel. I got in, and without a word, we set off. The journey was long. We drove for hours, leaving the city behind, then the suburbs, then even the small towns, venturing deeper and deeper into what felt like uncharted territory. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a barely discernible dirt track that wound through dense forest. The trees grew taller, thicker, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sky. The silence in the car was heavy, broken only by the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional rustle of leaves. I tried to make small talk, but Silas offered only monosyllabic responses, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He seemed utterly comfortable in this desolate landscape. Too comfortable. My phone, which I had kept in my pocket despite his instructions, had long since lost all signal. I felt a pang of anxiety, a sudden realization of my complete isolation. There was no turning back now. After what felt like an eternity, the forest began to thin slightly, and in a small clearing, I saw it, the cabin. From the outside, it was unremarkable. A rustic, single-story structure made of dark, weathered wood, nestled among the towering pines. It looked like any other hunting or fishing cabin you might find in a remote wilderness area. There was a small porch, a single window to the right of the door, and a chimney. Nothing to suggest the strangeness that awaited me. Silas pulled up to a small gravel turnaround, killed the engine, and stepped out. I followed, stretching my cramped limbs. The air was crisp, cold, and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. A profound silence hung over the clearing, broken only by the distant call of a crow. It was beautiful in a stark, unsettling way. "This is it," Silas said, his voice flat. He walked toward the cabin, pulled a key from his pocket, and unlocked the heavy wooden door. It creaked open, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow the faint morning light. He gestured for me to go in. I stepped across the threshold, my eyes still adjusting from the bright outdoor light, and then I stopped dead. My breath caught in my throat. It was not just a cabin. It was a kaleidoscope. Every single surface, from the floor to the ceiling, from the walls to the doors, was covered in mirrors. Not just framed mirrors hung on walls, but seamless, polished panels that formed the very structure of the room. It was like stepping into an infinite hall of reflections, a dizzying, disorienting space where up was down and left was right, and every angle showed 1,000 versions of myself, stretching into eternity. My reflections stared back at me, shocked, bewildered, multiplied endlessly. My eyes, wide with disbelief, were reflected in 1,000 pairs of eyes. My small backpack, my clothes, my very posture all duplicated, cloned, and scattered across the reflective surfaces. It was overwhelming, an assault on the senses. I felt a sudden, profound nausea, my equilibrium completely thrown off. "Welcome, Alex," Silas said, his voice echoing eerily in the mirrored chamber. His own reflection, multiplied and distorted, seemed to mock me from every direction. "This is where you will conduct your research." I tried to speak, but the words would not come. I just stood there, spinning slowly, trying to make sense of the visual chaos. There was a small cot in one corner, its white sheets dark against the mirrored floor. A small, mirrored table held a stack of papers and a pen. Even the ceiling fan above was mirrored, its blades reflecting the room in a dizzying swirl. There were no windows, no visible exits beyond the door I would just entered. "Your instructions are on the table," Silas continued, oblivious to my obvious distress. "Daily questionnaires. Record everything you observe, everything you feel. Food and water will be delivered through a small hatch in the wall. Do not attempt to open it from your side. There is a small chemical toilet in the corner, discreetly placed behind a mirrored partition." He pointed to a section of wall that, upon closer inspection, did indeed seem to form a small mirrored alcove. "The payment will be wired to your account upon successful completion and my verification of your adherence to the protocol. He finished. I will return for you in 5 days. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to leave the cabin or tamper with the equipment. Understand, I finally managed to croak out a yes, though my voice sounded alien, swallowed by the reflections. Silas nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible curve to his lips. He backed out of the cabin, and the heavy wooden door swung shut with a resounding thud. The click of the lock echoed, final and absolute. I was alone with 1,000 versions of myself. The initial disorientation slowly gave way to a creeping sense of unease. I walked around, cautiously at first, then more boldly, touching the cold, smooth surfaces. The mirrors were immaculately clean, showing every detail with unnerving clarity. I tried to find a seam, a break, anything that was not a mirror, but there was nothing. It was a perfectly enclosed, perfectly reflective cube. I went to the cot and sat down, trying to collect my thoughts. My reflection sat down with me, a legion of me, all staring back with the same bewildered expression. It was like being in a fun house, but without the fun. The sheer number of reflections was overwhelming. Every movement I made was amplified, every gesture repeated ad infinitum. It was impossible to escape my own gaze. I picked up the papers from the mirror table. The first sheet was a detailed schedule: wake up, eat, fill out questionnaire, free time, eat, fill out questionnaire, sleep. The questionnaires themselves were mostly subjective. Describe your mood. List any unusual observations. Rate your sense of isolation 1-10. Describe your physical sensations. Standard stuff for a psychological experiment, I supposed. But the environment was anything but standard. The first few hours were a blur of trying to adjust. I tried to ignore the reflections, to focus on the small, mirrored square cot I was on, but it was impossible. Every time I moved my head, a new angle of myself or a new angle of the room would flash into view. I tried to read the provided paperback novel, but my own reflected face kept appearing in the periphery of my vision, distracting me. It was like being constantly watched, not by others, but by myself. As the day wore on, the cabin grew darker. There were no lights beyond a single battery-powered lantern on the table. When I switched it on, the effect was even more jarring. The light bounced off every surface, creating dazzling, confusing patterns that made my eyes ache. I quickly turned it off, preferring the dim, ambient light that filtered in through some unseen vent or crack, enough to prevent total darkness, but not enough to clearly illuminate the room. I ate the food that was delivered through the hatch of bland, pre-packaged meal, and tried to fill out the first questionnaire. My mood anxious. Unusual observations, constant reflections. Sense of isolation 10. Physical sensations dizzy, nauseous. Sleep did not come easily that first night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see the infinite reflections behind my eyelids. When I opened them, the darkness was still filled with the ghostly outlines of my own form, shimmering faintly in the minuscule light. I kept imagining shapes moving in the periphery, convinced I saw something shift, only to realize it was just my own reflection, or the reflection of the cot, or the faint movement of my own breath fogging the mirror. On the second day, the psychological effects began to intensify. The constant visual input was exhausting. My eyes felt perpetually strained. My head throbbed. I started to notice subtle distortions. Sometimes when I looked at a reflection of myself, it would seem slightly off. A flicker of an expression that was not mine, a subtle lag in movement, like a poorly synced video. I would blink, and it would be gone, leaving me to wonder if I would imagined it. I tried to talk to myself, just to hear another voice, but my own voice echoed back, multiplied and distorted, making it sound alien. It was like being trapped in a conversation with 1,000 strangers, all of whom sounded exactly like me. I started to get angry. Angry at Silas, angry at myself for taking this job, angry at the constant inescapable gaze of my own reflected face. I punched a mirrored wall, a dull thud echoing to the cabin, but the surface was unyielding, cold. My knuckles stung, and my angry reflection stared back. 1,000 angry faces. Later that day, something more concrete happened. I was sitting on the cot, staring blankly at a distant reflection of myself, when I saw it. For a split second, in the reflection of my reflection's reflection, a figure passed behind me. It was too quick to make out details, a fleeting shadow, but it was not my shadow. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just the endless, empty mirrored walls. I told myself it was fatigue, a trick of the light, an optical illusion caused by the overwhelming reflections. But the seed of doubt had been planted. The third day was when things truly started to unravel. The subtle distortions became less subtle. I was walking toward the water dispenser, and in a reflection directly ahead, I saw my reflection move before I did. Just a fraction of a second, a slight shift of the head, a twitch of the shoulder, utterly out of sync with my own movements. I stopped dead, and my reflection stopped dead, staring at me with an unnerving intensity. What was that? I whispered, my voice hoarse. My reflection just stared. Its eyes seemed colder, older. I reached out, slowly, cautiously, toward the mirror. My reflection mirrored my movement, its hand reaching out as well. But as my fingers grazed the cold surface, I swear I saw a faint, almost imperceptible smile touch its lips, a smile that was not on my face. A shiver ran down my spine. I started to feel like I was not alone, not just with my reflections, but with something else, something that was using the reflections as a medium. I began to see things in the periphery, just beyond my direct line of sight. Shadows that elongated unnaturally, figures that seemed to coalesce for a moment in the depths of the mirrored hall, only to vanish when I turned to face them. I tried to cover the mirrors, using the sparse blankets from the cot, but they were too small, too few, and the mirrors themselves were too vast, too encompassing. It was like trying to cover the sky with a handkerchief. Every attempt only served to highlight the futility of my efforts and the inescapable nature of my predicament. I started talking to my reflection. At first, it was a desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of sanity, to have a conversation, any conversation. "Who are you?" I would ask, and my reflection would stare back, silent, unblinking. "What do you want?" But then, I started to notice something truly terrifying. Sometimes when I spoke, a faint, almost inaudible whisper would seem to emanate from the mirrored walls. It was not my voice, not exactly. It was deeper, colder, a sibilant hiss that seemed to snake around my words. I could not make out what it was saying, but it felt predatory. On the fourth day, I woke up screaming. I do not remember what I dreamt, only a sense of profound terror. My heart was hammering. Sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. As I gasped for breath, I looked at my reflection. It was not screaming. It was smiling. A slow, chilling grin that stretched its lips, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Its eyes, my eyes, were wide open, staring at me with an unsettling amusement. I scrambled back, falling off the cot. The reflection mirrored my panic, but its smile remained. It did not move as I did. It simply stood there, a perfect, sinister doppelganger, its grin widening, stretching impossibly. "You are not me." I choked out, my voice trembling. The reflection tilted its head, still smiling. And then, for the first time, I heard it speak, clearly, distinctly, in a voice that was undeniably mine, yet colder, imbued with subtle, mocking echo. "Oh, but I am," it whispered, its lips not moving. The sound seemed to come from all around me, from every surface, every angle. Or rather I will be. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. This was not a trick of the light or a hallucination. This was real. Something was in here with me, trapped within these endless reflections. It was using my own image as a mask. I lunged at the nearest mirrored wall, fists flailing, screaming incoherent obscenities. I slammed my body against it, desperate to break free, to shatter the illusion. But the mirrors were solid, unyielding. My fists hit the hard surface with dull thuds, pain shooting up my arms. My reflection, my other reflection, watched, its smile never wavering, its eyes glinting with a dark satisfaction. I collapsed, sobbing, against the mirrored floor. Every surface showed my pathetic, broken form, surrounded by the triumphant, grinning face of my doppelganger. It felt like I was being mocked by my own essence. "What do you want?" I whimpered. The whisper came again, closer this time, seeming to emanate from the very air around me. "Your place, your life, your reality." It wanted to switch. It wanted to become me. I understood, then. This was not an experiment in isolation. This was a trap, a carefully constructed prison designed to break down a person's sanity, to blur the lines between self and reflection, to prepare them for whatever this thing was. Silas, the research, the vague instructions, it was all a macabre setup. I spent the rest of the fourth day huddled in a corner, my back pressed against a mirrored wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. I kept my eyes closed, but the image of that grinning reflection was burned into my mind. When I dared to open them, I would see it lurking in the distance, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, always watching, always smiling. It never moved directly, never stepped out of the mirror, but it was there. It felt like a predator circling its prey, waiting for the opportune moment. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of the unseen trees outside, every beat of my own frantic heart was amplified and distorted by the mirrored surfaces. I imagined it getting closer, its cold, mirrored hand reaching out, try to pull me into its world or pull itself into mine. By the morning of the fifth day, I was a wreck. My throat was raw from screaming, my body ached, and my mind felt like it was tearing itself apart. I had not eaten or drunk anything in hours. My reflection, my true reflection, was haggard, haunted, but the other one, the smiling one, looked vibrant, almost eager. I heard the distant rumble of a vehicle. Silas. He was coming back. My heart leaped with a desperate surge of hope, then plummeted as I remembered the smiling reflection. What would happen when he opened the door? Would it try to escape? Would it try to become me before he arrived? I scrambled to my feet, looking wildly around the mirrored room. I needed to do something. Anything. I could not let it win. I could not let it take my life, my identity. As the sound of the vehicle grew louder, I noticed something. A faint crack, almost invisible, in one of the floor mirrors near the cot. It was hairline thin, probably from my earlier frantic thrashing. It was tiny, insignificant, but it was a break in the perfection. A desperate, insane idea formed in my mind. If it lived in the mirrors, perhaps I could break its world. With a primal scream, I grabbed the small, heavy lantern from the table. It was battery-powered, solid, and made of some kind of thick metal. I lifted it high above my head, ignoring the pain in my arms, ignoring the thousand reflections of my desperate, wild-eyed face. The smiling reflection was suddenly everywhere, its grin wider than ever, its eyes gleaming with a strange mixture of triumph and alarm. No, it hissed, its voice a chorus of whispers from every direction. "Do not. You will break everything." "Good." I roared, and brought the lantern down with all my remaining strength onto the hairline crack. In the floor mirror, the sound was deafening. A sickening crack, followed by a spiderweb of fractures that spread across the mirrored surface like lightning. Shards of glass flew, glinting in the dim light. The perfect, infinite reflection shattered, distorting into 1,000 jagged pieces. The cabin seemed to convulse. The air grew heavy, thick with metallic tang. The whispers turned into a cacophony of screams, inhuman and guttural, echoing from every broken surface. The grinning reflection, now fragmented and distorted across the shattered glass, contorted into a mask of pure agony and rage. I did not stop. I kept slamming the lantern down, again and again, fueled by a desperate, primal need to destroy. Each blow sent more cracks spiderwebbing across the floor, then up the walls, then across the ceiling. The mirrors, once seamless, were now a mosaic of chaos, reflecting my shattered image back at me. The screams intensified, growing louder, more desperate, as if something was being torn apart. The reflections writhed, twisted, and then they began to fade. Not just the doppelganger, but all the reflections. They shimmered, grew translucent, and then simply vanished, leaving behind only the dull, gray backing of the mirror panels, now exposed and broken. I kept hitting, even after the reflections were gone, even after the screams died down to a faint, mournful whimper. I kept hitting until my arms gave out, until the lantern was bent and useless, until the cabin was no longer a hall of mirrors, but a ruin of broken glass and exposed, dark surfaces. The ringing in my ears was deafening. I felt my knees panting, exhausted, covered in a thin layer of dust and tiny glass shards. The cabin was dark now, truly dark, the ambient light no longer bouncing off the reflective surfaces. Only the broken lantern, still clutched in my hand, provided a faint glow. Then, I heard it. The door, unlocking. Silas stepped in, his gaunt face hardening as he took in the destruction. He looked from a shattered cabin to my disheveled, wild-eyed form. His eyes, usually emotionless, flickered with something I could not quite decipher: surprise, annoyance, disappointment. "What have you done?" he asked, his voice low, dangerous. I broke it. I whispered, my voice raw. It was trying to get out, to take me. Silas walked further into the room, stepping carefully over the broken glass. He looked at the exposed, dull surfaces where the mirrors had been. He ran a hand over a section of wall, then turned back to me. "You have destroyed years of research." "Alex," he said, his voice devoid of anger, yet colder than any rage. "Years of careful calibration. Do you have any idea what you have interfered with? It was going to replace me." I cried, tears streaming down my face. It was going to take my life. Silas simply stared at me, his expression unreadable. There was nothing there. "Alex, only your own mind, reacting to extreme sensory input and isolation. That was the point of the experiment." He paused and added, "Or, at least, that is what you're supposed to believe." His words hit me like a physical blow. Was it all in my head? Had the isolation, the constant reflections, finally broken me? Had I destroyed everything for a hallucination? He sighed, a sound of weary resignation. "The contract is void. No payment." I did not care about the money anymore. All I cared about was getting out. He led me out of the cabin, past the ruined interior, into the crisp morning air. The forest seemed to welcome me, its natural, uneven surfaces a balm to my shattered perception. I got into the SUV, numb, exhausted. Silas drove in silence, the long journey back feeling even longer than the one coming in. He dropped me off at the same coffee shop, now bustling with morning commuters. He handed me a small, sealed envelope. "For your troubles," he said, his voice flat. It was not the astronomical sum promised, but it was enough for a few weeks' rent. A hush money, I realized, to keep me quiet. I never saw Silas again. I never looked up Project X. I never told anyone what truly happened in that cabin. Who would believe me? They would just say I would have a breakdown, that the isolation had driven me mad. And sometimes, even now, I wonder if they would be right. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know what I felt. I got my life back on track. Slowly. I found a new job, paid off my debts, moved into a new apartment. But something fundamental had changed within me. I can't look at mirrors the same way. I avoid them if I can. I have only one in my bathroom. and I keep it covered with a towel unless I absolutely need it. Sometimes, when I am walking past a storefront or catch my reflection in a darkened window, I see it, a flicker, a wrong expression, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in my reflection's eyes, a coldness that is not mine. And for a split second, I hear it too, a faint, sibilant whisper, just at the edge of hearing, saying, I will be waiting. And every time, I wonder, did I really destroy it? Or did I just break the glass, giving it a temporary setback? Did something truly malevolent exist in that mirrored prison? Or did it merely awaken something within me? I do not know the answer. But I do know this every time I look into a mirror now. I do not just see myself. I see a shadow and a memory of a grinning face, staring back from an endless hall of reflections, waiting for its chance to finally step out and claim what it believes is its own. And sometimes, when I am alone late at night, I swear I can still feel its cold, mirrored gaze on the back of my neck. And that, more than anything, is the true horror that remains. I have always considered myself a pretty grounded guy. Practical, logical. I am an accountant, for crying out loud. My life is spreadsheets and tax codes, not ghost stories or conspiracy theories. So, when I found myself swiping through dating apps in my late 20s, it was less about finding the one and more about finding someone. My dating history was, let us just say, a highlight reel of awkward silences and fizzled connections. I was not looking for fireworks, I was just hoping for a steady flame. That is when I matched with Alara. Her profile was, for lack of a better word, perfect. Her photos were stunning, not overly filtered, but naturally beautiful. She had this captivating smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes that made her seem approachable yet intriguing. Her bio was witty, intelligent, and did not mention anything about live, laugh, love, or needing a travel buddy, which was already a huge plus in my book. She listed her profession as an independent researcher, which sounded vague, but also kind of cool. Her interests aligned perfectly with mine: obscure indie films, hiking, reading classic literature. It felt almost tailor-made. We started chatting, and it was effortless. Our conversations flowed, moving from lighthearted banter to surprisingly deep discussions about philosophy and the meaning of life. She had an incredible way of making me feel seen, of picking up on nuances in my messages that nobody else ever had. She was witty, insightful, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. After a week of nonstop messaging, I felt like I would known her for years. It was exciting, a feeling I had not experienced in a long time, maybe ever. I found myself checking my phone constantly, waiting for her next message, a goofy grin plastered on my face. My friends, seeing my sudden uplifted mood, joked that I would finally hit the jackpot. I was starting to believe them. But even then, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of doubt had been planted. It was not anything she said or did, specifically. It was more of an absence. I am a naturally curious person, and when I get excited about someone, I do what most people do these days, a quick internet search. Not in a creepy, obsessive way, just a casual check. See if they have a LinkedIn profile, an Instagram, maybe an old college newspaper mention. Just to get a fuller picture, you know. With Alara, there was nothing. I started with the obvious. Her name, Alara Vance, in Tegut. Nothing relevant came up. A few obscure historical figures, some fantasy novel characters, but no modern-day individual matching her description. I tried her full name with independent researcher. Still nothing. I tried adding her claimed age range, or the city she said she lived in. Zero. This was odd. In today's hyper-connected world, it is almost impossible to exist without some kind of digital footprint. Even my 80-year-old grandmother has an IU2B page where she shares pictures of her prize-winning petunias. But Alara, it was like she did not exist outside of that dating app profile. My initial thought was that she must have a common name, or maybe she used a pseudonym on the app. So, I tried a reverse image search of her profile pictures. I uploaded her main photo, then a few others she would send me. The results were always the same, no visually similar images found. This was even stranger. Most people's dating app photos are recycled from their social media, or at least they have been uploaded somewhere else online. Hers were unique, or rather, uniquely non-existent anywhere else. I felt a prickle of unease, but I rationalized it away. Maybe she was just incredibly private. Maybe she was one of those people who deliberately stayed off social media. A digital ghost by choice. It was rare, but not impossible. And, frankly, the idea of someone so intentionally disconnected from the digital noise of the world was, in a way, even more intriguing. It added to her mystique. It made her feel special, different, despite the growing oddity. I was still captivated by her. We decided to meet for coffee. I suggested a popular cafe downtown, a bustling place where I felt comfortable. She agreed readily. The moment I saw her walk in, I forgot all about my internet sleuthing. She was even more stunning in person. Her eyes, which had seemed so captivating in her photos, were an unsettling shade of deep emerald green, almost luminous. Her smile was warm, genuine, and disarming. She wore a simple, elegant dress that seemed to flow around her, and she carried herself with an effortless grace that made every other person in the cafe seem clumsy by comparison. "You must be Alara," I said, feeling a little breathless, standing to greet her. "And you must be—" She paused, her eyes twinkling, "the man who writes such charming messages." Her voice was soft, melodious, with a faint, unidentifiable accent that made her sound even more exotic. I would never notice an accent in her messages. We talked for hours. It was like our messages had come to life, only better. She was animated, witty, and incredibly engaging. She listened intently when I spoke, her gaze unwavering, making me feel like I was the most fascinating person in the room. She seemed to remember every tiny detail I would ever mention, from my favorite obscure band to a passing comment I would made about my childhood pet. It was flattering, incredibly so, but also a little unnerving. How could someone remember everything so perfectly? At one point, I tried to subtly bring up her lack of online presence. "You know," I said, trying to sound casual. "I tried looking you up online just out of curiosity, and I could not find anything. You are like a digital phantom." I chuckled, hoping she would laugh it off and offer an explanation. She smiled, a knowing, almost secretive smile. "Oh, that," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "I prefer to live in the real world. You know, the internet is such a noisy place. I find it distracting. I like my privacy. I have always been that way." She paused, her gaze locking with mine. "Is that a problem for you?" Her tone was light, but there was an intensity in her eyes that made me feel like I was being tested. I quickly reassured her. No, not at all. I actually find it kind of refreshing. Most people are practically glued to their phones." "Exactly," she said, her smile widening. "There's so much more to experience when you are not constantly documenting for others." It was a perfectly reasonable explanation, delivered with such conviction and charm that it completely disarmed my suspicions. I admired her commitment to privacy, her refreshing detachment from the digital world. I walked away from that first date feeling exhilarated, convinced I would met someone truly special, someone unique. The internet thing was just an eccentricity, a quirk that made her even more interesting. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, she was more captivating than the last. She seemed to anticipate my every thought, finishing my sentences, recommending books and movies that I had just been thinking of exploring. It was a connection unlike any I would ever experience. My friends, who had been initially skeptical of my perfect match, met her briefly and were completely charmed. "She is amazing, dude, my best friend. Mark, exclaimed after meeting her at a group dinner. Totally get why you are smitten. But as the initial euphoria began to wear off, the little oddities started to accumulate, like dust motes in a beam of sunlight. They were subtle at first, easily dismissed. She never invited me to her place. She always suggested we meet at a restaurant, a park, a gallery. When I gently pressed her about it, she would say her apartment was a mess or she was in the middle of moving things around for her research. Plausible enough. She rarely used her phone in front of me. She would always keep it tucked away in her purse, or say it was dead. When I offered to let her use mine, she would politely decline, saying it was not urgent. In an age where everyone is constantly checking their phone, it felt unnatural. I noticed she never seemed to carry a wallet or a purse with much in it. Just a small clutch, sometimes not even that. When we paid for things, she would always pull out a crisp $50 bill from a hidden pocket in her dress, or from somewhere I could not quite see. No cards, no ID. I never saw her sign anything. One evening, after a particularly wonderful dinner, I tried to snap a quick photo of us, just for memories. I said, pulling out my phone. She laughed, a light, musical sound, and then, with an almost imperceptible flick of her wrist, she moved just as the shutter clicked, leaving me with a blurry image of a wall behind where she had been standing. "Oh, I am terribly unphotogenic," she said with a playful pout. "You will just have to keep my image in your mind." It happened again a few dates later when I tried to take a selfie with her. She always managed to subtly shift or turn her head or make a joke that diverted my attention just long enough for the moment to pass. It was uncanny. It was like she could not be photographed. This was when the unease started to morph into genuine concern. The private explanation for her lack of digital footprint began to fray. It was not just privacy, it was an absolute, impenetrable wall. It was a void. I started digging again, this time with more intensity. I was no longer just curious, I was obsessed. I went through every search engine I could think of, not just gut goo. I tried niche academic databases, public record archives, even some of the darker corners of the internet that I probably should not have been exploring. I tried combinations of her name, her supposed profession, her physical description. Nothing. It was like she was a ghost in the machine, a perfectly rendered illusion with no underlying data. I mentioned my growing worries to Mark. He listened patiently, then scoffed. "Dude, you are being paranoid. She is just really private. Or maybe she is in witness protection or something. Do not ruin a good thing, because you are overthinking it. But it is not just the internet." I argued. She never lets me go to her place. She won't let me take her picture. She never uses her phone. "So what?" Mark interrupted. "Maybe she is old school. Maybe she has got some trauma in her past. You said yourself she is an independent researcher. Maybe she works on super secret stuff. Just enjoy it, man. She is beautiful, smart. She likes you. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth." His words did little to reassure me. If anything, they made me feel more isolated in my growing dread. He was right on the surface. She was everything I would ever wanted. But my gut, that primal instinct I usually ignored, was screaming at me. Something was profoundly wrong. The feeling of being watched intensified. I would catch glimpses of a car, a dark sedan, parked a few blocks from my apartment late at night, or spot a figure that looked eerily like her walking past my office building when she claimed to be out of town. I would dismiss it as coincidence, or my paranoia playing tricks on me, but the coincidences were piling up. She seemed to know my routines, my habits, my preferences, even those I had not explicitly shared with her. "I just had a feeling you would be here," she would say, appearing at my favorite coffee shop on a Saturday morning, even though I had not told her I was going. Her smile would be radiant, but her eyes held something ancient and knowing, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I decided I needed definitive proof. I needed a picture, something concrete. One afternoon, I suggested we go for a hike in a remote state park. I loved hiking, and she would express an interest in it. I figured in a natural setting, away from the city's distractions, I might have a better chance. I brought my camera, a decent DSLR, not just my phone. I told her I wanted to capture the scenery. As we walked, the autumn leaves crunching underfoot, she was as charming as ever. She pointed out different species of trees, identified bird calls, and shared fascinating tidbits about the local ecosystem. She seemed perfectly at home in the wilderness, moving with an almost preternatural ease. We reached a scenic overlook, a breathtaking vista of rolling hills and distant mountains. "This is incredible," I said, genuinely awestruck. "Let us get a picture here." I pulled out my DSLR, framing the shot. Her smile faltered for a split second, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "Oh, you know me," she said, her voice still light. "I am just not one for pictures." "Come on." I pressed, trying to sound playful. "Just one. A scenic shot. You are part of the scenery." She hesitated, then sighed dramatically. "All right, fine, but only because you asked so nicely." She posed, turning her head slightly, her body angled away from the direct sunlight. I quickly adjusted my settings, focused, and pressed the shutter button. Click. I immediately checked the LCD screen. The image was there, clear as day. The stunning landscape, the vibrant autumn colors, and a blurry, indistinct shape where a Lara should have been standing. It was not just out of focus. It was like the camera could not quite resolve her image. A ghost. A smudge. My blood ran cold. "Perfect," she said, stepping away from the view, her smile returning, as if she knew exactly what I would see or not see. "Now, shall we continue?" I feigned a smile, my heart pounding in my chest. "Yeah, absolutely." My mind was racing. This was not just privacy. This was not just a quirk. This was something supernatural. Something impossible. That night, I could not sleep. The image of the blurry spot on my camera screen haunted me. I knew then that Mark was wrong. I was not paranoid. I was in danger. I decided I had to find out who or what a Lara really was. My life felt like it depended on it. I started with her apartment. She would always been vague about the exact address, just saying it was in a specific, upscale neighborhood. I remembered her mentioning a street name once, casually, during an early conversation. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. The next day, I drove to that street. It was lined with beautiful, old brownstones. I walked up and down, looking for any sign of her, any building that seemed out of place, or where I might have seen her enter or exit. Nothing. Then, I saw it. A dark sedan, identical to the one I would see near my apartment, parked a few blocks away. My heart leaped into my throat. I ducked behind a parked van, trying to stay out of sight. I watched the car for a long time. No one came or went. It just sat there, waiting. I decided to take a risk. I walked up to the car, cautiously. The windows were tinted, but I could make out a faint silhouette in the driver's seat. It was a Lara. She was just sitting there, perfectly still, staring straight ahead. Not at me, but at something further down the street. It was like she was on surveillance, or waiting for a signal. I felt a surge of terror, but also a strange sense of clarity. This was not a romance anymore. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. I hurried, away, my mind buzzing. She was watching me. She was always watching. The next step was risky, but necessary. I had to create a distraction, a false lead, to see how she would react. I sent her a text message, telling her I was going out of town for the weekend to visit my parents, who lived a few hours away. I gave her the name of a fictional small town, somewhere I knew she would not be able to easily verify. I made sure to mention a specific time I would be leaving. Instead, I went to a cheap motel an hour away. just far enough to be convincing, but close enough to return quickly. I packed a small bag, leaving my main belongings at home, just in case. I felt like a character in a spy movie, except I was utterly terrified. From the motel room, I used a burner phone I bought cash and a VPN to create a new, anonymous email address. I then sent an email to myself from this burner address containing a fabricated discovery. I pretended I would found an old newspaper clipping online from decades ago about a series of unexplained disappearances in a small, forgotten town. The article included a grainy, hand-drawn sketch of a woman who was a person of interest, described as unusually beautiful and never seen to age. The sketch, though crude, bore an unnerving resemblance to a Lara. I made sure the email looked like I would just stumbled upon it, expressing my shock and confusion. Then, I sent the email to a Lara from my real phone, pretending I would accidentally forward it to her instead of myself. I immediately followed up with a text. "Oh my God, Elara, I am so sorry. I meant to send that to myself. It is nothing, just some weird old article I found. Please ignore it." I waited. My heart was a drum in my chest. Her reply came almost instantly. "No worries. Happens to the best of us. Have a wonderful time with your parents. Text me when you are back." Her tone was perfectly normal, but the speed of her reply, the almost too casual dismissal, felt like a warning. I knew she would seen the email, and I knew she was reacting. I decided to go back home. I had a terrible feeling. I drove back, pushing the speed limit, my hands clammy on the steering wheel. As I approached my apartment building, I saw it again, the dark sedan, parked in its usual spot, a few blocks away. But this time, the driver's side door was ajar, and the silhouette was gone. Panic seized me. I parked my car haphazardly and ran toward my building. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The moment I pushed open my front door, I knew the air inside was different. A faint, almost imperceptible scent, like old parchment and something metallic, hung in the air. My apartment was not disturbed, not overtly. Nothing was broken, nothing was obviously missing, but something felt violated. I walked through each room, my senses on high alert. Everything seemed in its place. My books were on the shelves, my laptop on the desk, the dirty dishes in the sink. It was too normal. Then I saw it. On my bedside table, next to my alarm clock, was a single, perfectly preserved emerald green leaf. It was not from any plant I owned, or any tree outside my window. It was vibrant, almost glowing and utterly out of place. And beneath it, a small, elegantly folded piece of paper. My name, written in beautiful, flowing script. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. I unfolded it. The note was short. "My dear, darling Alex, you are so much more interesting than I initially thought. Your curiosity is truly commendable, but some mysteries are best left unsolved. You have been digging in places you should not, asking questions that have no answers in your world. I told you I prefer to live in the real world. You are very much a part of it now. Do not worry about the internet. It is a fleeting thing, and you won't need it where you are going. See you soon. Always, Elara." I dropped the note as if it had burned me. My blood ran cold, then hot with a terrifying realization. She was not just observing me. She had not just visited my apartment. She knew I had been digging. She knew about my fake trip, about my burner phone, about my fabricated newspaper clipping. She was always one step ahead. She had been playing me, watching me, studying me like a specimen. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. The window, the door, but I knew it was too late. The feeling of being watched intensified, pressing in on me from all sides. The faint scent in the air now seemed stronger, cloying, almost like something ancient and earthy. Then, a movement in the corner of my eye. Standing in the doorway to my bedroom, where I had just been, was Alara. She was not smiling. Her face was devoid of the warmth and charm I had grown accustomed to. Her emerald eyes, usually so captivating, were now cold, unblinking, and held an unnerving depth, like looking into a bottomless well. They seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the room. "You really should not have done that. Alex," she said, her voice no longer melodious, but a low, guttural hum that vibrated through floorboards. The faint accent was gone, replaced by something ancient and resonant. I stumbled backward, knocking over my bedside lamp. It crashed to the floor, plunging the room into deeper shadow. "What? What are you?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. She took a step into the room, and I noticed, with a fresh wave of terror, that her feet did not seem to make a sound on the hardwood floor. She floated more than she walked. Her form seemed to shimmer subtly at the edges, almost like heat haze. "I am a collector," she said, her voice now a whisper that seemed to echo directly inside my skull. "A curator. And you, my dear Alex, with your fascinating blend of curiosity and fear, are a most exquisite find." Her lips stretched into a smile, but it was not the beautiful, charming smile I knew. It was wider, too wide, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. Her eyes, those luminous green eyes, seemed to expand, filling with an ancient, predatory hunger. "Your digital footprint may be non-existent now. Alex," she continued, her voice growing stronger, more resonant, "but your essence, that will be perfectly preserved. A timeless addition to my collection." I did not wait for her to finish. I bolted. I lunged to the front door, my only thought to get out, to run, to scream. But before my hand could even touch the doorknob, she was there, blocking my path, her movement impossibly fast. She had not walked, she had simply appeared. Her hand shot out, not touching me, but hovering inches from my face. A wave of icy cold, then searing heat, washed over me. I felt a pressure immense and crushing on my chest, on my head, as if an invisible force was squeezing me. My vision blurred. The room spun. I tried to fight, to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My body felt heavy, leaden. I was collapsing, falling into a bottomless abyss, her chilling, predatory smile the last thing I saw. The next morning, Mark tried to call me. My phone rang unanswered. He texted, then called my parents, who confirmed I had not visited them. A few days later, he went to my apartment. The door was unlocked. Everything seemed normal, but I was gone. My car was still in the parking lot. My laptop was on my desk, my wallet on the counter, but I was nowhere to be found. Mark, concerned, filed a missing person report. The police investigated. They found no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no clues. They checked my phone, my computer. No recent activity, no strange messages. Nothing to indicate where I might have gone. They checked my bank accounts. Untouched. It was like I had simply vanished. Eventually, after weeks of searching, they closed the case. Likely skipped town, they concluded, or met with an unfortunate accident. Mark, however, could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. He kept calling my phone, leaving messages, hoping for a sign. He eventually gave up. My friends slowly stopped talking about me. Life moved on. And if anyone ever tried to search for me online, for Alex, the practical, logical accountant who loved spreadsheets and obscure indie films, they would not find much. A few old social media posts from years ago, a brief mention in a local newspaper about a charity run, but nothing recent, nothing substantial. My digital footprint, once a faint but undeniable presence, slowly began to fade. It was almost as if I had never existed at all. Just like Alara, he was not human, not even close. The flashlight beam, my lifeline in that suffocating darkness, caught amid his head snapping back like a snake striking. His skin, if you could even call it that, was a sickly, translucent gray, stretched taut over a frame that seemed too thin, too angular to be flesh and bone. His eyes, oh God, his eyes. They were not just sensitive to light, they were voids. Two gaping, obsidian pits that seemed to drink in the beam, leaving nothing but profound, hungry darkness in their wake. No pupils, no irises, just an endless, terrifying abyss. His mouth, which had just moments before crafted such witty, charming words, was now a jagged tear in his face, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that glinted wetly in the sudden light. There were too many, too long, like a shark's, but twisted and organic, not quite right. His fingers, which I had imagined to be slender and artistic, were elongated, skeletal claws, ending in black, razor-sharp talons that looked capable of flaying a person in seconds. He recoiled further, a grotesque parody of man caught off guard, a creature's shadow suddenly exposed. The cavern. It was not an apartment. The light danced across walls that were rough, damp stone, glistening with moisture. And the art pieces, they were not abstract sculptures. They were bodies, mummified, desiccated human forms, contorted into macabre, eternal poses, seamlessly integrated into the very fabric of the cavern walls. Some were just torsos, others complete figures, their skin like cracked leather, their eyes hollow sockets fixed on nothing. The metallic, decaying smell I would notice earlier was not just old pipes or bad drain, it was a stench of death, preserved in age, a morbid perfume emanating from this charnel house. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, icy terror seized in my lungs. The severed foot, it was not a mistake. It was not a prank. It was exactly what it looked like, a piece of a person, lying there casually, waiting to be discovered. Alex, or whatever this thing truly was, let out another low, guttural hiss, pulling himself back into the deepest shadows the flashlight could not immediately penetrate. The light you were not, supposed and not yet, his voice rasped, no longer smooth and melodic, but a gravelly, alien sound that scraped against my eardrums. Such a shame. We were having such a lovely conversation. My mind screamed, run. But my body was frozen, rooted to the spot by a terror, so profound it felt physical, like an invisible weight pressing me into the damp earth. My hand, still clutching the phone, trembled violently, the beam shaking, making the mummified faces dance in and out of focus like a nightmare slideshow. You are not real. I whispered, the words barely a breath. This is not real. A low chuckle, devoid of humor, echoed from the darkness. Oh, but I am, my dear. And you are very real. Your fear, especially, it is exquisite. He slowly began to emerge again, not fully into the light, but skirting its edges, his unnaturally long limbs unfolding from the shadows. You were so eager, were not you? So tired of the superficial, the mundane. You craved something different. And I offered to you on a silver platter of darkness. His voice still had a hypnotic quality, even now, chilling me to the bone. You wondered how I knew so much about you. The little heartbreaks, the quiet desperation, the way you always ordered extra olives on your pizza, even though you claimed not to like them. It is because I listen to the echoes of souls, the whispers of lives lived and lives ended. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the cavern. The details about my life, how did you know? He took another step, his clawed foot making a soft, squelching sound on the damp floor. The light flickered, and I realized my hand was shaking so badly I was almost dropping the phone. Oh, those were merely appetizers, my dear, the easy ones. The ones you left scattered like breadcrumbs on the internet or mumbled into your pillow on lonely nights. But I know more, so much more. He paused, a predatory gleam in those abyssal eyes, even as it recoiled from the light. I know about the girl from Willow Creek, the the one who vanished without a trace back in '07. The police called her runaway. Her parents, poor things, eventually gave up hope. But I know she did not run. I know the exact moment her hope turned to terror, her fear a delicious, potent vintage. I know the secret she carried, the little rebellion she planned that day. My blood ran cold. Willow Creek. I remember the news stories, the missing person posters that stayed up for years. It was a local urban legend, a cold case that haunted the community. This Alex, knew details that had never been made public. Details that only the victim or the perpetrator could possibly possess. And the old man, Mr. Henderson from Elm Street, he continued, his voice a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to slither into my mind. They said he died of natural causes, alone in his apartment. A heart attack. But I know about the fear in his final moments. I know about the little antique locket he kept hidden under his floorboards. A secret he took to his grave. A secret I extracted. He gestured with one of his long, skeletal claws toward the wall, towards particularly well-preserved mummified figure. Its hands clasped tightly over what looked like a small, metallic object. My stomach churned. This was not just a collector of bones, he was a collector of lives, of secrets, of final moments. He did not just kill, he consumed their very essence, their untold stories. You see, he purred, his voice regaining a semblance of its earlier charm, twisted and sinister now. Loneliness is a powerful thing. It makes people vulnerable, makes them seek connection in the strangest places. You were lonely, were not you? So very, very lonely. And I offered you companionship, a connection without superficial judgments, a way to be truly seen. He chuckled again, a dry, rattling sound. And in the darkness, you were seen. Every insecurity, every longing, every unspoken desire. It was all laid bare for me. And now, you will join my collection. You will become part of the art, a testament to the exquisite beauty of human despair. The terror finally broke through the paralysis. My mind, screaming for survival, took over. He was toying with me, savoring the moment. That was my chance. With a primal yell that ripped from my own throat, I lunged, not at him, but past him, towards what I hoped was an exit. My flashlight beam swung wildly, momentarily blinding him as he hissed and recoiled further into the shadows. The cavern was a labyrinth, and in the fleeting seconds of light, I saw more horror shells carved into the rock, holding rows of human skulls, some cracked, some surprisingly intact, their empty eye sockets staring out like silent witnesses. Piles of bones lay in corners, picked clean, gleaming faintly. I scrambled over something soft and yielding a pile of clothing. I realized with a sickening jolt the faded remnants of his previous victims. The air was thick with dust and that cloying metallic scent. My heart was a frantic drum, my breath ragged. Running is futile, my dear. Alex's voice echoed, now coming from behind me, far too close. This is my domain. Every shadow is an extension of me. Every rock, every crevice knows my touch. I did not look back. I just ran, my feet slipping on the damp, uneven ground. The flashlight beam bounced erratically, showing me glimpses of the cavern's true scale. It was vast, stretching into an inky blackness that my phone's weak light could not penetrate. This was not just an apartment building, it was a portal to something ancient and evil, hidden beneath the city. My hand brushed against another of his art pieces, a mummified arm reaching out from the wall. The cold, dry skin felt like rough paper. I recoiled, stumbling, but kept pushing forward. I had to find a way out. There had to be an exit. You are making a mess. Alex's voice chided, closer now, a low growl. Such a shame. You had such potential for quiet contemplation. But now, you are just another screaming animal. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through my calf. I cried out, falling to my knees. The flashlight clattered to ground, rolling a few feet away, its beam now pointing directly at a cluster of those horrifying skeletal fingers, one of them dripping a viscous, dark fluid. He had slashed me. He was playing with me, wounding me, not killing me outright. He wanted to prolong the hunt. My leg burned. I scrambled to retrieve the phone, my fingers fumbling. As I grabbed it, I saw him just at the edge of the light, his form shimmering slightly like heat haze. He was faster than anything I would ever seen, moving with a fluid, unnatural grace. He was enjoying this. The girl from Willow Creek. He whispered, his voice a mocking caress. She also ran. She also screamed. But her screams were so much more melodious. You, my dear, are a bit shrill. He was trying to break me, to make me give up, but the thought of becoming one of those mummified figures, my secrets consumed, my terror preserved for eternity, fueled a new surge of adrenaline. I would not let him. I pushed myself up, limping now, but determined. The cavern seemed to twist and turn, each passage looking identical to the last. My sense of direction was completely gone. I was lost. Then a glint, a faint, almost imperceptible sliver of something metallic embedded in the rock wall ahead. It was not natural. It looked like a pipe, an old, rusted pipe, hinting at some man-made structure. Hope, fragile but potent, surged through me. I stumbled towards it, ignoring the throbbing pain in my leg. As I got closer, I saw it was not just a pipe, it was part of a larger structure, an old, rusted metal door, almost completely obscured by rock falls and grime. It looked ancient, forgotten, but it was a door, an exit. The old service entrance. Alex's voice sighed, almost sadly, right behind me. His presence was so close I could feel the cold, dry air radiating from him. Rarely used. But then again, I rarely have guests who try to leave. I whirled around, swinging the phone, the flashlight beam catching him full in the face. He hissed, a sound of pure agony, stumbling back, his hands flying up to shield those abyssal eyes. The light, even this weak phone light, was his weakness. This was it, my only chance. Ignoring the blinding pain in my leg, I slammed my shoulder against the rusted door. It groaned, a sound of ancient metal protesting, but it did not budge. I tried again and again, desperation lending me a strength I did not know I possessed. The metal shrieked, a high-pitched wail that seemed to echo through the cavern. Alex, still reeling from the light, let out a frustrated growl. You are damaging my property. This is quite rude, after all the effort I have made to make you feel welcome. He lunged, a blur of motion, but I was ready. As he closed the distance, I swung the phone again, aiming for his head. He ducked, but the beam still caught his shoulder, and he hissed, recoiling. He was vulnerable, but only momentarily. I needed to exploit it. My eyes scanned the immediate area. Piles of bones, more mummified bodies. And then I saw a broken piece of what looked like rebar, thick and rusted, sticking out from a collapsed section of rock. It was heavy, but it was something. With another surge of adrenaline, I dropped the phone, scrambling toward the rebar. Alex, recovering, let out a furious snarl and charged. His speed was terrifying. I would not make it. But then, as his clawed hand reached for me, I saw a flicker of movement in the shadows behind him, a small, dark shape. A rat. No, something larger, faster. It darted out, a flash of gray, and bit deeply into Alex's exposed calf. He shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and pain, unlike anything I would heard before. The creature, whatever it was gone as quickly as it appeared, vanishing back into the darkness. But the distraction was enough. Alex stumbled, momentarily taken by surprise, his focus diverted. That was my opening. I snatched the rebar. It was heavy, unwieldy, but I gripped it like a lifeline. I swung it with all my might. Not at his head. I knew I could not aim that precisely in my state, but at his exposed leg, the one the creature had just bitten. The rebar connected with a sickening crunch. Not bone, but something that felt like dried wood and brittle glass. Alex screamed, a truly horrifying sound that echoed through the cavern, a sound of ancient pain and fury. He stumbled backward, clutching his injured leg, his translucent skin now oozing a dark, viscous fluid that looked less like blood and more like tar. "You little pest," he shrieked, his voice laced with pure venom. "You dare." He was still dangerous, still powerful, but he was wounded, and the light was still a torment. I did not hesitate. I dropped the rebar and lunged back at the rusted door, slamming against it with every ounce of my remaining strength. This time, with a final, agonizing groan, the metal gave way. A small crack appeared, and then, with a deafening thud, the door swung inward, revealing not freedom, not the outside world, but another, smaller, dirtier tunnel. But it was away from him. A wave of fresh, cold air, smelling faintly of earth and sewage, washed over me. It was a tunnel, but it was an escape. I did not look back. I plunged into the darkness of the tunnel, my injured leg screaming in protest, my lungs burning. I could hear Alex's furious roars behind me, his threats echoing down the passage. "You can't escape me. I know every dark corner, every hidden passage. Your secrets, they are mine." I did not know where the tunnel led, or if it was even safe, but it was better than the cavern. I kept running, stumbling, falling, and then pushing myself up again. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth stronger. I could hear rushing water ahead. The tunnel eventually opened into a much larger, underground space. It was a storm drain, a massive concrete conduit, and a torrent of water rushed through it. The sound was deafening, but it was also a shield, drowning out Alex's voice, drowning out my own fear. I had to get out. I scanned the concrete walls, desperate. Up ahead, a faint glimmer of light. A grate, a manhole cover. It was high up, but it was there. My leg was agony. My hands were scraped and bleeding. But I had to try. I looked back, but the tunnel I would come for was just an inky blackness. I could not see Alex, but I could feel his presence, a cold dread that clung to me like a shroud. I started climbing, using the rough edges of the concrete and the protruding rebar's handholds. Each movement sent searing pain through my leg, but I gritted my teeth, pulling myself higher, inch by agonizing inch. The water rushed below me, a dark, churning abyss. If I fell, it would sweep me away. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my fingers brushed against the cold, rusted iron of the manhole cover. It was heavy, incredibly heavy. I pushed, straining every muscle. It did not budge. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again. I was trapped. He was coming. Then, a thought, a desperate, irrational one. The rebar. I had left it back in the cavern. But what about the phone? The flashlight? I had dropped it when I picked up the rebar. Had I left it? Or did I still have it? My hand went to my pocket. It was there. Miraculously, impossibly, the phone was still in my pocket. I must have retrieved it after dropping the rebar in my panic scramble without even realizing it. With trembling hands, I pulled it out. The screen was cracked, but the flashlight still worked. I pointed at the manhole cover, then at the edges, looking for a way to pry it open. There was a small gap, a tiny crevice where the cover met the frame. Not much, but enough. I jammed the edge of the phone into the gap, and with all my remaining strength, I twisted. The plastic groaned. The screen cracked further, but the cover shifted just a fraction of an inch. I pushed again, using the phone as a lever, praying it would not shatter completely. Slowly, with an ear-splitting screech of metal on metal, the manhole cover began to lift. A sliver of gray light, the blessed light of dawn, filtered into the drain. I pushed harder, grunting with effort, my muscles screaming. The cover tilted, then fell open with a clang, revealing a glimpse of the sky, of concrete, of the outside world. With a final, Desperate surge. I pulled myself up, scrambling out of the manhole, my injured leg dragging. I collapsed onto the cold, hard pavement, gasping for air, the smell of exhaust fumes and damp earth a welcome relief after the stench of death. I was on a street, a quiet, residential street. It was early morning. The sky was a pale, hopeful gray, tinged with the first blush of sunrise. I was out. I was free. But the freedom felt hollow. I lay there, shivering, my body aching, my mind reeling. The images of the cavern, the mummified bodies, Alex's monstrous form, his abyssal eyes, were burned into my memory. His words echoed in my ears. I know every dark corner, every hidden passage. Your secrets, they are mine. I knew I could not go to the police. Who would believe me? A story about a Tinder date with a monster in an underground cavern filled with mummified bodies and the secrets of unsolved crimes. They would think I was insane or on drugs. There was no evidence, no proof, just my shattered phone and a gash on my leg. I eventually managed to crawl to a nearby bus stop bench, huddling there, trying to make sense of it all. The sun was rising higher now, chasing away the shadows, but it could not chase away the darkness in my mind. I had escaped, but I was not truly free. Alex, the thing from the darkness, was still out there, and he knew me. He knew my secrets, my vulnerabilities. He knew the specific details of crimes never made public, crimes he had committed, lives he had consumed. And I was now another one of his secrets, a story he would savor, a hunt he would remember. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. He said he knew every dark corner, every hidden passage. What if he was not confined to that cavern? What if he could move through the shadows of the city, unseen, unheard, always listening, always waiting? The world suddenly felt thinner, more fragile. The mundane reality I craved to escape now seemed like a precious, unattainable paradise. I had sought something different, something profound, and I had found it. But it was a profound horror, a glimpse into a darkness that existed just beneath the surface of our everyday lives, waiting for the lonely, the vulnerable, to step into its embrace. I looked down at my hand, still clutching the broken phone, its screen a spider web of cracks. The light had cast, my only weapon, had saved me, but it had also shown me the truth, a truth I could never unsee. And the terrifying part, he was out there. He was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next lonely heart to swipe right. And he knew exactly how to find them. He knew their secrets. He knew their fears. And he would never, ever stop returning home. I found my apartment waiting for me, not as a sanctuary, but as a cage. The air felt thick, heavy with an unseen presence that had only intensified since I was sent that fake newspaper clipping. Ilaire's casual reply, a simple, almost dismissive, "Oh, that is quite a story. Hope you are enjoying your trip." Han had confirmed everything. She knew. She knew I was home. She knew I was testing her. And she did not care. The casualness was the most terrifying part. It spoke of absolute control, a predator toying with its prey. I locked the door, then locked it again and again until the click of the deadbolt became a frantic rhythm against a pounding in my chest. My hands trembled as I moved through my own living space, every shadow a potential hiding spot, every creak of the old building a footstep. The feeling of being watched was not just a prickle on the back of my neck. Anymore, it was a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me from all sides. I could almost feel eyes on me, cold and ancient, tracking my every move. Sleep was a joke. I spent the night huddled on my couch, a baseball bat clutched in my hand, staring at the windows, at the closed bedroom door, at the faint outlines of my furniture in the pre-dawn gloom. My mind raced, replaying every strange interaction, every subtle anomaly. The perfect profile, the lack of digital footprint, the crisp cache, the phone never used, the photos that never worked. It was not just a preference of the real world. It was a deliberate, calculated erasure. She was a ghost in the machine, and now it seemed she was a ghost in my life. The next morning, exhaustion gnawed at me, but fear kept me wired. I called Mark, one of my friends, trying to sound casual, try and make sense of the madness swirling in my head. Hey, man, you sound like hell. Rough night. Mark's voice was cheerful, oblivious. Yeah, something like that. I mumbled, rubbing my temples. Listen about Alara. Oh, Alara. How is she? Still rocking your world. Huh. That woman's a force of nature. Mark. I think there is something seriously wrong with her. There was a beat of silence, then Mark chuckled. Dude, you've been saying that for weeks. What is the latest conspiracy theory? She is an alien. A robot. Come on, you are just smitten, and your brains try to find flaws where there are not any. She is too good to be true, so she must be evil, right? I gripped the phone tighter. No, it is not that. It is the photos. Every time I try to take one, it is blurry. Every single time. And she never uses her phone, never invites me over, always pays with cash so. She is old school, values her privacy. What is the big deal? My grandma pays with cash. And maybe you just suck at taking pictures. Man, she has probably just got a bad camera presence. No, Mark, it is more than that. I sent her a fake newspaper clipping about disappearances, and I pretended I was out of town, and she just brushed it off. Like she knew I was trying to trick her. Mark laughed outright this time, a loud, booming sound that grated on my raw nerves. You sent her a fake newspaper clipping. Dude, you are losing it. That is not a test. That is borderline creepy. No wonder she is playing it cool. She probably thinks you are the weird one. His words hit me like a punch. Creepy. Was I descending into paranoia, pushing away the very people who could help me, if only they would listen? But then the memory of the blurry photos, the impossible speed with which she would appear behind me once, the way her eyes sometimes seemed to hold a depth that was not quite human, no. My gut screamed that I was not crazy. I was just seeing something. They could not or would not. Look, forget it. Mark, I said, my voice flat. I just wanted to talk. Well, talk to Alara. She has probably got a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything. You are overthinking it, man. Go get some sleep. You sound like you are about to crack. He was right about one thing. I felt like I was about to crack. The next few days were a blur of forced normalcy. I went to work, staring at spreadsheets, but my mind was miles away, constantly scanning, constantly alert. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every shadow that moved in my peripheral vision made my heart leap. I kept expecting a call from Alara, a text, something to acknowledge the silent war that had begun between us. But nothing. She was perfectly, chillingly silent. Then she called. A week after the clipping incident, her voice was like honey, smooth and inviting, as if nothing had happened. Hey, hon. Long time no talk. Missed you. Want to grab dinner tonight? My treat. My treat. The words echoed, a subtle reminder of her financial independence, her crisp cash. My stomach churned, but a part of me, the part that craved answers, that needed to know, pushed through the fear. I had to see her again. I had to find out. Sure. Alara, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Sounds great. We met at a new Italian place downtown. She looked stunning as always, in a simple black dress that seemed to absorb the light around her. Her smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling. To anyone else, she would have been the picture of grace and charm. To me, she was a beautiful, deadly enigma. The conversation flowed effortlessly, just as it always did. She asked about my week, remembered details about a project I was working on, offered insightful comments. She was everything I would initially been drawn to, and for a fleeting moment, I almost allowed myself to believe Mark, to believe my friends, to believe that I was just being paranoid. But then, she leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "You know," she said, her lips curving into a slow, knowing smile, "that story you sent me about the disappearances. It was quite a creative touch. A real page-turner." My breath caught in my throat, my carefully constructed facade of normalcy shattered. "Oh, that—" I managed, my voice a strained whisper. "Yeah, just something I saw. Thought it was interesting." "Interesting, indeed," she purred, her gaze unwavering. "You have a very active imagination. It is one of the things I find so captivating about you." The subtext was deafening. She was not just acknowledging it, she was mocking me. She was telling me she saw right through my pathetic attempt at a trap, and she found it amusing. The predator was enjoying the chase. I tried to change the subject, my mind racing, desperate to find a way out of this conversation, out of this restaurant, out of her presence. But her eyes, those captivating, terrifying eyes, held me captive. "You know," she continued, her voice soft, "some people prefer to live their lives without leaving a trail, without being documented. It is a very freeing way to exist. Do not you think?" "I guess so." I stammered, my heart hammering against my ribs. "It means you have to be very careful," she went on, her smile widening just a fraction, "about who you let into your world, and what they might try to do with the information they gather." The threat was clear, unmistakable. It was not a question, it was a warning. My blood ran cold. I finished dinner as quickly as I could, feigning a sudden headache. She was perfectly understanding, even offering to walk me home. I politely, but firmly, declined, making up an excuse about wanting to grab a late-night coffee. I just needed to be away from her. I practically ran all the way back to my apartment, my senses on high alert. I knew, with chilling certainty, that I had pushed too far. The game was no longer subtle. It was now a direct confrontation. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance, barely leaving my apartment. I researched everything I could think of: online cryptids, urban legends, supernatural entities, anything that might explain Alara. Nothing fit perfectly, but the sheer volume of stories about shapeshifters, fae folk, or entities that fed on human energy only deepened my dread. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? My girlfriend is too perfect, does not use her phone, and might be a supernatural being. They would laugh me out of the station. My friends already thought I was losing my mind. I was utterly alone. The feeling of being watched was constant. I started seeing things, fleeting shadows darting at the edge of my vision, reflections in windows that seemed to hold an extra, distorted figure, the sensation of cold breath on my neck when no one was there. My apartment, once my safe haven, had become a surveillance room, and I was a constant subject. I knew I could not live like this. I had to find an answer, or I would truly break. I had to find out where she lived. It was the one piece of information she had so meticulously guarded. If I could find her home, perhaps I could find a clue, a weakness, a way to understand what she was. It was a desperate, dangerous plan, but I saw no other option. I decided to stake her out. The next time she called, about 3 days later, asking to meet for a casual lunch, I agreed. This time, I had a plan. I told her I had a meeting right after, so I could not linger. I wanted to catch her in a moment of transition, when she might be less guarded. We met at a small cafe. The lunch was uneventful, almost normal, which only amplified the underlying tension for me. When it was time to leave, I made sure to exit a few minutes. After her, feigning a last-minute phone call, I watched her from behind the cafe's window, my heart pounding. She walked out, looking around briefly, then headed down the street. I waited a beat, then followed, keeping a good distance, blending into the lunchtime crowd. She moved with an effortless grace, her steps light and silent. She never looked back. She led me on a winding path through several blocks, past bustling shops and busy intersections. I was constantly worried about losing her in the crowd, but she seemed to glide through it, always just visible. Eventually, she turned into a quieter, older part town, an area I rarely frequented. The buildings here were mostly brick, dating back decades, some even a century, with ornate cornices and wrought iron balconies. She finally stopped in front of a nondescript, three-story apartment building, slightly set back from the street with dark, uninviting windows. It looked old, almost forgotten, nestled between a defunct dry cleaner and a boarded-up bookstore. There was no visible sign of life, no light in any of the windows. It felt wrong, unlived in. My heart leaped. This had to be it. Her lair. She did not go inside immediately. Instead, she walked past the entrance and around the side of the building, into a narrow alleyway. I risked a quicker pace, reaching the alley just in time to see her open the driver's side door of a car I had not noticed before. It was an older model sedan, dark blue, perhaps a late 90s or early 2000s Toyota Camry. Nothing flashy, nothing remarkable. It blended perfectly into a forgotten corner of the city. For someone who paid with crisp cash and seemingly had no online presence, a car like this made a strange kind of sense, unassuming, easily overlooked. She got in, started the engine, and then, to my surprise, she did not immediately drive off. She sat there for a moment, perhaps checking her phone, though I would never seen her use one, or just gathering her thoughts. This was my chance. My only chance. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic hammering of my heart. I knew this was reckless, stupid even, but the desperation for answers outweighed my fear. I had to see inside that car. I waited for a few more agonizing seconds. Then, she opened her door again, got out, and walked quickly to the trunk, rummaging for something. Her back was to me, her attention focused on the trunk. Now, I moved quickly, silently, my heart a drum solo in my ears. I reached the driver's side door, my hand closing around the handle. It was unlocked. My fingers fumbled, but I managed to pull it open a crack. I squeezed my head in, my eyes darting frantically around the interior. It was ordinary, surprisingly clean, a faint smell of generic air freshener, a few CDs in the console, a pair of sunglasses on the dash. Nothing out of the ordinary. My hopes plummeted. Maybe she really was just a private person with an old car. Maybe I was just crazy. Then my eyes landed on the dashboard. It was not just clean, it was too clean in places, almost polished. And then I saw them, not just scratches. These were deep, savage gouges. On the passenger side of the dashboard, 3 distinct, parallel lines clawed deep into the soft vinyl, tearing through it to reveal the rough, gray foam beneath. They looked fresh, as if they had been made recently. My gaze flickered to the steering wheel. More marks, not as deep, but clear, ugly gashes across the leather, as if something with powerful, sharp talons had gripped it in a moment of intense frustration or rage. And then I saw the seat, the passenger seat. Near the headrest, a long, jagged tear, as if something had violently raked its claws down the fabric. It was not a neat cut, it was a brutal, destructive rip. My blood ran cold, colder than any fear I had felt before. These were not human marks. Not even a dog could have done this, not with that kind of precision and depth. These were the marks of something feral, something powerful, something with claws meant for tearing flesh. The air in the car suddenly felt heavy, charged with a dark, primal energy. I stared at the claw marks, my mind struggling to process the implications. This was not some quirky privacy preference. This was not just a woman who did not like photos. This was something else, something monstrous. A sudden, sharp sound made me jump. The trunk of the car slammed shut. My head snapped up. Alara was standing by the driver's side door, her eyes fixed on me. Her smile was gone. Her face was utterly devoid of warmth, of charm, of anything remotely human. Her eyes, usually so captivating, were now pools of bottomless black, reflecting no light, no emotion. They were ancient, predatory, and filled with a chilling, knowing anger. Looking for something, she asked, her voice no longer honeyed, but a low, guttural rasp that seemed to vibrate in the very air around us. The sound alone was enough to make every cell in my body scream in terror. It was not her voice, not really. It was something else, something deeper, something that had not spoken in centuries. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, my legs threatening to give out. The air around her shimmered, just for a second, like heat rising from asphalt, and for a terrifying instant, I saw not the beautiful woman, but a glimpse of something else beneath a shadow, a distortion, a flash of something too large, too sharp, too wrong. I tried to stammer, but the words died in my throat. Her gaze was locked on me, unblinking. You were warned, she whispered, and this time the sound was less a human voice and more dry, rustling hiss, like leaves skittering across a barren landscape. You were told to leave well enough alone. A primal instinct, stronger than any fear, seized me. Run. I turned and bolted, not caring where I was going, just needing to be away from her, away from that place, away from the horrifying truth I had just uncovered. My feet pounded against the pavement, my lungs burning, the alley walls blurring, as I pushed myself to my absolute limit. I heard her behind me. Not footsteps, not at first, just a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like fabric whispering against itself, but moving with impossible speed. I risked a glance over my shoulder. She was not running like a human. She was gliding, a dark blur against the muted backdrop of the alley. Her body seemed too fluid, too elongated, her movements unnaturally smooth and swift. Her head was tilted, her gaze still fixed on me, and in that brief, horrifying moment, I saw her lips pull back just slightly, revealing teeth that seemed too long, too sharp, too numerous for a human mouth. Terror fueled my sprint. I burst out of the alley onto a bustling street, weaving through pedestrians, bumping into people, barely registering their shouts of annoyance. I did not dare look back again. I just ran, my mind screaming. I plunged into a side street, then another, disorienting myself in the maze of the old city. I could still feel her presence, a cold dread creeping up my spine, a certainty that she was still there, still pursuing. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague apprehension. It was a tangible, physical pressure pressing it on me from all sides. I heard a sudden, sharp clang from behind me, like metal scraping against stone, then a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. It was not human. It was the sound of a beast, enraged and hungry. Panic flared, giving me a fresh burst of adrenaline. I ducked into an even narrower alley, barely wide enough for one person, hoping to lose her. The air here was damp and smelled of refuse. I scrambled over an overflowing dumpster, my clothes snagging, my hands scraping against the rough metal. When I landed on the other side, I risked another look. Back. The alley entrance was empty. For a second, I allowed myself a glimmer of hope. Maybe I had lost her. Then, a shadow detached itself from the wall directly in front of me, impossibly fast, impossibly silent. Ilara. She was no longer gliding. She was standing perfectly still, blocking my path, her form subtly distorted, her height seeming to stretch, her shoulders broadening. Her eyes were still those twin voids, but now a faint, reddish glow seemed to emanate from their depths. And her hands were no longer delicate. They were elongated, her fingers tipped with dark, obsidian-like claws that gleamed faintly in the dim light of the alley. The same claws that had torn through the interior of her car. A soft, chilling chuckle escaped her lips, a sound like dry bones rattling. Did you really think you could escape? My breath hitched. I stumbled backward, pressing myself against the grimy brick wall. There was nowhere to go. She took a step towards me, then another. Each step was deliberate, unhurried, as if savoring my terror. The air grew colder, and I could feel a strange electric hum building around her. "You want to know my secret?" she said, her voice a low growl now, completely devoid of any human inflection. "You wanted to see the real world, did not you? Well, here it is." Her form began to shift, subtly at first. Her skin seemed to ripple, her features elongating, sharpening. Her eyes widened, becoming even more alien, more predatory. The black dress seemed to cling to her, then stretch, then darken, becoming a part of the shifting, shadowy mass that was Lara. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear the sight, my mind screaming in protest. This was not happening. This could not be real. A sharp, unbearable pain lanced through my arm. My eyes flew open. Her clawed hand was on my arm, gripping me with impossible strength. The claws were not just touching me, they were sinking into my flesh, not breaking the skin, but pressing so hard I could feel the bone beneath. A cold, paralyzing sensation spread from her touch, numbing me, yet making me intensely aware of the agonizing pressure. Her face, now only vaguely human, was inches from mine. Her mouth was wider, filled with too many teeth, all sharp, all glinting. Her breath, when it hit my face, was cold and smelled faintly of something metallic, something ancient and earthy. "You are mine now," she whispered, the words seeming to crawl into my brain, echoing in the empty space where my sanity used to be. "You sought me out. You dug for answers. And now you will be documented in a way you never imagined." I did not know what she meant, but the sheer, overwhelming terror told me it was something far worse than death. Something that would erase me, absorb me, make me a part of whatever horrific existence she inhabited. Just as I felt my consciousness beginning to slip, consumed by the paralyzing fear and the strange, cold energy radiating from her, a sudden, piercing shriek cut through the air. It was not human. It was a high-pitched, almost mechanical wail, echoing from somewhere further down the alley. Ilara froze. Her head snapped toward the sound, her grip on my arm momentarily loosening. The predatory intensity in her eyes faltered, replaced by a flicker of annoyance, almost frustration. This was my chance. My last chance. With a desperate, animalistic roar, I wrenched my arm free, tearing away from her grip. The pain was excruciating, a searing agony where claws had been. But I ignored it. I shoved past her, stumbling, and ran. I ran like I had never run before, fueled by a terror that had transcended mere fear and become an instinct for survival. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, through the alley, out onto another street, then another. The shriek sounded again, closer this time, and I heard a faint, frustrated growl from behind me. But I did not stop. I kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until I collapsed in an exhausted, sobbing heap in a dark, empty park, miles from where I had started. I lay there for a long time, gasping for breath. The image of her distorted face, her clawed hands, burned into my mind. When I finally managed to push myself up, my body ached and my arm throbbed with a dull, persistent pain. I pulled up my sleeve, dreading what I would find. There were no broken bones, no gushing wounds. But there on my forearm were 3 faint, parallel lines. Not deep cuts, but a strange, discolored bruising, like the impression of something incredibly powerful, something that had pressed its mark onto me without breaking the skin. The marks were dark, almost black, and radiated a cold, faint chill. I knew then that I had escaped. But I was not free. I carried her mark. I did not go home. Not that night. Not ever again to that apartment. I drove out of the city, not stopping until I was hundreds of miles away, my mind a blank slate of terror and exhaustion. I changed my name, found a new job in a small, anonymous town, and started a new life. But the feeling never left me. The feeling of being watched. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent. I still feel that cold breath on my neck. Sometimes, I see a fleeting shadow in my peripheral vision, too fast, too dark. And sometimes, when I glance at my reflection in a darkened window, I swear I can see a faint, reddish glow in the depths of my own eyes, a fleeting echo of the ancient predator who almost claimed me. I live in constant vigilance now, always looking over my shoulder, always waiting. I know she is still out there, and I know that one day she might come looking for the one who got away, for the one who dared to look too closely, for the one who bears her mark. And when she does, I know there will be no escaping the true horror of the real world. You know, I have always been a pretty level-headed guy, not prone to panic, not one for conspiracy theories or anything like that. I like my life predictable, my routine solid. So when I tell you what happened, when I try to lay out the sheer, mind-bending horror of it all, I want you to understand that it goes against everything I have ever believed about the world. It is the kind of story that makes you question reality, makes you wonder if there's a thin veil between our normal lives and something truly monstrous. It all started, as these things often do, with a girl. Her name was Chloe. We met on one of those dating apps, and honestly, her profile picture was what first caught my eye. Bright, intelligent eyes, a kind smile, and a caption about loving old books and hiking. She seemed normal. And these days, normal is a pretty high bar. We exchanged a few messages. They were witty, engaging. She seemed genuinely interested in my life, which, let's be honest, is a rare commodity. So, I asked her out. Our first date was at this cozy little Italian place downtown. I remember feeling a buzz of anticipation as I walked in, spotting her already seated at a table by the window. She was even more striking in person. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and those bright eyes, the ones from her profile, twinkled when she laughed. And she laughed a lot. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about everything: our jobs, our families, our shared love for obscure indie films. She had a way of looking at me, a sort of intense focus, that made me feel like I was the only person in the room. It was flattering, a little intoxicating even. There were a few things, in hindsight, that should have pinged on my radar, but at the time, I just brushed them off as quirks. Like, when I mentioned my childhood dog, a golden retriever named Max, she paused, her smile faltering for a split second, and then she said, "Max a good, loyal name." It was just a little too knowing, a little too weighted for a casual first date comment. But when I talked about my apartment, how it was a bit small, but had a great view of the park, she nodded slowly and said, "Yes, the park. So much happens there. Does not it?" Again, just a weird turn of phrase. But I was charmed, riding the high of a really good first date. After dinner, she suggested we go back to her place for a nightcap. My apartment was a mess, and hers was closer, so I agreed. Her building was old, one of those brick behemoths from the 1920s, with a creaky elevator that smelled faintly of old dust and something vaguely metallic. Her apartment itself was on the third floor. When she opened the door, a wave of warm air hit me, carrying the scent of old paper and something vaguely floral like dried potpourri. The place was cluttered, not in a hoarder way, but more like a museum of forgotten things. Bookshelves overflowing, stacks of old magazines on every surface, antique furniture that looked like it had seen 100 lives. It was not messy, just dense. Every object seemed to have a story. She led me to the living room, which was dominated by a huge, worn leather sofa and an ornate, dark-wood coffee table. "Make yourself comfortable. Alex," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper now. "I will just grab us some wine." She disappeared into what I assumed was the kitchen, leaving me alone in the dimly lit room. I sat on the sofa, which was surprisingly comfortable, and took a moment to take in my surroundings. My eyes drifted over the various curiosities, a collection of antique keys hanging on the wall, a taxidermied owl perched on a high shelf, A framed black and white photo of a stern-looking woman from another era. My gaze landed on the coffee table. Underneath a stack of what looked like old architectural magazines, there was a manila folder. It was not neatly tucked away, it was just sitting there, slightly askew, as if someone had been looking through it recently and then just left it. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, got the better of me. Chloe was taking a while with the wine, and I figured a quick peek would not hurt. I reached for the folder, my fingers brushing against the rough paper. It felt heavy. I pulled it out. The label on the tab was handwritten, in a neat, almost calligraphic script case, files unresolved. My heart gave a little thump. Okay, maybe she was into true crime, like a lot of people these days. Nothing inherently weird about that. I opened the folder. Inside, there was not just one document, but a stack of papers, all official looking. The top one was a police report. The header was Stark Missing Person Report. Below that, in bold, urgent high priority. My eyes skimmed down, taking in the usual details: reporting officer, date filed, incident location. And then I saw it. The name, victim Alexander, Alex Reed. My breath hitched. Alex Reed. That was my name. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into my bones. My first thought was, no, this can't be right. It had to be a coincidence. Another Alex Reed. But then I looked at the date of birth field. It was mine, my exact birthday. And the physical description: height, weight, hair color. Color was all me. Every single detail. My hand started to tremble, the paper rustling softly. I forced myself to read further, my eyes racing over the words, each one a hammer blow to my rapidly crumbling composure. Last seen Northwood Park, near the old abandoned mill. Approximately 9:00 p.m. Northwood Park. That was the park right next to my apartment. The one I walked through almost every day. The old abandoned mill was a local landmark, a creepy place teenagers dared each other to explore. Date of disappearance, October 27th. My blood ran cold. Today was October 20th. This report was for an event that had not happened yet. It was for an event that was scheduled to happen 7 days from now. Circumstances subject believed to have been approached by an unknown individual or individuals. No signs of struggle at initial search location. Personal effects wallet, phone, keys found neatly arranged on a park bench. Presumed deceased. Presumed deceased. The words swam before my eyes, blurring into an incomprehensible nightmare. My own missing person report, dated a week in the future, declaring me dead. A sudden clinking sound from the kitchen made me jump, nearly dropping the folder. Chloe was coming back. I frantically tried to shove the papers back into the folder, my fingers fumbling. I managed to slide it back under magazines just as she re-entered the living room, 2 crystal wine glasses in one hand, a bottle of red in the other. "Sorry about that," she said, her voice light, a stark contrast to the terror churning in my gut. Could not find the corkscrew. She smiled, a beautiful, innocent smile that now seemed utterly sinister. "No problem." I managed to croak out, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. I hoped she did not notice the tremor in my hands, or the sudden clamminess of my skin. I tried to act normal, to meet her gaze, but my eyes kept darting back to the coffee table, to the folder hidden beneath the magazines. She poured the wine, handed me a glass. "Cheers," she said, raising hers. "To new beginnings." I took a sip, the rich liquid tasting like ash in my mouth. My mind was racing, trying to process what I had just seen. Was this some kind of sick joke? A prank? But the report looked so real, so official. And the details: my birthday, my description, the park next to my apartment. It was too specific to be a random coincidence. "You seem a little quiet, Alex," Chloe observed, her intense gaze fixed on me. "Everything all right?" "Yeah, fine," I said, forcing a smile that felt like a grimace, just thinking about work. Long week. It was a pathetic lie, but it was all I could come up with. She nodded slowly, her eyes not leaving mine. Work can be stressful. Sometimes you just need to escape it all. Do not you? She took a slow sip of her wine, her lips curving into a small, knowing smile. Just disappear for a while. My stomach lurched. Was she playing with me? Did she know I would see the report? The air in the room suddenly felt thick, oppressive. The scent of old paper now seemed to carry a faint, metallic tang, like old blood. So, I said, trying to change the subject, to lighten the mood, what kind of work do you do? Chloe, you mentioned something about research. She laughed, a low melodic sound that now sent shivers down my spine. Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I am fascinated by human behavior, by patterns, especially patterns of disappearance, the ones that leave no trace. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was not a prank. This woman, this beautiful, charming woman, had my future missing person report, a report that declared me dead, in her living room. And she was talking about patterns of disappearance. I had to get out of there. Now, you know what? I said, trying to sound casual. This wine is great, but I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head out. I started to push myself up from the sofa. Chloe's smile did not waver, but her eyes, those bright, intelligent eyes, hardened, becoming cold, almost predatory. Oh, so soon. But we were just getting to the interesting part. She stood up, moving with a fluid grace that was unsettling. She was between me and the door. Besides, she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper, it is not safe out there. Alex, not tonight. What are you talking about? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper myself. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming at me to run. She tilted her head, a strange, almost childlike expression on her face. You know, the reports, the ones that go missing. It is a cruel world, but sometimes things need to happen. To fulfill a narrative, you see. My blood ran cold. She knew. She absolutely knew I would seen it. And she was not trying to hide it anymore. I really need to go. Chloe, I said, trying to push past her. She blocked my path, her hand reaching out and gently, but firmly, gripping my arm. Her touch was surprisingly strong. But you have not even seen the rest of the collection. Alex, the other stories, the ones that led up to yours. Panic, cold and sharp, washed over me. Let go of me. I demanded, try and pull my arm away. Her grip tightened. Her eyes were wide now, pupils dilated, reflecting the dim light of the room like a cat's. You are an integral part of the narrative. Alex, the centerpiece. I have been looking for you for so long. What are you talking about? I yelled, my voice cracking. I struggled harder, but she held me fast, her strength uncanny. The Northwood Park disappearances, she said, her voice a low, chilling purr. They have been happening for decades. Always the same type. Always near the old mill. Always a week before Halloween. And always they just vanish. No trace. Until now. She leaned closer, her breath warm against my ear, smelling faintly of wine and something else, something metallic and sweet. I am going to finish it. Alex, I am going to make sure this time the story gets its proper ending. I finally wrenched my arm free, stumbling backward, knocking over a small table with a vase of dried flowers. The vase shattered, the petals scattering across the floor like blood drops. I backed away from her, my eyes scanning the room for an escape route. The front door. It was still there, but she was between me and it. You are crazy. I gasped, my chest heaving. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Crazy, or just dedicated. You see, Alex, they never found the bodies. Not truly. Just the occasional shoe, a scrap of fabric. But I know where they went. I know what happened. And I am going to make sure your story, it will be the most complete, the most beautiful. I glanced desperately at the front door. My phone, it was in my pocket, but I doubted I would have reception in this old building or the time to dial 911. I had to get to that door. Why me? I pleaded, trying to buy myself time to distract her. Her expression softened, a terrifyingly normal look on her face for a moment. Oh, Alex, you are perfect. The right age, the right build, the right innocence. You fit the profile exactly. I have seen your routine, your walks in the park, your visits to the old mill. You are a creature of habit, predictable. It makes things so much easier. My blood ran cold. She had been watching me, stalking me. All the pieces clicked into place, her knowing about Max, about my apartment, about the park. It was not just research, it was surveillance. I need to use the bathroom. I blurted out a desperate, pathetic attempt. She smiled a slow, predatory grin. Of course, but you won't be going anywhere. Alex, she gestured towards a door at the far end of the living room, near the kitchen, right through there. As I walked past her, keeping as much distance as I could, my eyes darted to the coffee table again. The folder. I needed to know more, or maybe I just needed something to cling to. As I passed, I swiftly grabbed the folder, tucking it under my arm. What is that? Alex, she asked, her voice sharp, losing its playful edge. Nothing, I mumbled, hurrying toward the bathroom door. I slammed it shut behind me and twisted the lock. It was an old, flimsy lock, probably not hold for long, but it bought me a few seconds. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. The bathroom was small, cramped, filled with more curios. Old glass bottles, dried flowers, a strange, ornate mirror. I fumbled for my phone. No signal. Of course. I opened the folder, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold the papers still. Underneath my missing person report, there were others. Dozens of them. All missing person presumed deceased. Different names, different dates, but all from Northwood Park, all around the same time of year, all with similar descriptions of the victims. And then, I saw it, a faded photograph tucked into one of the reports. It was a picture of a young girl, no older than 10, with dark hair and bright, intense eyes. Chloe, a much younger Chloe, and a report associated with that photo. It detailed the disappearance of her older brother near Northwood Park a week before Halloween, decades ago. This was not just about me. This was about her. She was not just recreating a crime, she was reliving a trauma and making me the next victim in a cycle she was trying to complete, or perhaps avenge. Maybe her brother was the original victim, and she was trying to finish what happened to him, or to find a way to bring him back by sending others after him. Or perhaps she was the original perpetrator, and she was doing it again. The thought made my stomach churn. A loud thud against the bathroom door made me jump. Alex, come out. Come out wherever you are. Chloe's voice was no longer soft or seductive. It was sharp, tinged with a manic glee. Do not you want to hear the rest of the story? Your story. I frantically looked around the bathroom. No windows. Just a small vent near the ceiling, far too small to crawl through. I was trapped. I had to fight. Another thud, harder this time. The old with the door groaned. I braced myself. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a thick, ceramic soap dish, my only weapon. The door splintered with the next blow, a crack appearing near the lock. Alex. Her voice came through the crack, distorted and chilling. You can't escape destiny. It is all written down. Here, in these files. Your fate is sealed. I lunged to the door, not to open it, but to brace it with my shoulder, putting all my weight against it. I had to buy myself more time, to think, to find something. My eyes landed on the ornate mirror. It was heavy, framed in dark wood. Maybe I could break it, use a shard, or maybe use it as a shield. Just as a thought crossed my mind, the lock gave way with a sickening crack, and the door burst inward. Chloe stood in the doorway, her eyes blazing, a strange, almost manic smile on her face. In her hand, she held something long and thin, glinting dully in the dim light. A fireplace poker. "There you are," she purred, taking a step into the small bathroom. "Ready for your starring role." I screamed a raw, primal sound and swung the ceramic soap dish at her. It connected with her arm, a dull thud, and she let out a cry of pain, stumbling back. The poker clattered to the floor. This was my chance. I pushed past her, sprinting out of the bathroom and through the living room, heading straight for the front door. My heart was a drum solo in my chest, my lungs burning. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb with terror. "You can't leave." "Alex," she shrieked from behind me. "You belong here. You belong to the narrative." I heard her footsteps pounding behind me. The deadbolt finally clicked open. I wrenched the door open, practically tearing it off its hinges, and burst out into the dimly lit hallway. The old elevator was too slow. I darted for the stairwell, throwing the door open and clattering down the steps, two at a time. I could hear her behind me, her angry shouts echoing in the stairwell. "You won't get away. No one ever does." My legs burned, but I did not stop. I flew down the stairs, past the second floor, past the first, finally bursting out into the main lobby. The front door was locked. Of course. Another deadbolt. Another moment of panic as I fumbled with the mechanism. Just as I got it open, I heard her footsteps on the stairs, closer now. I burst out into the cool night air, gasping, my eyes scanning for any sign of a taxi, a car, anything. The street was empty. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until I could not hear her anymore. I ran to the silent streets, past familiar storefronts that now seemed alien and threatening, until I collapsed on a park bench, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. It took me a long time to calm down. Eventually, I pulled out my phone. Still no signal. I walked until I found a brightly lit gas station, went inside, and called the police. I tried to explain what happened, the missing person reports. Chloe, her apartment. The dispatcher listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. It sounded like the ravings of a madman. They sent an officer to Chloe's apartment. I waited, shivering, at the gas station. An hour later, the officer called me back. "Mr. Reed," he said, his voice flat. "We checked the apartment. It is empty. Looks like it has been vacant for a while. No furniture, no personal belongings. Just dust." My blood ran cold again, but this time it was a different kind of chill. Not the fear of immediate danger, but the icy grip of unreality. "That is impossible," I stammered. She was just there. Her things were everywhere. The books, the owl, the coffee table, nothing. "Sir," he repeated, "completely empty. We will file a report, but there is really nothing to go on. Maybe you had a bit too much to drink." He did not believe me. No one would. I tried to explain about the folder, the police reports. I had it with me. I said, my voice rising in desperation. I grabbed it from her apartment. I reached into my jacket pocket, where I had shoved the folder in my panicked escape. My hand closed around nothing. The pocket was empty. The folder was gone. Sometime during my frantic escape, it must have fallen out. I went back to Chloe's building the next day, in broad daylight. My heart pounded with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. The building looked exactly as it had, old and imposing. I went up to the third floor. The door to her apartment was closed, but when I tried the handle, it was unlocked. I pushed it open slowly. The apartment was exactly as the officer had described. Empty. Dust motes danced in the sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating bare floorboards and blank walls. No books, no antique furniture, no taxidermied owl, no coffee table, no folder. It was as if she had never been there, as if I had dreamed the whole terrifying encounter. But I had not. I knew I had not. The terror I felt, the burning in my lungs, the phantom grip on my arm was all too real. A week later, on October 27th, I stayed home. I barricaded my doors, turned off all the lights, and sat in the dark, clutching a kitchen knife, staring at the clock. Every creak of the building, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I did not sleep a wink. When the sun finally rose on October 28th, I felt a wave of dizzying relief. I was alive. I had not disappeared. But the relief was short-lived. The experience had changed me. I still walk past Northwood Park sometimes, but I never go in. I avoid old buildings, especially ones with creaky elevators. And I certainly do not go on dating apps anymore. Every time I see a woman with dark hair and bright, intense eyes, my heart leaps into my throat. I still do not know who Chloe was, or what she truly intended to do. Was she a serial killer who simply failed? Was she a delusional woman trying to fulfill a warped fantasy? Or was she something else entirely? Something supernatural, something that could erase its own tracks? The police never found anything. No records of Chloe living in that apartment. No traces of the furniture or the strange artifacts. It was like she was a ghost, a phantom that had materialized just to torment me. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I wonder if she just moved on to her next victim, her next narrative. I wonder if there's another Alex Reed out there, unknowingly living out his last days, his future already written in a forgotten folder. And I wonder, with a chilling certainty, if she is still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment for my story to truly begin. Because some stories, once they start, are never truly finished. They just lie dormant, waiting for their next chapter. And that, more than anything else, is what keeps me awake at night. The kitchen was silent. The kind of silence that presses in on your eardrums, making the blood rush in your head sound like a distant ocean. My breath hitched in my throat, ragged and shallow. The knife I still clutched in my hand felt heavy, cold, and utterly useless now. It was a pathetic defense against something that dissolved into shadows. Arthur, the malevolent Arthur. He was gone. Again. My arm throbbed where the locket had, burned him, and the faint, coppery tang of ozone still hung in the air. I looked down at the locket, resting against my chest, a warm, comforting weight. Its soft glow had faded, but I could still feel the residual hum of its power. It was my anchor, my only true weapon. My gaze drifted to the windows. The steel plates were still there, still bolted from the inside, a cruel testament to the meticulous prison I was in. But beyond them, beyond the cold, unyielding metal, was no longer the oppressive blackness I would seen before. It was a swirling cosmic vista. Nebulae bloomed in impossible colors. Stars glittered like scattered diamonds, and streaks of light, like distant galaxies, stretched into infinity. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly alien. This was not a house. It was a cage adrift in the void. A construct designed to sever me from everything I knew, everything I loved. A wave of exhaustion, so profound it felt like a physical blow, washed over me. My legs threatened to buckle. I stumbled back, leaning against the cold kitchen counter, the knife slipping from my numb fingers to clatter softly on the tile floor. My head was still reeling from the sudden shift in reality. The fight, the sheer mental gymnastics required to simply remember Sarah. Remember the cabin. Remember my true Arthur. I remembered. I whispered to the empty room, the sound swallowed by the vast cosmic silence. It was a battle cry and a prayer all at once. I slid down the counter, collapsing onto the cool tile floor. My eyes, gritty and tired, remained fixed on the cosmic ballet beyond the windows. How could a house exist in such a place? What was this dimension? Was it even a dimension, or just a pocket of nothingness shaped by a malevolent will? Time lost all meaning. I just sat there, huddled against the counter, the locket warm against my skin, my gaze lost in the impossible beauty of the cosmos. Every muscle ached, every nerve ending felt frayed. But beneath the exhaustion, a core of defiance still burned. I had faced him, and I had won. This was just one battle. Eventually, the hunger gnawed at me. My stomach growled, a jarringly mundane sound in this surreal prison. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff, and began to cautiously explore the kitchen. The fridge was full of perfectly normal food: milk, eggs, cheese, fresh vegetables. It was another layer of the illusion, the insidious normalcy designed to lull me into forgetting. I ate a piece of fruit, the sweetness a strange comfort. The house remained silent. Too silent. I moved to the living room, the memory of Arthur's monstrous form still vivid, his comforting smile replaced by that sneering, shadowy face. The boarded-up windows were still there, but now, instead of just a dark, the same cosmic panorama was visible through the cracks. It was like living in a fishbowl, but the fish was me, and the bowl was floating through the universe. Every door was still locked, just as before. I tried them all again, pushing, pulling, rattling the handles. Nothing. No escape. Not yet. As I returned to the living room, a flicker of movement caught my eye. No, not movement. A change. One of the walls, previously solid and adorned with an innocuous landscape painting, seemed to ripple. It was subtle, like heat haze, but I swore the paint on the wall was shifting, blurring. My heart began to pound. Was this house alive? Was it changing around me? A new trap being set. The ripple intensified and the wall receded, not opening like a door, but simply unmaking itself, revealing a new space beyond. It was a hallway, dimly lit, stretching further into the house than I had thought possible. And at the end of it, a sliver of light, warm and inviting, beckoned. My hand went to my locket, its warmth a reassurance. I was exhausted, but I was not going to be fooled again. I approached the new hallway with extreme caution, my senses on high alert. The air here felt different, less sterile than the rest of the house, almost lived in. As I stepped into the hallway, the wall behind me solidified, closing off the living room as if it had never been open. My breath hitched, trapped again. But this time, I was not panicking. I was angry. He wanted to play games. Fine, I could play too. I moved slowly down the hall, my footsteps echoing faintly on the plush carpet. The light at the end came from what looked like a study or a library. As I got closer, I heard a soft, melodic hum. Someone was whistling. My blood ran cold. I was not alone. I gripped my locket, ready. I pushed open the door to the study, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room was warm, filled with books, and bathed in the soft glow of a desk lamp. A man sat at the desk, his back to me, his head bowed over a book. He had dark, neatly styled hair and a casual sweater. He looked normal, too normal. He turned slowly, as if sensing my presence. And then I saw him. He was handsome, in a rugged, thoughtful way. Kind eyes, a gentle smile. He looked up, a flicker of surprise, then recognition, crossing his face. "Oh, thank goodness," he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "You are awake." I was starting to worry. He stood up, pushing his chair back. "You had a nasty fall. I found you just outside. Must have hit your head pretty hard." He gestured vaguely, as if indicating the non-existent outside of this cosmic cage. I brought you in, try to make you comfortable. You have been out for a while. My mind raced. This was a new tactic, a new story. The bump on the head again. The found you. He was not even trying to be my date this time. He was just a rescuer. Who are you? I asked, my voice flat, tight with suspicion. My hand tightened on the locket. He smiled, a genuine, open smile that did nothing to quell the alarm bells ringing in my head. My apologies. I am Mark, and you are, I am afraid you did not say. I am Alara. I said, using the name my true Arthur sometimes called me. I watched him, every fiber of my being screaming danger. Alara, he repeated, savoring the name. A beautiful name. Well, Alara, it is good to see you on your feet. You gave me quite a scare. He took a step towards me, his hand outstretched as if to offer comfort. And that is when I noticed it. The desk lamp cast a warm, inviting pool of light directly in front of him. He had stood up from the desk, moving from the shadows behind it. But as he extended his hand, he stopped just short of stepping into that bright circle. His entire body remained in the softer, dimmer light of the room. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. My eyes narrowed. Where are we? I asked, testing him. He dropped his hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. We are in my home, of course. A bit isolated, I will admit, but safe. There was a storm, a strange one, blue and out of nowhere. I think you might have been caught in it. He gestured towards a window, draped with heavy velvet curtains. I have boarded them up just in case. Do not want any more surprises. He was good, very good. The storm, the isolation, the concern, all designed to make me trust him. But the light you found me outside. I pressed, my gaze fixed on his feet, on the invisible line he seemed unwilling to cross. Outside what? He chuckled softly, a sound that grated on my nerves. Well, outside the house, naturally. The woods are rather dense around here. Easy to get lost, especially in that weather. He took another step, a graceful, fluid movement. But again, he skirted the edge of the desk lamp's illumination. He moved toward the bookshelf, pulling out a volume. You must be disoriented, he said, his back to me now. That bump on your head, it really was quite nasty. Perhaps a cup of tea. I have some calming chamomile. He turned back, holding the book loosely. And again, he stayed in the shadows cast by the shelves, away from the brighter light filtering from the open door behind me, and away from the desk lamp. I do not want tea. I said, my voice sharper than I intended. I want to know what is going on. He sighed, a patient, understanding sound. Of course. And I will explain everything I can once you are feeling a bit more yourself. But right now you look pale, and you are still clutching that locket. Is it important to you? My hand instinctively tightened around it. It is. He nodded. I thought so. It has a remarkable glow about it. He took a step, another one, still skirting the light. He moved towards a comfortable-looking armchair, settling into its plush cushions, which were perfectly positioned in a shadowed corner of the room. Please. Alara, he said, gesturing to the chair opposite him, which was also in relative shadow. Rest. We can talk. I am not going to hurt you. But his eyes in the dim light, they seemed to reflect nothing. They were deep pools of shadow themselves, giving away no emotion, no thought. Why do you keep to the shadows? Mark, I asked, my voice low, cutting to the comforting facade. He blinked, a slow, deliberate movement, a slight, almost imperceptible shift in his posture. The shadows. Oh, I suppose I just prefer the softer light. Harsh illumination always gives me a headache. He gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. A peculiar quirk. I will admit, a peculiar quirk. right? I remembered the true Arthur, his warmth, his light. I remembered the malevolent Arthur, dissolving into shadow. This Mark was too similar, too convenient. He was a trap. I need to see outside. I stated, ignoring his offer. I moved toward the heavy velvet curtains, my heart pounding. No, his voice was suddenly sharp, losing its gentle cadence for a split second. He caught himself quickly. No, Ilara, I would not advise that. The storm it is still raging out there. It is not safe. I pulled at the heavy fabric. It was thick, stiff, and beneath it, I could feel the solid, unyielding steel of the boarded-up windows. Just like the kitchen. Just like the living room. There is no storm. Is there? Mark. I turned to face him, my locket now actively warming in my hand. There is just this. I gestured vaguely at the room, the house, the impossible reality. He stood up, slowly, deliberately. His smile was gone. The kind eyes were now flat, devoid of warmth. You remember, he said, his voice no longer gentle, but a low, dangerous growl. I remember everything. I spat, my defiance hardening. I remember Sarah. I remember the cabin. I remember my true Arthur. And I remember you. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. The locket. Always the locket. You cling to it like a child to a blanket. He took a step, then another, moving towards me. And with each step, he seemed to grow, to swell, his form becoming less defined, more shadowy. You can't fool me this time, I said, my voice trembling slightly, but my resolve firm. You are him. You are Arthur. A fragment, he corrected, his voice now a chorus of whispers, echoing from all around me. A persistent little fragment. This dimension is my creation. Ilara, my sanctuary. And you are its guest, my only guest. He was no longer Mark. His form was still vaguely human, but his features were blurring, his skin darkening, his eyes becoming bottomless pits. And he was still avoiding any direct light. He moved in the periphery, a swirling shadow at the edge of my vision, always just out of the desk lamp's direct beam, always skirting the light from the open door. You thought you could trick me again, I said, raising my locket. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow, pushing back against the encroaching shadows in the room. I thought I could soothe you, he hissed, his voice now a venomous whisper in my ear, though he was still several feet away. Lull you back into the sweet oblivion. Make you forget the pain, the struggle. Offer you a companion, a rescuer, a new beginning, here with me. His form solidified slightly, taking on a more defined, albeit still shadowy, humanoid shape. He was taller, gaunter. His face was a mask of malevolence, his smile a rictus of pure evil. You want to be free, Ilara, but freedom is a lie. This is safety. This is peace. And I am your only comfort. You are my prison. I countered, my voice shaking with fury. You took everything from me. You tried to erase me. And I will again, he snarled. He lunged, not directly at me, but at the desk lamp. His shadowy hand swept across the desk, knocking the lamp to the floor. The bulb shattered with a faint pop, plunging a section of the room into deeper gloom. The room was now illuminated only by the faint light from the hallway and the steady, growing glow of my locket. He seemed to thrive in the dimness, his form growing more substantial, more menacing. You see, he whispered, his voice gaining strength. Darkness is my ally. Light is merely a distraction. He moved with terrifying speed, circling me, always keeping to the deeper shadows. I spun, trying to keep him in my sight, but he was too fast, too fluid. He was a wraith, a living shadow. You cling to that trinket, he mocked, his voice coming from behind me, then suddenly to my left. But it is just a bauble, a child's toy. It can't save you from oblivion. It saved me before. I shouted, holding the locket up, its light expanding, pushing back the shadows in a small radius around me. He recoiled, his form hissing, shrinking back from the locket's pure, white light. A temporary setback, he shrieked, his voice echoing. A momentary inconvenience. He was trying to get to me, to touch me, but he could not step into the direct light of the locket. He was trapped in the periphery, his shadowy form flickering and wavering at the edges of the light. You can't stay here forever. Ilera, he whispered, his voice now laced with a desperate malice. This dimension is mine. I will wear you down. I will break you. I will make you forget. He sent tendrils of shadow lashing out at me, not directly at my body, but at my mind, at my memories. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my head, a dizzying swirl of images, Sarah's smiling face blurring, Arthur's voice fading, the cabin disappearing into a mist. No, I screamed, clamping my free hand over my head, trying to hold on to the precious memories. The locket flared brighter, pulsing with an inner fire, and the shadowy tendrils recoiled with a shriek. You cannot defeat me, he roared, his voice now a chorus of tormented souls. I am the embodiment of this place. I am the forgotten. I am the despair. He was trying to overwhelm me, to drown me in his negativity, to make me believe his lies. But I had faced him before. I had seen his true face. You are nothing. I yelled back, my voice raw but resolute. You are just a shadow, a lie. My Arthur is real. Sarah is real, and I will find them. I pushed forward, holding the locket like a shield, walking directly towards the darkest corner of the room where his form seemed most concentrated. The locket's light expanded with each step, pushing back the oppressive gloom, forcing him to retreat. He hissed, his form contorting, shrinking, trying to escape the encroaching light. He was like a creature of the deep, exposed to the sun. You cannot escape the light. Arthur, I declared, my voice gaining strength, confidence. It is truth. It is memory. It is hope. He shrieked, a sound of pure agony as the locket's light intensified, burning into a shadowy form. It was not just physical pain, it was existential. The light was anathema to him, to his very being. He writhed, his form dissolving, fraying at the edges. The room seemed to groan around us, the bookshelves rattling, the very walls trembling. The cosmic view beyond the boarded windows flickered, distorted, as if the dimension itself was struggling. I will return, he howled, his voice fading, becoming a mere whisper, a dying echo. I am always here. I am always watching. And then, with a final, agonizing shriek, he dissolved, not into nothingness, not entirely, but into the very fabric of the shadows that clung to the corners of the room, becoming one with the dimness, a lingering malevolence, a promise of return. The room fell silent once more. The locket's intense glow slowly subsided, returning to a gentle, comforting warmth. My heart was still pounding, my body trembling, but I had done it again. I had faced him, in another form, in another guise, and I had driven him back. I looked around the study. The desk lamp was shattered on the floor. The room felt calmer now. The oppressive dread had lessened, replaced by a lingering unease, like the faint scent of smoke after fire. I walked to the window, pulling aside the heavy velvet curtains. The steel plates were still there, but beyond them, the swirling cosmos was clearer, more vibrant. It felt less threatening now, less alien, almost beautiful again. I was still trapped. I knew that. This house, this dimension, was still a cage. Arthur, or whatever fragment of him remained, was still a threat, lurking in the shadows, waiting for another opportunity. He was the architect of this prison, and he would not give up easily. He would keep trying to break me, to make me forget, to make me his. But I had learned something new. He could not stand the light. He could not step into it, could not endure its touch. And my locket was pure light. It was my weapon, my shield, and my guide. I was exhausted, more so than before. But my resolve was stronger. I had remembered. I had fought, and I had learned. I was not just a captive anymore. I was a fighter, and I was going to find a way out of this cosmic cage. I was going to find Sarah, and I was going to find my true Arthur. The light would show me the way. It had to. You know how it is. Another Friday night, another scroll through Tinder. It is not that I am desperate, exactly, but after a particularly brutal breakup a few months back, I was just lonely and maybe a little bored. My friends were all coupled up, living their best lives, and I was stuck in my apartment, binge watching true crime documentaries and wondering if I was destined to become a cat lady. No offense to cat ladies, but it was not my dream. So I swiped left, 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 a few rights. Most of them were just meh. Generic gym selfies, fish pictures, guys posing with tigers they probably did not own. Then I saw him, Alex. His profile picture was actually pretty good, a candid shot, a genuine smile, intelligent eyes. His bio was short, witty, and did not mention anything about fluent in sarcasm or looking for my partner in crime. It just said something about loving obscure jazz and hiking. He seemed normal and a little intriguing. I swiped right. Match. My heart did that little flutter thing it does when you are still optimistically deluded about online dating. He messaged almost immediately. Hey, Sarah, great profile. I am Alex. Polite. Good start. We chatted for a few days. And I mean chatted. Not just one-word answers or emoji bombs. Real conversations. He was funny, smart, seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything, our favorite books, weird travel stories, our shared distaste for cilantro. He even knew about the obscure jazz band I would mention in passing. He was charming, insightful, and honestly, a breath of fresh air after the usual Tinder dregs. I found myself looking forward to his messages. After about a week of this delightful digital banter, he suggested we meet up. My heart did more than flutter this time. It practically did a triple somersault. Finally, a real date with someone who was not trying to sell me crypto or ask for nudes within the first 5 messages. I would love to. I typed back, trying to sound cool and not like I was already picking out my outfit. Where were you thinking? His reply came a few minutes later, and that is when things started to get weird. Okay, so this might sound a little strange, but I have a very specific request for our first meeting. I would really prefer if we could meet in complete darkness. I stared at my phone. Screen, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Complete darkness. What? My first thought was red flag. Abort mission. This guy is a serial killer who wants to dismember me in his basement without me seeing his face. My second thought was, maybe he is just really into some kind of experimental art installation. My third thought, the one that usually wins out when I'm trying to rationalize away something unsettling, was, do not be so quick to judge. Sarah, maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, but cautiously. Darkness. That is certainly unique. Any particular reason why? He responded quickly, almost as if he would anticipated my question. Yeah, I knew you would ask. Look, I get it, it sounds creepy. And I promise you, I am not some kind of weirdo. It is just I have a really severe form of photophobia. It is a medical condition, actually caused by an accident I had a few years back. Bright lights are incredibly painful for me, and honestly, it has made dating difficult. People usually assume I am hiding something, or they just get uncomfortable. He continued, but beyond the medical aspect, I actually think it is a beautiful way to connect, to really listen to someone without any of the superficial judgments that come with seeing. No worrying about what you are wearing, or if your hair is perfect, or if I'm looking at you the right way. Just voices, thoughts, and genuine connection. I know it is a big ask, but I have felt such a good vibe from our conversations. I really wanted to try this with you. If you are willing, of course. No pressure at all. Okay, now my brain was doing mental gymnastics. Photophobia, an accident that explained the lack of full-face pictures on his profile, or at least ones where his face was clearly lit. He mostly had profile shots or pictures from a distance. He had been charming and intelligent, and the idea of connecting on a deeper level without superficial judgment, I won't lie, it appealed to the romantic, slightly insecure part of me. It sounded almost poetic. I thought about it for a long time. I consulted my best friend, Chloe, who immediately said, "Absolutely not. Sarah, this is how horror movies start. You do not go to a guy's place in the dark. What if he has got a dungeon? What if he has got, like, a taxidermied squirrel collection in the living room, and he does not want you to see it?" I laughed, but her words echoed in my head. She was right. It was a huge risk. But then Alex sent another message, almost as if he could sense my hesitation. "I totally understand if it is too much, but if you were ever open to it, I have a perfectly safe, comfortable space. We could just talk, have some drinks, listen to music. No pressure, no expectations beyond just getting to know each other. And if you are ever uncomfortable, you just say the word, and I will help you out, no questions asked." That last part, the no questions asked bit, felt genuinely reassuring. And the idea of a perfectly safe, comfortable space helped calm my nerves a little. He was not suggesting a dark alley or a deserted park. He was suggesting his home, which, while still a risk, felt more controlled. Against my better judgment, against Chloe's frantic texts, and against a little voice in my head screaming stranger danger, I decided to go for it. I was tired of being safe, tired of playing it by the book. I wanted something different, something memorable. And if it turned out to be a disaster, well, at least I would have a story to tell. Or so I thought. "Okay, Alex," I typed, a nervous flutter in my stomach. "I am in, but you have to promise me you are not a serial killer." I added a winking emoji, trying to lighten the mood. His reply was simple. "I promise, and I would not dare. Thank you. Sarah, you won't regret it." We set a date for Saturday night. He sent me precise instructions. His apartment building was in an older part of town, a quiet street with tall, leafy trees. He lived on the 3rd floor. He told me to come alone, to knock twice, and most importantly, to keep my eyes closed from the moment I stepped inside the building's main door until he told me it was okay. He would guide me. He also suggested I wear something comfortable, as it would be a purely auditory and tactile experience, not visual. I spent all day Saturday a bundle of nerves. I picked out a comfy but cute sweater and jeans. I told Chloe I was going, and she made me promise to text her every hour and to share my location. I even downloaded a flashlight app to my phone, just in case, and made sure my battery was fully charged. Call it paranoia, call it common sense, but I wanted a backup plan. When 7 p.m. rolled around, I drove to his address, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The building was old brick with a heavy wooden door. It looked normal. That was both reassuring and unsettling. I took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped into the dimly lit hallway. The air inside was cool and carried a faint, musty scent, like old paper and something earthy. I closed my eyes. Immediately, my other senses sharpened. I heard the faint hum of the building, the distant sound of traffic, the soft creak of the floorboards as I walked. I slowly made my way to the elevator, feeling for the buttons. 3rd floor. The ascent was slow, the old machinery groaning. When the doors opened, I stepped out, still with my eyes squeezed shut. I felt my way along the wall, counting doors until I reached what I hoped was his. I took another deep breath and knocked twice, just as he would instructed. Knock, knock. The door opened almost instantly with a soft click. A wave of cool air carrying a faint, sweet smell like old wood and something vaguely floral, washed over me. "Sarah, is that you?" His voice was deep, smooth, just as I remembered from our calls. It was a comforting sound in the utter blackness. "It is me, Alex," I whispered, my voice a little shaky. "Welcome. Just keep your eyes closed. I will guide you." I felt a gentle hand on my arm, just above the elbow. His touch was light, almost feather-like, yet firm enough to guide me. He led me forward, into what felt like a small entryway, then turned me to the left. "Step up," he murmured, and I felt a small rise under my foot, like a threshold. Then a few more steps, and he guided me to sit down. I felt the plush cushion of a sofa beneath me. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, his voice now a little further away, as if he would move. "You can open your eyes now, if you want. It is completely dark." I slowly, cautiously opened my eyes. Nothing. Absolute, impenetrable darkness. It was thicker than any darkness I would ever experience. Not even the faint glow of a street lamp or the sliver of light from under a doorframe. It was like being submerged in ink. It was disorienting, suffocating. My eyes strained, trying to find even the slightest hint of light, but there was nothing. It was truly, utterly black. "Can you see anything?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "No," he replied, his voice now closer again, somewhere to my left. "It is total. That is how I prefer it. Are you okay?" "Yeah," I lied, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. "Just disorienting." "You will get used to it," he said, his voice reassuring. "It is amazing what you notice when you can't see. Your other senses really come alive." And he was right. As my eyes uselessly scanned the void, my ears started picking up on things. The soft rustle of fabric as he shifted on what I assumed was another chair. A faint, irregular drip, drip, drip from somewhere far off in the apartment. The very subtle scent of old books and something metallic, almost like blood, but so faint I dismissed it as my imagination. "So, Sarah," he began, his voice warm, "tell me about your day." And we talked for hours. It was genuinely one of the best conversations I would ever had. He was even more engaging in person, or rather in the dark. He had a way of asking questions that made you feel truly heard, truly understood. He remembered details from our previous chats that I would forgotten. He made me laugh. He made me think. The initial fear began to recede, replaced by a strange sense of intimacy. The darkness, which had felt like a barrier, now felt like a cocoon, protecting us from the outside world, allowing us to be truly ourselves. He told me about his life, too, though vaguely. He mentioned working from home, a job that did not require much interaction with others. He spoke of his love for nature, for the quiet solitude of the mountains. He never really elaborated on the accident that caused his photophobia, and I did not press him. It felt rude, given the vulnerability he was shown and even telling me about it. Time seemed to warp in the darkness. I had no idea how long we would been talking. It felt like minutes, but also like hours. My stomach eventually rumbled, reminding me that I had not eaten since lunch. "I am sorry." I giggled, a little embarrassed. I guess I lost track of time. "Do not be sorry," he said, a soft chuckle in his voice. "It is a good sign. We are connecting. But you are right. It is probably getting late. Would you like a drink? I have water, juice, or some wine if you're feeling adventurous." "Water would be great. Thank you." I heard him stand up. The subtle rustle of his clothes, the soft padding of his feet. He moved with an almost unnatural grace in the total darkness. I heard the faint clinking of glasses, the sound of liquid pouring. He was gone for only a minute or two, and then I felt his presence near me again. "Here," he said, and a cool glass was gently pressed into my hand. "Careful, it is full." I took a sip. It was cold, refreshing, nothing unusual. As we continued talking, a new kind of unease began to creep in, subtle at first, like a shadow moving just at the edge of my perception. It was not about the darkness anymore, or even the date itself. It was about him. He seemed to know things. Small things. At first, you mentioned your favorite coffee shop on Elm Street, right? He would say, I had, but only in passing, in a text message from days ago. It was not in my profile. You said you usually wear that silver ring on your right index finger. I looked down at my hand in the darkness. I was wearing my favorite silver ring on my right index finger, but I certainly had not mentioned it to him. I would only chosen it this morning. You seem a little tired today. Sarah, rough week, he would ask, and I would nod, even though he could not possibly see me. I was tired, but how could he know? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had mentioned these things and forgotten. Maybe he was just incredibly observant and good at picking up on subtle cues in my voice. But a cold prickle of fear started to crawl up my spine. Then there was the smell, that faint metallic, earthy scent. It was stronger now, mixed with something else, something sweet and cloying like decay. I tried to dismiss it as the old building, or maybe something outside, but it was persistent, clinging to the air around us. I shifted on the couch, suddenly feeling restless. I needed to get up, to move, to break the suffocating intimacy of the dark. I think I need to use the restroom, I said, my voice feeling tight. There was a pause, a beat of silence that felt heavier than usual. Of course, he said, his voice still smooth, but with a subtle tension underlying it. It is just down the hall, to your left. I can guide you. No, it is okay, I said, trying to sound confident. I think I can find it. I just need to stretch my legs. I stood up slowly, my hands reaching out to orient myself. The moment I was on my feet, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It felt colder, heavier. Alex did not move. I could sense his presence, unmoving, watching me in the darkness. Are you sure? He asked, his voice a little lower now. It is very easy to get disoriented in here. I will be fine. I insisted, taking a tentative step forward. My hand outstretched. I shuffled along, trying to find a wall, anything to guide me. The space felt much larger than I would imagine. My fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, then something rough and uneven. It did not feel like a normal wall. It felt organic, like rough bark, but cold. I pulled my hand back quickly, a jolt of alarm shooting through me. What was that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Just some of my things, Alex said, his voice closer now, too close. Art pieces. I told you I had unique tastes. My heart hammered against my ribs. Art pieces. The texture I would felt was definitely not wood or metal. It felt fleshy and hard, like bone. I took another step, my foot bumping into something on the floor. It was soft, yielding, but then I felt something hard underneath. I bent down, my fingers exploring the object. It was cold, strangely shaped. Not furniture, not a rug. It felt like a foot, a human foot, but it was stiff and the skin was unnervingly smooth, like polished stone. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through me. This was not right. This was not an apartment. This was not a date. My mind screamed at me, get out. Now, I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers trembling. I needed light. I needed to see. Alex, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out as a desperate plea. I really need to go. I am not feeling well. I heard him move then, a soft, slithering sound that sent chills down my spine. Not footsteps, something else. Oh, Sarah, he said, his voice no longer warm, no longer charming. It was deeper, guttural, with an undertone of something ancient and hungry. You can't leave. Not yet. We are just getting to know each other. My thumb finally found the power button. I pressed it, praying for the flashlight. The screen flickered, a blinding rectangle of white light erupting into the oppressive darkness. I pointed it wildly, desperately, trying to pierce the blackness. The beam cut through the void, illuminating the horror around me. This was not an apartment. It was a cavernous space, the walls not plaster or brick, but a grotesque tapestry of dried, leathery skin and sinew, stretched taut over unseen structures. The art pieces I would touch were not art at all. They were bodies, or what was left of them. Some were skeletal, picked clean, arranged in macabre poses, their empty eye sockets staring into the gloom. Others were mummified, preserved in some horrific way, their faces frozen in silent screams. The thing I would touch on the floor was indeed a human foot, severed, petrified, used as a macabre stepping stone. My gaze snapped to Alex. The light hit him, and he recoiled with a hiss, his body twisting. He was not human, not even close. He was tall, impossibly thin, his limbs elongated and jointed at strange angles. His skin was a mottled gray, translucent in places, revealing a network of pulsing veins beneath. His head was bald, bulbous, and his face was a nightmare. His nose was just two slits, and his mouth was a wide, lipless gash filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes. They were enormous, black orbs, completely pupil-less, reflecting the phone's light like polished obsidian. They were not sensitive to light, they were absorbing it like black holes, and the sight of them made my stomach lurch. The light, he rasped, his voice a dry, grating sound that scraped against my ears. Turn it off. Sarah, it burns. He was not hurt by the light, he was offended by it. He was a creature of the deep, a thing that thrived in the endless night, and my crude phone light was an insult to his domain. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over something that crackled under my foot more bones. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching for an exit. The door I would enter through was gone, replaced by a seamless, leathery wall. You are not going anywhere. Sarah, Alex snarled, his voice now filled with a predatory hunger that made my blood run cold. We have so much more to discuss, and you have such interesting stories to tell. He lunged, not like a man, but like a spider, impossibly fast, his elongated limbs scuttling across the floor. I screamed again, throwing my phone at him. It spun through the air, hitting his chest with a dull thud, and the beam of light danced wildly across the horrors of the room before the phone clattered to the floor, plunging everything back into semi-darkness. The faint glow from the phone screen was just enough to cast long, dancing shadows, making the mummified figure seem to writhe. I did not wait. I scrambled to my feet, my mind a whirlwind of terror. I ran, blindly. I slammed into something hard, the impact jarring my teeth. It was a wall. I turned, my hands flailing, trying to find an opening, anything. I heard him coming. The soft, slithering scrape of his limbs on the floor, getting closer, faster. The air grew colder, and that sickly sweet smell was overwhelming now. Sarah, he whispered, his voice right behind me, a wet, clicking sound preceding my name. You should not have brought the light. I spun around, my arms flailing, and my hand connected with something wet and cold. I screamed again, kicking out. My foot struck something solid, and I heard a low, guttural growl of pain. It was not human pain. It was a sound of something ancient, something monstrous, briefly inconvenienced. That was my chance. I turned and ran again, my hands outstretched, praying for an exit. My fingers brushed against a rough, wooden frame. A door. I pushed, slammed my body against it, but it would not budge. It was locked. There is no escape, little moth. Alex hissed, his voice echoing from the darkness, surrounding me. You came to me. You trusted me. And now you are home. I could feel his presence closing in a cold, suffocating dread. I could hear his ragged breathing, the wet clicking sounds. I could smell his putrid scent. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, my lungs burning. I was not going to get out. I knew it with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones. I closed my eyes, not to spare myself the sight, but because the darkness was already all-consuming. The last thing I heard before the cold, bony hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my final scream, was his voice, right next to my ear, a dry, triumphant whisper. Welcome to the dark. Sarah, you will get used to it. And then nothing but the endless, suffocating black. You have been listening to Daily Story, where every swipe becomes a tale worth telling. Be sure to follow, share, and subscribe tomorrow. A brand new story awaits.